old-fashioned Böbl tournament brought to you in collaboration by GG Speedruns and the SOAP team. I am 40 Watt Range, your lead MC for this event, and this will be an exciting one. For those of you who are not familiar with this game, it is an NES game made in 2019 for the NES Dev competition by MorphCat Games, who have also brought you a great banger known as Micro Mages. This game is a Metroidvania. You know, someone saw water levels and thought that was the best part of a video game, so they decided to bring a whole game around that. Just kidding. It's actually very fun, very charming. The mechanics are very awesome. Again, it's a Metroidvania. There are no enemies other than hard surfaces. Water is your friend, including clouds. So basically just a bunch of obstacle courses to get through, as well as collecting power-ups to get through these obstacle courses. With me on the mic for the opening races is a man who I can compare to the Spaniards invading the Mayan civilization and burning up all their history to rewrite it as his own, is Noise Polluth. How you doing there, buddy?
Quack, quack.
Alrighty. So I believe our first bracket has a no-show, which has led to a forfeit, which brings us on to our next set of racers. Me being great, I don't even have this bracket open, but we will now be moving over to Chuckles and Rod, aka Game Time Television. They will be our first match of 3. This is a double bracket elimination. Each match will be best of 3. This route contains many death warps. Something known as the climb can sway how these races will go. No RNG, so this is going to be pure execution, pure skill, pure timing, folks. So Noise Police, how you feeling about today? I know you're racing yourself.
Well, I'm trying not to think too much about the day and just trying to focus right now on this excellent matchup that we have in front of us with Chuckles W73 and Game Time Television. Old Rod Dog of the Bubble Hog, I guess he had a promo last night. Some of y'all saw that in Discord. But anyways, this is going to be a 8 versus 9 matchup. It doesn't get much closer than that, folks. This is a good way to start the tournament, I think, 40.
Absolutely. These people know this game. They've been practicing. That's what I've loved to see this whole time. Everyone here has been really on their game and really preparing for this. You know, a lot of people come in expecting Moniker to be the favorite. He is probably the most seasoned with the best time, but again, anything can happen. One wrong pop can set you back 30 seconds swinging any race. So in my opinion, this is anyone's game.
And Moniker, nowhere to be found on the bracket, yet we do have a Phantom Challenger free with 5 E's and an exclamation point. I'm excited to see their play today.
Yeah, they are somehow #1 seed, even though I've never seen them actually play the game, nor a PB listed, which was oddly enough a requirement to get in, so we'll see how this happens. But I believe we're still just getting racers prepared, streamed, synchronized, and ready to go. So for those of you that have not played this game, I believe you can just type exclamation point Böbl, B-O-B-L, into this chat over here and receive an itch.io link. It is a pay your own price, so hey, if you think it's fun, shoot the devs some cash. I personally did. I've been playing this since version 1.0, and it's well worth a couple bucks.
If you're excited for some Böbl in chat, let's see some ducks quack quack.
All right, and I see that our commentary now has the desktop shared with us so we can see the races. So commentators are ready to go. Once the racers are ready to go and have a count in, we will be on our way. So for those of you who are not aware of what route we are taking, we are playing 1.1, which has patched out all out of bounds possibilities. So this will be a no out of bounds, all ducks tournament. This game does have 8 ducks. basically we are going to collect all of them before we get to the end. And if you don't collect all of them, well, that's a loss for you, buddy. There are some random glitches we might run into, just to let everyone know ahead of time. It has been seen that sometimes the game will just do a gray or black screen. In the event of that, if it's not already basically at the end of the match where it's a guaranteed win, we will be restarting that match, just because it could be a benefit on either side depending on how this happens as well. You will see sometimes a missing duck sprite. The duck is actually there, so we've just told racers, hey, just keep going with the motions, collect the duck. You should get an audio cue, and we'll move on. The duck should appear at the end. If it doesn't, judges call if they actually went through the motions to collect said duck. So as we stare at these beautiful clouds, we are set to go, I believe, anytime. But for those of you that haven't looked at the, we have about 8 races lined up. This could be reduced roughly to 6. This is just in the basically the first round of what we're going to be called the bubble bracket. We do have a popped bracket, and this will be for anyone who loses a race. They'll get their second chance. The goal today is to possibly get to our final 8. It's a big task. If we can get everyone moving along, then we should be able to accomplish this in roughly 10 hours, hopefully. So the first race again we'll be seeing is Chuckles and Rod, aka Game Time Television. After that, we'll have Avidrock and Johnny Link. Again, I don't know if these are their Twitch names. I don't know where people get the ideas that it's really easy to have different names in different places to follow. I mean, it makes it really easy for myself. But I'm just going to call people by their challenge names, and hopefully you know who those are. Hey, Noise Police, you still there, homie?
Yeah, but I can't see anything, so I'm just going to sit this one out. You guys have some fun for this first race. Good luck to the racers.
Alrighty, well, while we're getting started, you want to give us a rundown on who these ducks are and why they are?
The ducks, as you will see, we should probably name them as we come across them, but we got Darkwing Duck. We've got Affleck Duck. We've got Scrooge McDuck. We've got Wildwing the Duck. Howard the Duck is up in the clouds. Who else do we have? Deadeye, the frame perfect Deadeye Duck. And there's some other ducks. There's 8 ducks total.
All right, and we are off between these racers. First stop on this route is going to be the dive ball. This gives the bubble the ability to get one tile deeper. And as you can see, we have about half a second there. Oh, and both people popping, moving on to go up to the top and drop back down. I don't think that is technically faster, but it doesn't really hurt you too much. So again, we got Chuckles about 1 screen ahead, if that. Moving up to a pipe, you'll see what we have called quick pipes, long pipes. Basically, the pipe entry can be quicker than other entries. Now we see here the Great Wall, a very difficult wall to climb over. Very short press to control your buoyancy to hop over that. Now the next thing you're going to see here is a pipe skip in a way. It's not necessarily going out of bounds, but they're going to drift across these pipes because they actually don't have exterior surfaces. And this enables them to basically skip a third of this puzzle right here, which is not really much of a puzzle other than just pressing a direction that you need to go. And now we'll be dropping onto the iron ball, which gives them unlimited dive depth as well as the ability to break bricks, as you can see. Again, we're still about only roughly half a screen here. Chuckles slightly in the lead. One fun thing about waterfalls, if you actually hold the dive button while traveling through a waterfall, you'll go slower than just falling with the waterfall speed. Now, we are coming up on what I believe is going to be a death warp setup. Now, if y'all don't know what a death warp is, it's basically triggering a checkpoint so that later in the game you can pop and just come back to this checkpoint. So from here on out, the racers are going to want to avoid any bells they come in contact with. As well, what you're seeing is a sequence break. You're not supposed to be coming, you're supposed to be coming from the screen above and then dropping down and walking down the steps. Now, Rod just went through what we call the grandma, and Chuckles avoiding the grandma, still going on that route as we approach the deep dark abyss, where on Rod's screen you can see him collecting our first duck. I believe that's Darkwing. Yeah, that's Darkwing. Now, in any percent on Rod's screen, you would drift to the right and actually clip out of bounds here. That has been patched. We are now just moving down the intended route as we make our way over to the, what is it? The double jump ball. That's right. Now, see, this is going to be a tight one they got to get through. Awesome. Rod clears it. Let's see how Chuckles does. All right, both clear successfully, and you can see that death warp in action now. Back in the ruins, or aka the aqueduct, now into the clouds. Now, clouds are made of water, vaporous water, so they're not going to be of any problem to these bubbles. Chuckles taking a unintended pop, I think, or hitting a bell. I might have missed that. Rod now coming in, grabbing Scrooge. Or maybe our racers are taking slightly different routes. It's kind of hard to keep track on all of it by myself. Chuckles now making his way towards Scrooge. Okay, according to Moniker, they are going slightly different routes here. So this will be interesting to see where they line up. Say, what's up to Frogger over there, chilling in the water. Now Rod then takes the intentional death. That's another death warp. You could pixel perfect it on the ducks, but, you know, it's, again, pixel perfect. So we're making our way up towards Ferdinand. No, that wasn't Ferdinand. That was Plucky. I need to learn these damn duck names. All right, again, another patch right here. 1-1, you could cloud zip through what you saw on Rod's screen. Chuckles doing a double jump over the gap, making his way to pick up Plucky. As Rod picks up Ferdinand and gets tar pitted. Normally, you can use the buoyancy and a double jump to just bounce straight out of there and save a little bit of time. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case there. Rod now grabbing Wild Wing and moving on, jumping the gap. Chuckles does not get tar pitted. Perfect execution there. Making his way up to grab another duck. Wild Wing. My apologies. I'm very unfamiliar with these duck names. Now, Rod is entering what we call the climb. This is kind of what you would expect at the end of Metroid when, you know, the heart's pounding and that timer's pumping down because things are about to explode. That's essentially what this is. It's a combination of diving, double jumps, using rebound skills to amplify your height. Now Chuckles is now making the climb. So as we can see, Rod is definitely in the lead here. This is back when the routes will synchronize and it is all up to just getting there. And we're going to see Rod coming in first here. That's a 540 at the pipe. Where normally in any percent we do stop timing. With all ducks, we wait till you hit the pond water. This is just to ensure that you have collected all ducks and your run is valid. Chuckles now taking a pop. Shout out to White Hat 94. And a 603 pipe entry. Now keep in mind, folks, we got 2 more races in this set. This doesn't mean anything. This is still anybody's match. So let's get the GGs out there for Rod. You can see all the ducks there. On the left-hand side, top to bottom, Deadeye, Scrooge, Darkwing, and Affleck. On the right-hand side, top to bottom, we have Howard, Ferdinand, Plucky, and Wild Wing. Huey, Dewey, and Louie were unavailable that day and choose not to comment on the situation. And 6:37 on Chuckle's side. Only a difference of roughly 12, 13 seconds. So, you know, a little route change is all it takes to make a difference. Again, if we see some people missing these death warps or hitting some unintentional bells, we're going to see much bigger sways here. All right, just reaching out to my commentary buddies to see if anyone wants to jump in here since Noise Police seems to be having some technical difficulties. Looks like my man Perfect Finn will be jumping in to join us here shortly.
I'll see you guys all at the race. Sorry, guys. Good luck.
No problem, Noise Police. Thank you for being there, buddy. Appreciate you.
Check, check. 40, you there? Can you hear me?
What's up, Finn? I can hear you loud and clear. We are live and out loud, I believe.
Cool. Sounds good. Hey, everybody. My name is Finny. Going to be helping 40 out on commentary. I watched race 1. It looked pretty close. I think Chuckles just had a couple unfortunate pops, so we had to take a slightly less optimal route.
Yep, I'm glad that we could start the first race actually, not necessarily with maybe some unfortunate pops, but seeing kind of the route differences here.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a question in chat. Are there any prizes today? Well, don't we have some prizes here? We have a number of Sacred Oils controllers going out to some contestants and even some viewers here. You know, of course, winner is going to get something, but we're also rewarding the risk here. We're trying to get people to take those risks, take those risky strats, and you know, so fastest time will also get a controller.
Yeah, I actually just received a Sacred Oils controller from Skunky, and they're really, really nice. So I think that it's a great prize, especially, you know, people that are participating in these kind of events, you know, doing a lot of retro speedruns. Hardware can actually be like a real bottleneck or a gatekeeper. You know, when I started speedrunning back in March, I tried initially to just use like old controllers that were in a box in my basement, and it, you know, it was terrible. They're basically unplayable, mushy D-pads, you know, unresponsive buttons, etc. So the Sacred Oils controllers are definitely a huge benefit for you know, speedrun performance.
I definitely agree with that. I used to be a person that personally thought it was all a bunch of whining and crying when people blamed their controller, of course, until it started happening to me myself. So definitely, you know, as we say, it gives you the ability to play to your ability. It'll not necessarily make you better, but it'll make you as best as you can be.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I believe we're getting ready for the second race between these racers. Oh, I have lost the stream though. Well, while we get ready for that, again, people, if this game interests you, you've now seen it. You can type exclamation point bubble, but it'd be spelled BOBL, and you can cop yourself a copy of that. You're gonna probably hear various names of this game. The community just kind of goofs with it. We're all English speakers, and we don't understand what those two dots above that O means, so we just say bobble, booble, buble, bubble, whatever.
Yeah, I actually looked this up. I'm pretty sure it is pronounced bubble. I think that the O with the umlaut is it's similar to the sound of the E in the word her, like the I sound. So yeah, it's bebel in German. But yeah, I think it was just a clever play on the pronunciation. Just give us a couple seconds here, folks. I think we're having a little bit of difficulties with the restream.
All right. So while we're getting everything set away, racers, excuse me, chat. Who do you think is going to win this next one? We got Chuckles and Rod. Rod took it by about 12, 13 seconds. What's your prediction? Finn, yourself. Who are you taking?
Yeah, so this is kind of one of the more, I think, like closer, interesting races of the tournament, just because I think, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think these are the closest seedings of the round two matchups. My understanding is that Chuckles and Rod are, pretty close friends. I think that they play really similarly. They use similar strategies. I think they might have even kind of learned the game together. So I think that this is going to be very close. And I think that, like I said, Chuckles, lost the last race by, I guess what appeared to be a sizable amount, like about a minute or so. But honestly, that was just, one or two unfortunate pops. And that's kind of all it takes in this game. There are a couple bell skips that are really important to the routing in this particular category. And, if you pop or accidentally hit an incorrect bell, heading towards the abyss to get the double jump ball, I mean, you're looking at like a 25-second time loss. So, if that were to happen to Rod, that's Chuckles basically picks up a free win. So it could very easily go either way in this scenario, I think.
Absolutely. You take that pop, you're going to have to ride the pipe of shame where basically you get a whole auto scroll tour of almost the entire level.
Right. Yeah. The scenic route.
All right. Looks like we're getting counted in roughly in 3, 2, 1. We should see these racers moving on shortly. Or we'll just stare at these clouds breathing. All right, here we go. So again, first move we're going for is that dive ball.
Yep, this is a pretty easy part of the race. We shouldn't expect anybody to pop here. Like you said previously, dive ball allows the bubbles to dive one tile deeper.
Now you say we shouldn't expect anyone to pop, but last race, both racers popped.
Yeah, that was really strange. I was wondering if it was intentional. But yeah, we see both players here moving up to the quick pipes and heading towards. I believe they're probably going to go, standard route. Yep, try to pass over this great wall here, which, as somebody who doesn't run this game but has played it, that wall is much more problematic than it looks. It's a scary wall to approach.
Absolutely, the shallow depth you have to go on it is very, very tricky, very deceiving.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so here we are again approaching the pipe skip. Again, this cuts out basically a third of this little pipe maze.
It's not an out of bounds, though. Contrary to popular belief.
Hey, you're not walking through any walls or seeing any gray space.
Exactly.
So Chuckles, they're both roughly on time. The timers are about a second and a half off, so keep that in mind. So they're pretty much on pace with each other.
Yeah, I think Chuckles might be very slightly ahead just due to maybe a little more optimal movement, but it's literally like maybe a second tops.
So where you see Chuckles doing that little pond skip, there is almost a pixel perfect jump you can do and actually skip all of that off of one of the columns, but it is so precise that it's definitely not worth going in a race situation.
Yeah. We see both players nail the grandma jump, move into picking up the double jump ball. And this is what, I talked about before this race started. You see both players tag the bell here to try to do a grandma's basement setup. Both players opt for, the safer, easier version. And then this is where we're, diving down to the abyss to go find the double jump ball. And this is probably the scariest part of the entire route, because if you take an unintentional pop here, you're eating an enormous amount of time loss.
Absolutely. I don't like to say that there are make and break moments in races that can decide it, but this is definitely one of those things where if one person gets it and the other doesn't, unless something else tragic happens, you can pretty much bet on it being a sure thing from that point on.
Right. So both players grab Darkwing Duck. Neither player threads the needle, opts to go for the safer middle route. And here we have this bell skip. This is scary. Let's see how these players approach it. Chuckles nails it, grabs the double jump ball. Rod also, you can see a little apprehension, but he got it.
Yeah, when I saw these people rehearsing that trick, I thought they were insane for even making that part of the route.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially for a race scenario, but their hands are kind of forced, right? Like that. Ooh, Chuckles misses the bell skip going for Deadeye over here. But yeah, it's kind of like if the players make it the meta of the race, like your hands kind of forced, right? If everyone else, if the cool kids are doing it, I have to do it.
Absolutely. All right, so Rod now is moving down to Scrooge. Again, we're seeing a slight route variation here. And now Chuckles making his way down to Scrooge as well.
Yep, Chuckles picking up Scrooge. Let's see if Rod gets this. Ooh, Rod misses the bell skip as well. So I think even though the players took slight variations in their routing, I think since they both missed that bell skip, I think they're going to end up coming out in comparable paces.
Rod going for that pixel perfect death, just slightly missing it. As Chuckles is now making his way up to the clouds.
Yep, so you're going to see Chuckles veer over here to the right to grab Aflac, and then he'll be moving towards Plucky.
A quick little physics note, you can see that the currents are drifting one way or the other. You just got to go with that flow. There's no fighting it.
Yeah, currents push you in the direction that they're headed. You see Chuckles plucks Plucky out of his little pond, and Rod, yeah, just right behind him. So once again, players took slightly different routes, but both ended up missing critical bell skips, so ended up coming out at pretty comparable paces. I think Chuckles is just slightly ahead here due to some, a little bit of cleaner movement.
Yep, Chuckles not getting tar pitted either, so that's clean. Let's see what happens with Rod. Oh, getting out clean as well. Just one extra block hit that he didn't need, but nothing big.
Yep, so both players grab Ferdinand. Chuckles heads up top, grabs Wild Wing. Rod picks him up as well. This is really, really close. I think Chuckles slightly ahead here, but moving into this cloud climb, definitely gained some time. Oh, Rod pops on like the very last part of the game that you can pop on, just on the corner of the castle there. But yeah, what I was saying is that this climb, you can definitely eke out some advantage here with superior movement, but that last pop there for Rod was a little unfortunate.
Yeah, but definitely not like from this point on. Like you're saying, there's not really much you can pop on unless you intentionally do it. There's still a possibility of hitting some of these smaller bricks right before you hit in there, though.
Sure. You see Chuckles grabbing, I believe that's Howard, and then popping intentionally to death warp back up to the bell, and then finishing up right here. So yeah, that was unfortunate. Like I said, Rob took that last little pop there at the end. Might have been able to catch up with some superior movement there in the cloud section, but that last pop just kind of unfortunately sealed the deal. But that's okay, because that means we get to see more racing between these two players. So GG to both runners.
Absolutely. On to race 3. It looked like there was roughly 9-10 second difference between the pipe entries. We'll see this shortly here. 6:19 for Chuckles. Probably going to be like a 6:25 for Rod. Nope, 6:26. GG to both racers. That's 1-1. Who will be the first to get knocked down and get popped into the pop bracket? Ignoring the earlier forfeit.
Yeah, that was incredibly close. I think both races were close. We saw basically, kind of like one pop deciding these races. So, kind of like I said previously before that second game started, I think that this could easily go either way. These are I think the closest seeds of the round 2 matches. So I expect this third race to be, just as interesting.
Yep, I see that both racers are now ready, so we're just waiting in for the count in on them. But yeah, like you're saying, I mean, with this death warp, I mean, there's 3 death warps in here. One of them is quite major compared to the other 2. So, any of these little things, one little pop, especially if they're taking the exact route and on pace, one pop, the other doesn't. That's that. It's all about execution in this game, and that's what it's going to really come down to.
Yeah, honestly, super stressful. Like I don't know, if I I would definitely be nervous if I was in their scenario. Like, not only is it a race scenario, but the nature of the game itself, you just have to be so precise with your movement. And like I said, those bell skips, those mistakes, especially the one going down to double jump ball, are so costly. I just feel like it would be very, very difficult to execute in this scenario.
Oh yeah. I've been in tournaments myself, not this one. I think this one would be pretty stressful. Playing this game, just any percent. I mean, letting go of your dive 1 pixel, or you're going down 1 pixel too early, waste you like 2 or 3 seconds because you're going to pop up, not make your jump, have to go back down, fight through the water, and do it all over again. So
Right.
it's definitely, I could see that being stressful with the nerves kicking. I personally don't watch races as I'm racing, but I could imagine if you do, it could be rather stressful seeing someone else do that as you're doing it.
Right. Yeah, not a chance I would have the stream open personally. That would just add an entire other layer. But yeah, you see Peg Leg Pete in chat says, for such a relaxing game, this race is intense. And I agree. It is, I played this game for the first time a couple weeks ago, and it's it's relaxing. It's cute, honestly. I love the music and the atmosphere. And yeah, I think on its surface, it is, an incredibly cute and relaxing game. But once you get into it and you're trying to do everything quickly, without popping, yeah, it's a lot more mean than it appears on its surface, for sure.
Yeah, I remember my first interaction with it. I just tried to play it while I was getting ready to leave somewhere and had 10 minutes to burn before it. And just trying to play with the physics in 10 minutes, I kind of wrote it off at first, but then I went back to it later that day and just fell in love because it's something weird. It's very unique amongst any other game I've played where you're just using a button basically to control everything. As far as, I guess that's weird. You would jump and use a button in any game, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you're letting go of a button to jump rather than pushing it to jump.
Right. Yeah, kind of counterintuitive to how you would approach most games.
All right,
We're
so I
about to
see
get
the
started.
racers are counted in. So we should see this. Okay, we have Chuckles going. All right, so right off the bat, keep in mind Chuckles is basically 2.5 seconds ahead on the timer.
Yeah, I think he just got started there a little bit sooner, but obviously we'll be going off the in-game timer to determine a winner here. Both players picking up dive ball. Looks like we're not going to see any pops this time.
Yeah, looking by the timers, Chuckles is roughly maybe a second ahead. Oh, good. Good old GG Speedrun syncing them up for us.
Wow, look at that.
All
Thank
right,
you,
Chuckles
production.
coming in.
Both players moving to the Great Wall. Both players nailing the tiny jump, which, like I said earlier, a lot harder than it looks. Moving down here to the next section to do a small pipe skip and then grab the iron ball, which is going to let us dive even deeper and bounce off surfaces.
Yep, specifically with the iron ball, you get one bounce off of a hard surface. You can break cracked items until you then encounter another hard surface.
Yep, so both players grabbing the pipe here. I don't expect anybody to take a wrong turn, but it can happen.
Chuckles first to the iron ball, roughly 0.8 seconds ahead, maybe.
Yeah, it's super close.
And then right there is a good example of fast and slow pipe entries. Just the pipe entries right there got them even more lined up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really understand, what creates a fast or slow pipe entry. My understanding is that it's difficult to consistently get fast pipe. But we see both players here moving into what we call the grandma jump. Both players nail it, able to hit that first column and bounce over that little pool, save a little bit of time.
And what you're seeing there is that bell is the beginning of our first death warp. And then what you're seeing also is a sequence break. They're going uphill rather than around it. Chuckles opting not to go with what is now dubbed the old-fashioned grandma.
Yeah, both players diving down to the abyss here to go find Darkwing and the double jump. We talked about this moment. We've hyped it up some already, but yeah, this is probably the most critical point of the run. Both players grab Darkwing here, making sure to dodge a bell. Once again, we don't want to pop here, but we also don't want to hit a bell, right? Because we're looking to get down, go grab the double jump ball, and then death warp out. So hitting a bell is also a super costly mistake because it kind of throws off all of the speedrun routing.
Chuckles clearing it with ease, as does Rod.
Yeah, good stuff. Both players take their intentional death warp, get out of here, move on to their next set of ducks here, which, typically going to be some combination of Deadeye, Scrooge, and Affleck, depending on, what players prefer to do. Looks like Rod's going to go grab Affleck. Chuckles, unfortunately, misses the bell skip at the Great Wall.
So for those of you wondering, there is a frog and a toad in this game, and they do nothing but just chill. They are decorative.
Yeah, the Deadeye bell skip is it's really difficult. Both bell skips are difficult, but the Deadeye one is especially tough. But we'll see, how that affects. We'll get a better idea of the runners' paces and how they stack up once they gather these 3 ducks. Just due to the slight variation in their routing, they're going to be picking up Deadeye, Scrooge, and Affleck in a different order. But we'll get a pretty good idea here shortly.
Chuckles,
Ooh, I think Chuckles, yeah,
taking that pop right there, but luckily had grabbed the bell right before it, so not much of a loss.
Yeah, and I think Rod is done here now with these 3. So unfortunately, it looks like Rod has a pretty sizable lead. Chuckles missing that bell skip and then taking that unintentional pop here, actually going over and picking up Affleck. Rod, you see him there, plucks Plucky out of his pond. So Rod with a pretty sizable lead here, but as we've seen so far, there's not many places left for Rod to pop, but there are a couple. And if Rod's nerves get the better of him, Chuckles could easily swing back into position.
Yep, that along with just some better movement could help out, and some worse movement maybe on Rod's side.
Sure.
Clearing the gap, grabbing the bell, onward to grab the next duck. Or not even the duck, onward to the climb, I mean.
Yep, we see Chuckles grab Ferdinand out of his barn, avoids getting tar pitted, and moves up top and grabs Wild Wing. As Rod moves into his cloud climb. Ultra Minimalist says, please just keep this going best of 5. I agree. These have been really good. This is a really good set to start out on. And I hope this is indicative of the rest of the races to come.
So you can just see Rod there utilize this technique where you use the iron ball to basically just keep bouncing to gain height. Some players opt to do that. Other players will kind of stair step their way around or just use a bunch of double jumps. Each has their own benefits and drawbacks. Which is faster is probably just whichever is more comfortable to the racer. We see Rod with a 532 pipe entry. So as long as he has all ducks, he has 1.
That would be, oh man, could you imagine? You get to the final screen and you're like, yes, I did it. And then you're missing a duck.
I'm waiting for it. It has to happen at least once.
I mean, it could happen. It could happen. Especially a race scenario. You get a little extra nervous. Hands are sweaty. Chuckles with about a 553, 554 pipe. So yeah, GG to both runners. But it looks like unless Rod forgot a duck, which I don't think he did, I think Rod's going to be taking this one down. And yep, we see all 8 ducks accounted for. Darkwing, Deadeye, Scrooge, Affleck, Plucky, Ferdinand, Wildwing, and Howard.
Yep, but this is not the end for Chuckles. Everyone, keep in mind we do have the popped bracket, which we'll be coming to hopefully later in this day, where everyone will get their second chance to move on.
Yep, absolutely. Kind of a double elimination scenario. So once again, GG to both runners. Rod going to be advancing in this bracket, but Chuckles moving down to the popped bracket and still has a chance to take this one all down.
Absolutely, but this is just the very beginning of a long day today of racing. We got plenty of races up. We got plenty of races coming up. Up next, we have Avidrock 42 and Johnny Link. Again, I don't know if Johnny Link is someone else. I'm just going off the names I see.
Yeah, sorry. You said it looks like... Trying to take a look at the bracket here, which I think is exclamation point bracket in chat, but Looks like, yeah, Rod going to be advancing to round 3, and then, yeah, next race, I believe Avedrock 42 and Johnny Link.
And some of you might be saying, round 3, what about round 2? The bracket was kind of goofy how it was made, so basically, we're just one round ahead of what we should be. You can thank the computers for that.
Yeah, this one is interesting because I think Johnny Link, my understanding, has been kind of quiet as far as, you know, his participation with the community is concerned. But, you know, I've talked to Skunky about this briefly, and I guess Johnny Link, you know, I'd have to pull up his speedrun profile, but I think he's a really talented, like, multi-game runner. And I think he has very competitive times in a number of games. So, you know, although he's been like kind of quiet and practicing mostly, you know, on the back end, I think that he's definitely not someone who we should underestimate.
Absolutely. I always love a good unknown in a match. A lot of times people get very comfortable with who they're up against. They've already come to some assumptions, which sometimes can honestly work against them. But I like someone being in there, keeping everyone on their toes, kind of acting as the unknown wild card.
Sure.
So we are setting up for the next race. Again, people, if this is something that you like, type !Bobble or !Bubble in chat. You can find a copy of this game. If you're more of an any percent person, you can go ahead and look for the Nest Dev forum post and find version 1.0, which will actually have a little bit different options for you. You got some out of bounds because some walls don't have any collision detection. You have a little bit rearranged cloud levels so you can actually zip through the ceilings. So, whatever your flavor is, whether you're kind of a glitchless person, a 100% person, or just get through it as fast as possible, this game has you covered. And again, just setting up for the next races. So, who would you, I guess we don't know much about this, mysterious person, Johnny Link, but where are you putting your chips, Finn?
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could pull up Johnny's SRC profile really quick, but unfortunately I was having some difficulty locating it. I think that's an interesting question. I'm not entirely sure. I think, Retrophile TV kind of gave some pics of his prior to the event, and Retro had this at 2-1 Avedrock. He said, Johnny Link's been fairly quiet. Their skill in other speed games certainly precedes them. Avedrock been stepping up their practice game considerably. Could go either way. So I think, a lot of this is going to be who can be safe and consistent. That's a speedrun mantra that I've talked about on my channel a lot. Slow is safe, safe is consistent, consistent is fast. So ultimately, slow is fast. And I think that in a game of this nature, taking these pops are super costly, especially in some of these bell skip scenarios where you can lose considerable amounts of time. So I think whatever racer, can approach the game in a more consistent fashion, probably ultimately going to be able to take this one down. But yeah, I think, my understanding of both of the runners and their experience with the game so far, this could easily go either way. I think I want to go with Johnny Link. I like the idea of the dark horse kind of coming in and taking it down. Maybe he's been putting in work this week, we don't really know. So I want to bet my money on Johnny.
I like it, taking the unknown factor. I'm gonna put my money on Avedrock. I know he's been putting in his time. He's been, practicing, involved with the community, sharing strats back and forth with everybody. But it is hard to make that call when you don't really know what you're going up against.
Sure, and that's maybe intimidating in its own way, right? Like if Avedrock races somebody like Moniker or Chuckles or Rod, he probably knows what he's going up against. And if you're facing a known quantity, it's not quite as scary because you have expectations, right? But when you're going up against a literal mystery, a rogue, a wild card, it's kind of scary, because you have no idea what to expect. And I think in a lot of scenarios in a race like this where you're already a little nervous, you're probably anticipating the worst. You're like, oh my gosh, this guy's probably been practicing for the past couple weeks. He's probably just a monster.
Yep, I love it. I hope that's what this person is doing. I love if people play the meta game amongst the tournament, getting in people's heads, making them feel a certain way, just to mess with them.
Yeah. And Avidrock actually chimes in chat and says Finn is 100% right. So yeah, I think that any runner probably rather face a known quantity that they're a little more familiar with.
Oh, hey everyone, big news. This one just landed in chat. Stormcrow 56K does layouts. Just letting everybody know.
Looks like Skunky was able to find Johnny Link's speedrun.com profile. All right, Johnny had a 356 in NES Dev any percent, was 11th place and that PB was 4 weeks ago. So I'm sure that he's been, practicing, behind the scenes in the past 4 weeks. Probably not really running NES Dev anymore. I don't think he's probably focused on making sure that he reports all of his 1.1 PBs. So, but I mean, that gives you an idea of how competitive Johnny is in this game.
Yeah, and I mean, if people wanted to play the meta game, they were only asking for one PB submission. So, you could go ahead and submit your 8-minute time, but really be pulling in sub sixes and just kind of working the bracket that way too.
Sure. So yeah, like I said, I think this could go either way. I'm interested to see what happens, but yeah, I really, I think I'm gonna put my money on Johnny. I like the idea of the dark horse, so let's see what happens.
Yeah. One thing I'm kind of hoping we see, at least in this race or soon, is I want to see one where we get both contenders taking the same route. I definitely like having various routes in there because it adds that mysterious element. You don't know who's actually in the lead until you basically get into the climb. So I hope we for audience sake and those that aren't too familiar with the game, they can maybe get a look at just a straight race and really see who's in the lead and what takes what to get there.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we've had some slight routing variations as well as, a couple missed bell skips, which have kind of muddied the waters a little bit. So I think that if both players, play the same route, I think that would be it'd be interesting to see for sure.
And we have what was I gonna say there? I just lost my train of thought. Never mind.
Perfect. I think we're just waiting for both runners to get set up here.
Oh yeah, what I was gonna say is, so on average, what you're looking at, I would say a community average is probably between like 6 minutes and 6:30 as to what you'll be seeing as these finishing times. But you will see some sub sixes that are pretty low. I'm gonna guarantee it. There are people in this game that have been playing hard, and they've all been racing each other just casually as we built up to this. And there's been some impressive times. Of course, you don't have tournament nerves mixed in with that, which adds a whole other element, but it'll make things interesting when we start getting some of this high level play going on.
Yeah, sub 6 certainly possible, but going to be difficult on race day. I'm not sure if Avidrock's practicing. I think he's just doing some practice here. Timer's not running. But yeah, I think that on race day, sub 6 might be difficult. Like you said, these PBs, like a sub 6 PB from somebody like Moniker or Alti, that's not taking into consideration the nerves of race day. And this is something I actually talked about recently with like Retro Runner, is that nerves in itself is like a skill when it comes to speedrunning, right? You have your game knowledge, your technical execution, etc. But nerves is one that you don't really, people don't really talk about very much, and probably should be talked about more, because you can be, as skilled or know as much as possible, but if you can't close at the end of a run when you're on a good pace because you're too nervous, that's a problem. That's a skill in itself. So I'll be interested to see if these people who can post these, these huge sub 6 PBs, if they can actually close on race day.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that's actually something I've been personally trying to practice. If I have a run that goes south really close to the end and those nerves are built up, I know a lot of people, myself included previously, would like to just walk away and let everything chill out. I kind of picked up a tip from one of my friends, Brando, who immediately loads up his save states from whatever moment he needs to and practices while those nerves are still fresh in him that way. Because you can't really simulate that, so you kind of got to take advantage of that moment.
Right. That's a good idea. I like that. That's probably something I'll probably steal and adopt, honestly. Because, yeah, my understanding, obviously nerves is a combination of like, just anxiety and stress. But a lot of that is because you are in a scenario that you like something is new. You are unfamiliar with the scenario. And most of this, we're talking about PB pace, right? So it's you are in a position in the game to execute at a level that you've never executed before at a certain time, right? So I think that, like you said, going back, using those nerves and practicing that section that was new and unfamiliar and scary, I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, because you can always practice the end boss of your stage all day, 2-hour warm-ups, whatever, but there's no way to just simulate that heart pounding through your chest, feeling your artery about to explode in your neck type feeling.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I see in the chat we have, is this a double elimination round? Yes, we have the bubble bracket and the pop bracket. And as I say that, I see the racers are off.
Yep. So we're going to see both players head down, grab the dive ball, which lets us dive one tile deeper. Did Abstract pop twice? Oh, no.
Twice, yep. So our dark horse right now, Johnny Link, is definitely taking that lead.
Yeah. Avadrock, a little bit of nerves. Had some trouble getting to the dive ball. That's okay. It's still very early. Still lots of room for lead changes to happen.
Absolutely. With the death warp especially, I mean, that's a game changer right there. So keep your eyes peeled.
Yep, so Johnny Link moving into the Great Wall section. You can see a little apprehension there, but he nails the jump.
Even took a safety bell, I noticed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and I like that though. On race day, absolutely. I like those strategies. I like to see runners, taking a very small time loss, just to cover their assets.
So we're looking at a 3.5 second difference here. Avadrock slightly behind as Johnny Link approaches the pipe skip.
Yeah, Avadrock, we saw him pop twice, but honestly, better there than almost anywhere else in the run. Those were, unfortunate pops, but they're certainly not the costliest ones. We see Johnny Link accidentally popping right after he grabs the iron ball.
Yeah, and that actually kind of brought some time. I mean, now we're only about a 1.5 second difference.
Yep.
So again, that movement is everything in this game. There's no enemies other than ground.
Yep, this is Metroidvania, no enemies here. This is all about exploration, unlocking movement abilities, exploring the map, players expressing themselves through their movement. Both players missing the little grandma jump there, kind of having to do an additional jump there to clear those couple columns.
All right, both of our players now pretty much in sync, setting up the death warp. Oh, Johnny taking an unfortunate pop.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one. You're gonna lose a few seconds off of that. Oh no, Johnny pops again on the same section.
Going with the old-fashioned grandma. Shout outs there, keeping it real.
Yeah, Avadrock actually pulls ahead, so he's gonna be moving into the abyss, grabbing Darkwing, and going down to get the double jump ball. Johnny might be a little shook. We'll be interested to see if he can keep it together. In a race scenario like this, when you make some mistakes and get off script, really important to try to maintain composure. Going to be kind of like the name of the game for Johnny moving forward in the rest of this race.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let one little problem start snowballing in your head, because it's just going to lead to further problems. You just got to shake it off and move on. Don't pay attention to it. It happens.
Yep. Avadrock nails the bell skip, grabs the double jump ball, does the death warp. Let's see if Johnny can get this bell skip. Really needs to get this to stay competitive here, and he does get it. I'm surprised. I don't think we've seen somebody miss that yet. It's pretty incredible, actually.
Yeah, and I would possibly say that in any route of any version of this game, that's probably the hardest jump.
Yeah, I agree. And it's probably that the runners probably practiced it more than any other trick, but.
All right, so Avadrock moving on down. I believe that bell is the last bell he wants to hit, so he can do a tiny death warp right here.
Yeah, and I think Johnny missed the Deadeye bell skip, so he's going to be losing a little bit of time here. Yeah, the Great Wall Bell is definitely a pain as well.
All right, so Avidrock moving their way down, collecting Scrooge. And now we see Johnny Link doing the same. So a couple seconds separating these two, but there's still a lot in this game that could swing it either way.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen runners take a couple uncharacteristic pops here, at the very end, entering the cloud section. So, as we see, Avidrock kind of has a little problem with that jump, navigating over to grab Affleck. Kind of has to double back there for a second. But yeah, this is actually very close. Avidrock probably about a couple screens ahead at this point.
Let's see. So Avidrock will be collecting Plucky at 440. Let's see where Johnny Link grabs him.
Like a 445. Yep,
Yeah,
446.
about 5 seconds behind, and you never want to call it, but you're in the clouds. It's pretty safe, as you've pointed out before. There's only a handful of spots you can pop from this point on. So unless there's some really messed up movement, you can really count on maybe someone being in the lead, but it's still not a given.
Right. See both players grabbing Ferdinand from his barn, moving up into the clouds to grab Wild Wing out of his little spa that he's chilling in. But yeah, Avidrock kind of moving past the last section that you can pop, navigating into the clouds to start his ascent or climb. So Avidrock kind of looking firmly in the driver's seat at this point, but the climb does kind of open itself up to like some superior movement options. So maybe Johnny's got a really good climb here that he can gain some time with, but Avidrock certainly looking like he's going to take this one down at this point.
Yeah, I mean, until you get back to the normal flat land also, I mean, one wrong move on the climb can send you all the way back down to the bottom if you really mess it up, so.
Very true.
That's probably, along with the first Death Warp, the biggest possibility of, a shifting of lead.
Mm-hmm. Avidrock was actually a little slow there to grab Howard and pop, but ends up cleaning it up just in time.
607 to 612 on the pipes. So as long as the ducks are there, Avidrock is taking this one.
Yeah, GG to both runners, but Avidrock about 5 seconds ahead, and I think that was ultimately just from those couple pops that Johnny took, doing the setup for Grandma's basement to enter into the abyss to go grab the double jump ball. He popped a couple times there, and I think that was ultimately it.
Yeah, and then, I mean, to give credit where credit's due, he also climbed back another 2 or 3 seconds that he was down from the very beginning. So,
right,
there was about a 7 to 8 second turnaround in total.
Mm-hmm. But yep, just getting started here. Avidrock taking down the first and best of 3 scenario. So, still have more bubble to see between these two runners. I hope Johnny gets it together. He's my pick to take this down. I think that, that was really close. I think it could still go either way. Hopefully he's not shook. I want to see, I want to see it go to game 3. I want to see as much bubble as possible today. So
I'm with you there. I mean, only 5 seconds difference. Not a big deal. I think it might have also just been maybe some first-time bubble tournament nerves. It seems like he has the skills to pay the bills. He just hesitated a little on a couple things. And then, like you pointed out, the unfortunate pops. But I think, if both players are going head-to-head playing to their best, I think this is a pretty close matchup right here.
Yeah, it looks close. And that's what's really cool about this tournament is I think that there are a lot of talented runners and a lot of people putting up comparable times. So I expect all of these matches to be of this quality, which is really exciting. Looking forward to all of today's games.
Yeah, I mean, towards, getting to last night, the day before, towards, I guess, working your way up to this tournament, everyone's times seemed to get really close. I mean, I know it's all PBs and resets, but I mean, on average, when I was watching these community races, they all seemed rather within, 15 seconds of each other at most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I noticed the times trended in that direction as well. And it looks like we're off here. It's I think Avidrock popped a couple times here on this first wall, and he does clear it perfectly this time. So that's good to see. I think some of those nerves from that first race are gone.
Yeah, Avidrock also using the buoyancy and the height to his advantage, clearing that first obstacle to get the dive ball. It's kind of hard to notice, but it's actually kind of precise to do that very smoothly and on time. And that's pretty much led to roughly an entire screen as far as a lead on Avidrock's side.
Yep, just a little bit faster. We see Johnny Link taking the safety bell before the Great Wall again. And he pops. So, good call.
Great example of how you should just sometimes take the safer marathon strats for your races rather than just trying to go balls to the wall. But for all the racers out there listening, there is a Sacred Oils controller up for grabs for that fastest time. So, playing safe might not be what you actually want to do.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, it depends on do you want the pride, or do you want that do you want that sweet controller? Or maybe you just want to take them both down,
Absolutely. All right, so working into these waterways for Avidrock at like 123-ish, 124-ish. And it looks like Johnny Link will probably be hitting it around the 138-ish area. 136.
Yeah, I'm confused how Johnny fell so far behind already. I saw that he had popped once and, Avidrock had a couple better movement options, but didn't think they would add up to like this kind of time loss as we see Johnny taking another unfortunate pop there, double jumping over to break the brick. So Avidrock pretty firmly in the lead at this point, but, we haven't even done the Abyss bell skip yet for the double jump ball, so very easily could flip back the other way during this next section.
Yeah, that's why I always like to point out, I mean, it's hard to really know unless you've played this game, but movement and timing to use your buoyancy, your height, everything is what really counts in this game. So even though it looks like they're basically doing the same things, you can see one racer just steadily moving ahead just by slightly more optimized movements, using the buoyancy a little better, canceling buoyancy with double jumps or dives.
Yeah, and I think that's probably a part of the game that's underexplored at this point still. I think runners have an understanding of the buoyancy mechanics and double jump canceling, but I think that that's something that could probably allow people to take the game, even further.
All right, Avidrock making it through that little bell skip.
Crazy. Somebody's got to miss it today.
Yeah, I want to see someone take this 20-second hit and take that scenic walk of shame.
Yep. It can't be Johnny, though. I don't want Johnny to miss it.
I don't want it to be Johnny. Oh!
No! Commentator's curse. So yeah, that's gonna be, I don't know. Oh, actually, yeah. That's he didn't, because he didn't grab the double jump bell yet.
Oh yeah, this is even more of a hit. Wow, I didn't even think of this scenario right here. Dying before you get the dive bell.
Yeah. And see Johnny take another pop on the way down. Probably a little shook now from that mistake. Hopefully he can recover and at least finish this one out. You see Avidrock. Ooh, Avidrock nails the Great Wall Bell skip, heading over to pick up Deadeye and the rest of the duck. So Avidrock really on point.
Johnny Link approaches. Oh, we're still diving down. Wow. Unfortunate for Johnny here. So yeah, it's going to take some major mess ups on Avidrock's side for Johnny to pull this one off.
Yeah, it would take something unprecedented, I think, at this point, as we see Avidrock moving in and plucking Plucky out of his pond. Next, he'll be heading up towards the clouds to grab Ferdinand, Wild Wing, and Howard.
And if you look on your left, folks, you'll see the rest of the game.
Yeah, Johnny manages to get the double jump bell and takes the old scenic ride of shame through the pipe. Because he missed the bell skip down there in the abyss.
But I recommend, I know everyone here is watching this race. I recommend everyone at least take the time to play this game casually. It's a quick 30-minute grind, maybe 40 minutes, and you'll be done. It's absolutely fun.
Yeah, for sure. And I would definitely do it before if the speedrun interests you, if you're not a speedrunner, or regardless of whether you're a speedrunner or not, if the speedrun interests you, I would really recommend that you play the game casually first. It's a really nice experience. And, I think it's a great speed game, but I think that's the way it's meant to be enjoyed. It's a really cute, pleasant game, creates a really relaxing atmosphere, has a great soundtrack. And it's just fun to, kind of roll around and figure it out for yourself. It's an interesting puzzle to solve. So If you're gonna speedrun it, by all means, but I would definitely recommend do the quick 30-minute casual playthrough first. Have some fun with it.
So I have a drop just now, catching who is it, Howard, and now at the pipe at like 540.
Yeah, 540. Johnny
So I
takes
mean, there you go, folks. A nice sub 6 right there, a 540. I mean, I guess it'll possibly be 6 by the time we hit the water.
Yeah, I think it's like it's a pretty long pipe. I want to say like 34 seconds. If I
Yeah, it
remember
is something
correctly.
insane like that.
So yeah, I think he'll touch down at like 6:14. But still a really good time from Avidrock. He nailed both bell skips. That was a really, really clean run.
Yeah, it's very clean play. Some slight fumbles here or there, but nothing to actually even care about.
Yep, and we see he has all 8 ducks, thankfully. that would have been, the only way at this point, but does pick up all 8 ducks. So GG to Avidrock, really clean run from him, great execution, nails both critical bell skips. And let's just watch Johnny and, kind of cheer him on as he finishes this one out. Yep, Johnny moving down to the popped bracket, but as we discussed previously, this is a double elimination event, so if we get to run again here in the future, let's see if I have an idea. Is he going to be playing Chuckles or no?
Nope, Chuckles will be facing. Oh,
Loser of 9, yeah. So
yeah.
Okay, moving down to separate brackets. I just wanted to see if we were already gonna know if these players were matching up or not.
All right, so Johnny Link still up here, coming up on I forget this duck's name.
And this is Wild Wing. You gotta
Wild
grab
Wing.
him. Grab him out of his. He's chilling in the spa.
Yeah, you got to pull your
taking a little
wild
bath.
move to get Wild Wing.
Run some game. Johnny moving past one of the last places you can really pop as he starts his ascent in the clouds.
Yep, and again, I'd watch this movement because you can either do the stair stepping, you can do these rebound moves that you see right there.
Yeah, this gives you a good idea of what kind of options the players have available. Like right there, you see Johnny takes a nice bounce to kind of clear that cloud on the right and skips from the first cloud all the way up to the third. Stuff like that, just like these little micro executions that can really, if you sure that might have saved him, tenths of a second or something, but you do that enough times over the course of the run, it adds up.
Yeah, we even saw that earlier in this match where, 8-11 pipe entry. But yeah, we saw that earlier where they basically looked to be doing the same thing, but Avidrock was just slightly pulling ahead the whole time, and that's just because those tiny little optimized movements will add up over the course of the 6 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a lot of what speedrunning is. I'm sure a lot of people watching the event know that, but for the people who don't actively speedrun any games, a lot of it is, finding small time saves and finding as many as you can and having them add up over the course of the event or the course of the run. So yeah, I mean, you might find some sort of movement improvement that saves, 0.1 or something, but do that 10 times, you saved an entire second. But GG to Johnny finishing up there. Looks like 8:44 water entry, has all 8 ducks. GG to both runners. Avidrock taking this one down 2-0. We'll be moving on. Johnny, moving down to that popped bracket.
Yep, and this will be our first match that someone has taken a clean sweep with, but, never fear, Johnny Link will be back, as you have said. And up next, it looks like we have the terrific Tracy versus Pico de Gallo. I think we're also going to be doing a slight comm shift during this break. So, Mr. Perfect Finn, I thank you for being here and being able to fill in for Noise Police on the fly.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Thanks so
may
much for
be
having
back
me.
with Chuckles, and if not, maybe Noise Police will if he solves some things.
Yep,
But I know
think I'll
you'll be back after that.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be back a little bit later. But yeah, thanks so much for having me for now. I will definitely be back a little bit later this afternoon. Good luck to both Tracy and Pico. I'm interested to see where this one goes. But thanks, 40, and I'll talk to you soon.
All right, thank you. And with that, I believe we'll all be taking a slight little break as we all do set up for comms and everything. So hang tight. Again, exclamation point Böbl. If you want to grab this game, maybe during the breaks, you can play it on the side and get a feel for what these people are doing. Otherwise, we'll see you here in a bit. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the tournament. I am joined by an actual racer and a person who actually knows stuff about this route. Chuckles, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. It's good to be here, 40 Watt.
Glad to have you. How'd you feel about your race go and how it went?
Well, got off to a bit of a rough start with popping in the first 10 seconds. But, after the first round jitters went away, I was able to focus and get down to business, but Rod was just a little too fast for me. I couldn't quite keep up.
Yep. First one's always tough. I remember my first time on at least the Smash TV tournament. I was a ball of nerves myself, but you always got the second chance. I'm sure you'll do fine.
Yeah, the Deadeye Bell skip is what did me in. I went for it all 3 times, and I missed it all 3 times. I think Rod got a 6:05 on the third race, and there was no way I was going to catch that. That was a really impressive run.
Yeah, I mean, that's going in. That's what, like a 5:25 pipe entry-ish, somewhere around there?
The pipe takes about 34 seconds to get through.
All right, so I believe we're getting Evil Elf and its Alti setup. So I was completely wrong with the racers I said earlier, but here we are.
Well, I think we had a no-show in the previous race, so I believe that Pico de Guile is advancing to the next round.
Oh, okay. I did not notice that. It must have happened while I stepped away. I see. Well, that makes it interesting then. We'll see Avidrock 42 and Pico up in the next bracket.
Yeah, so this is another interesting matchup here between Evil Elf and its Alti. Both of these runners are new to Böbl, but not new to speedrunning. They both have some experience. Evil Elf specializes in TMNT, and its Alti is kind of a jack of all trades. He participates in Overswarm's Sunday speedruns, where you get a game and you have an hour to learn it, and then you put on a speedrun. So he's a very quick learner.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a skill that will do you well here. I always tell people that if there's something in their main grind game that they're bad at, they should take a break and play a game that focuses on that one bad thing. And I think if you have the ability to learn all these different games in different ways, you've probably built up a very wide variety of skills and how to play various games.
Yeah, and the great thing about Böbl is that, really anybody can get into it. It doesn't require a lot of pixel perfect tricks. It's all about flow and about good movement. And if you're a speedrunner of any type, you could probably do well if you just put a little bit of time into this game.
I don't know if the flow was a pun or not, but I'm a fan of flow, so I'm gonna run with that. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely, and like I was saying earlier, it's very unique. I've never really played a game where you hold a button and then release it to jump. Normally you press it, you jump, you keep moving on. But this, you gotta, anytime you want to jump over an obstacle, you gotta prepare for it.
Yeah, the physics of this game definitely take a little getting used to, but most people within an hour of playing it, they've really got the hang of it, and then they can work on, anticipating the next screen, knowing the route, and optimizations.
Yeah, and then at least for myself, you'll if you're playing it casually, I think you kind of realize when that's happened, when you're purposefully finding yourself trying to bounce off columns and jump gaps just for the fun of it. So you definitely pick it up quickly.
Absolutely. The other great thing about this game is that it really is a series of discrete events. You don't have to worry about, like carrying a weapon through the game or keeping your health up. Each screen is a little puzzle to solve, and you can optimize one, and then you can go back and work on the other ones later. So you don't have to do it all at once. You can kind of add tricks in as you learn them.
That's definitely a good point. I never really thought of it like that. I see we have the racers being counted in, so shortly we should see them starting off. All right, we see its Alti screen coming up. Its Alti is about 4 seconds ahead, so everyone keep that in mind until we sync up. All right, so now we are definitely synced up. We see that they are basically in the same position. Noise Police, or sorry, Evil Elf slightly ahead. Oh, And as I say that, commentators curse.
Those early pillars are a trap. I can't tell you how many times experienced people pop on them. It's very frequent.
Absolutely. I mean, when I was playing it any percent style, I can't tell you how many times I reset off the first or second column.
It looks like Alti had a little trouble with the Great Wall, made it over on the second try, so that'll close the gap a little bit.
Yep, we have Evil Elf diving down now, just on its Alti's tail slightly, getting over the Great Wall with ease. It's Alti entering the first pipe, the game introducing you to pipes. This being the introduction of, hey, press a direction, you'll go that direction.
Now, I think world record time at the Iron Ball is about 1:13, so they're both a little bit off that, but still in pretty good shape.
Evil Elf now hitting that pipe skip as its Alti grabs that Iron Ball and makes their way to... Oh, a little difficulty there, but luckily didn't hit another surface and pop.
So Alti was a 1:23, Evil Elf was a 1:32, so that's a 9-second gap at the Iron Ball.
Alrighty, Evil Elf diving down. Still on its Alti's tail. Luckily, not too much of anything as far as getting in the way of either of these two to make a gap large. But, you know, I'd like to see something happen to shrink the gap.
Well, it looks like they both hit the grandma jump, and this is where the difficulty really starts to increase.
Absolutely. Again, we're in that death warp phase, so no one wants to hit any bells. We're going after that Iron Ball. Evil Elf over, opting not to choose the old-fashioned grandma. It's Alti having a little difficulty grabbing the duck there. Now, if you grab that duck and you don't immediately bounce out, like how hard is it to actually get right back out of that little pond with how shallow it is?
Getting back out of that pond isn't too tough. The tricky part is if you iron ball down towards the duck and let go too soon, your momentum will carry you to the bottom and you'll pop and have to go all the way back up to the top.
As we say that, its Alti clears the bell. Evil Elf making his way up. Cleanly executing it the same.
Evil Elf took a bit of a safe strategy there, but really the most important thing on that screen is to skip the bell and to not pop before you get jump ball.
Absolutely. As Finn was saying earlier, you know, in a race, sometimes, you know, safety is faster. So we see its Alti making their way down to Scrooge as Evil Elf's going the same way. And as I was saying before we took this, we do now have two racers basically taking the same route, so you can kind of keep track with who's who as far as in the lead. And another beautiful ball skip by it, or bell skip by its Alti. Evil Elf doing the same. Alti passing by Frogger. Missing the pixel perfect death, but again, it's pixel perfect.
Ooh, Elf just took a costly pop there and now is going to have to try that bell skip again.
Ouch. So yeah, this is a good example of, you know, one small little movement mistake and then also accidentally hits the bell right there.
Yeah, Elf is going to have to take the long way back up, and it's going to need to hope for some serious magic in the clouds to pull this one off. But it is best 2 out of 3.
Absolutely. You know, you don't want to just give the race to one person just because one small minor mistake. It's nicer to have the racers kind of prove themselves. And I believe Evil Elf may have even just started playing this game like this week or last week.
Yeah, they both picked it up for the tournament, but Elf was a later entry to the bracket, and I've watched him practice. He's had some really impressive times.
All right, Alti coming up to the climb. This is personally my favorite part of the game to watch just because I feel like it's really a test of all the movement you've learned at this point. How to, you know, dive, how to double jump properly. Alti now basically at the end of this game just has to avoid 1 or 2 small obstacles and then you're home free. Once you're in this section, you actually can't pop. You can bounce on the sides all you want. And we have another sub-6 pipe entry. I don't think it'll be sub-6 by the time they hit the water, but still an impressive run on Alti's side. GG.
For us to see a sub-6 finished run, we're going to need to see a pipe entry of about 525 or lower.
Ooh. All right, Evil Elf on the last leg of the climb here, just double jumping his way up. And he's now on top of it. Just needs to collect, I believe, 1 more duck, and then he's out of here.
Yep, Howard's the last one up here, and he gets the pop, and he's heading towards the finish line now.
All right, and there he goes. 635, so we'll see like a 710 or so, 709. So GG's to both of them. Again, this is definitely not it. They get 2 out of 3. And then we also have the popped bracket.
I know I definitely felt a lot more settled in on the second heat. The first one, there was a lot of nerves and worrying about making mistakes. The second one, you can kind of settle in.
Yeah, especially, I mean, I don't think anyone's ever ran this game ever in a tournament setting, so I think for a lot of people it's going to be like that. You just got to get that first one over with to realize it's no different than playing any other day. Just got to make it count. All right, so we got a 611, 709 I see in the chat. Both racers are ready, so we'll soon be counting them in. So on this next little race right here, where are you putting your money?
I'm expecting a better performance out of Evil Elf. I think he's not going to pop in the first 10 seconds like he did in the first race. I don't think either of these guys is going to win by more than 10 seconds, but I do think Elf is going to even it up here.
Yeah, I think it's basically what we were just talking about for Elf. I think he's going to get that first one, get it out of his system, and now we'll probably see a different player right here. And they're off. So now of them both basically synchronized. They both hit in the dive ball roughly at the exact same time, doing that beautiful flow movement. Little delay from Elf, so now Alti's about half a screen ahead.
They both did very nicely with the great wall there. No hiccups yet.
Yeah, right now you're basically seeing what I'd consider almost textbook. You know, it's not like optimized world record, but this is how you want to play during a race right here. So they're both coming out of the pipe again. It's still roughly only about half a screen ahead of each other. Both nailing the pipe skip entry. I think Evil Elf even got a quick pipe right there. And we see 114 iron ball, 114-ish, 0.9 probably on Evil Elf's side, so we're very close still.
Yeah, that's probably about as close as we're going to see in any of these races. This is a section where you can really separate yourself with clean movement and a good flow between the screens. Ideally, you can only bounce off that block bridge one time.
Now, do you know if the once versus like 2 or 3 hits actually saves time, or?
I think you can save a little bit of time with only one hit. It's not a major difference. It's certainly faster than holding an iron ball and bouncing, 7 or 8 times off of it.
Definitely.
But the key to that high bounce is just releasing iron ball right after you bounce to get a nice high bounce, and it kind of sets up the dive off of the bridge.
So now we have both racers moving on to collect Darkwing. Alti just doing just that. Now they make their way down. Again, we're in the danger zone, people. This is Death Warp territory, so they do not want to touch bells at all.
Elf had a little bit of a hiccup on Darkwing, but the main thing is just don't pop. You can recover from any small mistakes. Popping now is you're really making your job harder.
All right, it's Alti grabbing the ball and moving on through the Death Warp. Evil Elf doing just the same. Collecting Aflac, taking the cool little dive down. For some reason, I just like the way that looks, and it probably feels really cool when you're playing it too.
Yeah, going on the route from Aflac right down to Scrooge, it is a fun little dive there.
I liked what I saw Evil Elf do. Instead of moving forward, he just took that. That's a good buoyancy example right there. Just dove down as deep as possible right there and bounced out of the water and double jumped across everything rather than kind of flowing with it. So again, how movement can make small differences there, you know. It stalls out a little bit of your time. Maybe it's safer for him though, so ultimately faster. Of course, as I'm talking about safety, he pops, so maybe I shouldn't be doing that.
Alti got the Deadeye Bell Skip on the first try. Elf is going for it, and looks like he got it, but it did take him a second try. So that's the biggest difference separating them now, is one got it on the first try and one got it on the second. And Alti's movement has just been a little more streamlined.
Yeah, Alti's definitely moving with flow. You can see clean arches, just clean movement.
Evil Elf got the quick pop after Deadeye, which saves about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, so that's good.
Oh, nice. So a good example of that. I think that's the first time it's happened so far in the tournament. Alti jumping the gap, bouncing off the column, now moving into cloud territory where you're pretty safe. This is more about just a clean movement, clean execution is what's going to make or break you at this point. Again, once we hit this climb, it's the best comparisons like Metroid's climb. You know, one wrong movement sends you right to the bottom if you're not careful.
Yeah, popping isn't really the concern in the clouds, but you can absolutely fall down a couple of screens if you're not careful.
Alti making it look simple, though. Collecting the last duck, taking the intentional pop, and now we are almost home free. You just basically got to dodge that, and you're in. 511 pipe entry. So we will see our first true sub-6 here.
Yeah, that should be the low run of the day so far, and that would put him in contention for that Sacred Oils controller.
Absolutely. So any of you racers out there, of course, pride is on the line with that placement finish and getting that controller, but if you just want that controller, go balls to the wall, do your PB attempt. And a 545. Let's give it up, ladies and gentlemen. It's Alti.
That was still a solid run by Evil Elf, but its Alti was just too tough of competition. If Elf had been up against me, that run probably would have taken the win in that round.
Absolutely. Again, I was saying, you know, 6 to 615 kind of seems to be what the upper average is for this group of people. Elf is coming in right there, so nothing to be ashamed about by any means. 614, so a difference of basically 29 seconds. I mean, but you're going up against that run that Alti had. That's a juggernaut right there.
So that moves Evil Elf down to the popped bracket, and I do think that he's going to make some waves down there.
Absolutely. Small ripples into waves. So let's check. So with that, was that? Yeah, that was race 2. So we are on to the next bracket, or the next race, that is. So we are looking at Noise Police and Lick Arcade. I think this one will be very interesting.
This might be the most highly anticipated match of this entire day. Both of these guys are really great at this game, but they come at it from two different places. Noise Police has been running this game since the days of the NES dev version, and is really a big part of why this game gained in popularity on Twitch and on the speedrun boards. Lick Arcade, meanwhile, is an accomplished runner. He's very good at Ninja Crusaders. He recently picked up his ninja license for Ninja Gaiden. And he's a very quick learner, and he's shown what you can do with just a little bit of time in this game if you dedicate some serious practice to it.
Absolutely. Noise Police also been a man of misinformation in this tournament, but we won't go into that. Or in this game, we will say.
Well, there seems to be some discrepancy about the naming of certain jumps.
Oh, there's no discrepancy. We have historical proof now that it has been discovered. We have seen proof that predates Noise Police even playing the game.
Well, the thing is, language does change over time, so just because we used to call it that doesn't mean we have to call it that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, this is true. Victor's right to history, and my PB is definitely lower than his at the moment.
If Noise Police wins this whole tournament, he can name any jump he wants Grandma's Basement.
Yep, everyone except for the grandma. That's not a jump, though. For those of you who are wondering what we're even rattling on about, back in the day, there was a random movement that we called the grandma, and then time passed between people playing it, and then other things got named the grandma. So we just like to have some goofery back and forth, because the thing that was originally named the grandma is not even something that deserves to be named. But history is history. No matter how much you want to go ahead and rewrite it, it is how it happened.
I'm less interested in the terminology and much more interested in what we're about to see on these screens here. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's absolutely going to go the distance, the full 3 rounds.
Yes, for sure. Both of these guys, like you were saying, very well seasoned in this game. Both of them just seasoned gamers on top of that. So I'm very excited to see this. This is going to be, we're probably going to see some high-level movement. And I would even wager to say we'll see some risk taken here. Maybe see some things we haven't seen yet.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're going to see some tricks pulled out that we haven't seen yet. And there's a lot on the line here. Both of these guys, they have a bit of a gentleman's agreement on the side. No money's changing hands, of course. But there are some terms, and whoever loses this matchup is going to have to play a game on stream that they're not particularly fond of.
I believe Noise Police may even have to play it with his feet.
That's right. I'm told that if Lick Arcade wins, Noise Police will be playing Ninja Crusaders using an NES Advantage controller with his feet. And that's a game that he's never even played with his hands. And I believe that if Noise Police wins, Lick Arcade is going to have to play some Street Fighter 2010.
Keep in
There
mind,
might even have been talk about it being a pacifist run, if that's possible.
keep in mind too, Noise Police has webbed feet similar to a duck, so this that might be interesting since he can't grip it appropriately.
Noise Police is also definitely a fresh air enthusiast, and the bubble is filled with air, so he has that going for him.
That's good. I don't know if Noise Police actually has webbed feet either, so don't take my word on that.
Well, you're the one with the microphone, so whatever you say goes.
Alright, so again, let's give a shout out to GG Speedruns for hosting this event. We got Mr. Dino, Krilos, and the rest of the team always putting in work on everything they do, top notch. Just as someone who could see what was going on behind the scenes, people were working up until the moment of basically this starting. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to Soap Team. It's just kind of their first event, and so far I think it's going off smoothly. I like to see what's going on in the future with them. And then also another shout out to Morph Cat Games. They made this beautiful game, and a lot of devs sometimes ignore some people or ignore the communities. These guys were totally down with what we were doing. They gave us early access to the ROM so the racers could start preparing for the race prior to its release. So again, Skunky's throwing out that link right there. if you can throw some cash their way for the game, feel free. It is name your own price, so times are tough these days with what's going on. If you just need a break from all of that, just grab the game and have some enjoyment.
Absolutely. A lot of work really went into this. And right here in this race, Noise Police is one of those people. He was in contact with the developers as 1.1 was coming out. And I think, he kind of stayed on them and they listened to his feedback, and it was really important to have that line of communication with the devs.
Yeah, and that goes to show like how much they are actually listening and willing to work, because some devs you can scream into the air and you won't even get a response, let alone actually having true back and forth and bugs and troubleshooting and whatnot. So good shout out on them. So I believe both racers are ready, and we are now just waiting for a count in. All right. So fun fact here, and I don't know if a like on Twitter confirms this or not, but if you play the game Micro Mages, also made by MorphCat, there is a little bubble in there, and it looks rather similar to this one. So I just like to believe that bubble escaped that evil world and went on to live his bubble life.
I like that. I think that's pretty good. All right, it looks like we're going here. We'll get these synced up. Both of them made it clean into the dive ball, and they're on their way.
Yep, it'll be a little hard to tell who's in the lead because one racer does not have the tenths of seconds up, but that's not a real big deal. I'm sure by the end, maybe by the end we will need those tenths of seconds. But as we see it now, Lick Arcade looks to be roughly half a screen as Noise Police takes a pop, so I can guarantee you at this point, Lick Arcade is in the lead.
It looked like Lick took the safe strategy over that great wall where you approach it, come to a stop, dive down, and jump. It's a little bit slower, but as we saw Noise Police pop there, it's definitely the safer way to go.
Yep. As I was predicting, though, we'll see some people taking some risks. I assume Noise Police would be one of those. He's a guy that likes to live on the edge, I feel, and takes his risks.
Lick Arcade with a good time to the iron ball, about 1:15. That's right about where you want to be.
That seems to be roughly the average time for collecting that item.
With perfect movement, you can get there at about 1:13, but that's if you take some more risks.
Noise Police on the iron ball at 1:36-ish.
So he's about 21 seconds behind, but, this is where they start to separate. A single pop here can cost you that much time depending on where it is.
Yep. Lick Arcade, when going to bounce over those two little columns, taking a little bonk, gets a little lucky he was still holding that button because that could have led to a pop. Might have not been a big time hit, but still a hit nonetheless.
Looks like Lick Arcade picked up the quick jump to those breakable blocks, often referred to as Grandma's basement.
Ooh, Noise Police taking another pop, trying to go for this little sequence break right here, but nailing the single hop sequence break.
Well, this is the most important screen of the whole race coming up here. Let's see if Lick Arcade can get over cleanly without hitting that bell. He takes his time for the setup, and he does get over cleanly.
Yeah, I mean, if you lose a second setting it up, no big deal. It's better than losing the 20, 30 seconds you can potentially lose.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it looks like Noise Police took a pop right on the screen transition. We didn't actually see it.
thing I learned about those screen transitions when I was tazzing this game way back when is even though they're black and they blank out all of your movements, the very first 2 frames you have control over your bubble are still black, so you can actually pop on stuff without even seeing it.
I know I've done that a few times. Speaking of tasks, there has been some improvements lately. One of our racers, Avidrock42, has actually been working on a Bobble 1.1 task. It's pretty great to watch.
Yeah, especially with something like this because it gives you a true human theory potential type of thing, since there's nothing real crazy being done, at least that I know of at this time.
Lick Arcade is having a clean run, and he even got the pixel perfect Deadeye pop that saved him a couple of seconds. He's already on to Plucky, duck number 5. Noise Police is heading down the pipe towards Scrooge, so there's still some separation here.
Yep, Lick Arcade is in the clouds though, so at least when it comes to movement, he has a little bit of safety on him right now. Avoiding the tar pit.
Seems like everybody's been doing a pretty good job today avoiding that tar pit. If you don't get that perfect bounce right out of there, you can definitely cost yourself a few seconds or even a pop if you're not careful.
Alright, so Lick Arcade moving his way through to the climb as Noise Police unfortunately is pretty behind at this time, but and taking another pop. I need to stop talking about people's safety because every time I do that, they pop.
Well, hopefully the first race jitters are out of the way, and we'll see a much closer matchup in round 2.
Yeah, I would definitely like to see that. Noise Police definitely not playing to his true potential or ability right now. Like you're saying, it's probably nerves, maybe some other things got in his head. Looks like he just reset and said screw it.
Well, Lick Arcade is on his way to the second sub 6-minute run of the day, so it would have taken a lot to beat him in this first heat.
Yeah, I mean, Lick Arcade, he was playing on absolute fire pace, and you know when that happens, you just can't mess with it unless you're on, you're playing at that same level. All you can do at that point is just kind of hope that something goes wrong. But when someone's playing that cleanly, the chances of that happening are pretty slim. And a 5:52, another official sub 6, right on the money as well.
I think we're going to see some more of those today. I'm really looking forward to the first matchup we get where both runners are sub 6. I think that we'll probably see that in the later rounds.
Absolutely. If other tournaments are any kind of example, I always think that usually the semifinals matches are some of the best matches you can watch because you've whittled it down to the absolute best players and they don't hold anything back. So I'm very excited to see that. As you saw on the left on Lick Arcade's screen, the little menu pop up, that is the Mr. hardware running on a NES core. This is a ROM, so all of our players are playing on various platforms from software emulation, hardware emulation, and flashcards on real hardware. It all seems to perform the same. We see the same bugs on everything, the same crashes on it. So whatever everyone's comfortable with and has options with and access to.
Absolutely. I'm also playing on a Mister today, and I love it.
All right, I think our next race has started. Lick Arcade is about 5 seconds ahead, or 4 seconds ahead, so we'll get a sync here in a moment. All right. So judging what we've seen on the screen, we got Noise Police ever so slightly ahead.
The first real challenge is that great wall that we saw Lick Arcade make it over last time by playing it safe, and Noise Police popped because he took it a little more quickly. So let's see what happens here.
I just get a feeling through the movements and the style of play right now, Noise Police is not messing around. I think he's kind of upset with what happened, and he's out for revenge at this moment.
Oh, I think he reset, and he gave him a chance to clear his head, and I think we're going to see a much better run out of Noise Police here. question is, will it be enough to go up against Lick Arcade if he puts up another sub-6?
Absolutely. Both these guys' potentials are pretty much the same, so that's what I'm very interested in seeing once we pretty much get to the climb. If they're synced up there, we'll really see what's going on.
Looks like they were both 114 and change going into Iron Ball, so this is dead even.
Yeah, now we're literally synchronized, so you'll see where small movements make a big deal here. Both of them getting a double hit. Noise Police opting to bounce off a little bit.
Looks like Lick Arcade took a safety bell. That's a good move, but neither of them needed it as they both get the grandma jump cleanly.
Looks like Lick Arcade's movements just slightly ever so more optimized, which is getting him a tiny bit of a lead.
They both make it clean through the blocks, although neither of them got the quicker strat. But they are still dead even as we get into the really dangerous part of this run.
Absolutely. This is, if you're just joining us, people, we are in the middle of a death warp here. Both players have hit a bell, and now they cannot die nor hit another bell until they collect this iron ball and take an intentional death to skip about 20 to 30 seconds of gameplay. So as you can see, the walls get tight, and that's kind of how the feeling gets. See both racers taking their time, Noise Police just squeaking it out ever so slightly ahead.
This is incredibly close at this point. I'm curious to see if they take the same path here. Looks like they're both going for Aflac first, and then we'll see them take that nice dive down to Scrooge.
Absolutely. And again, a quarter screen of a lead, maybe. Who knows? I mean, we could even be synchronized slightly wrong, and Lick Arcade is slightly ahead.
Oh, it looks like Noise took a costly bell ring there. He is going to have to take a slightly slower path back up to the top because of that.
Yep, and that's what we're talking about with these Death Warp folks. There's 3 of them pretty much in this match. Kind of 4, but 3 bigger ones. And as you can see now with this route, taking just one wrong bell hit. Very big difference in route, which is going to change the lead.
Lick Arcade is successful with his Deadeye bell skip. Now Noise Police is coming into that, so he's not too far behind here. But he did take a costly pop. He's going to have to take another go at it.
Missing the pixel perfect. Oh, getting another one though.
Noise Police makes it over the Great Wall, but he does ring the bell, which will cost him a little bit of time. Meanwhile, Lick Arcade just got plucky and is on his way into the cloud section, where he'll want to focus on smooth movement and using that double jump to his advantage.
Yep, clouds are made of water, so they are safe for the bubble. And not getting tar pitted at all. Clean entrance, clean exit, so Lick Arcade is looking clean at this point. Very little can get in his way other than just movement on the climb. Oh. Seems we may have lost a feed on Lick's side, or he got the black screen of death. Oh, I'm looking over here in chat. We did get a lock, so this will be a reset of this race, which I think for everyone is probably maybe a better thing at this point. First one, folks. So, as I've mentioned when we were starting this event, but I will go ahead and speak of it now since I'm sure we have more viewers with us. This game doesn't, from time to time, seem to lock up with either a gray or black screen when transitioning. It just doesn't seem to transition back out. We have already ruled that unless there was a clear ending to this, basically meaning someone was at or in the pipe, that it would be a reset. Just because you don't know what would happen. Someone could take a pop, someone could do anything, so we've all just agreed to start that race over in that event. So I see both racers are ready to do so, and we will be starting that shortly.
I think it's the right call to make. Lick Arcade had a considerable lead, but it wasn't set in stone. And something like forgetting to go for Howard, which is a thing that runners have done, is a very costly mistake. You ride that pipe, you got to take 34 seconds, pop, and then go back. So it certainly wasn't over.
Yep, I'd agree. I mean, all this has been brought up as this possibility. Like, I even was saying, like, if someone's in the clouds, that could be a sure thing. And then a bunch of people who have played this route more in depth than I have are like, A, B, or C could happen. So it was just agreed upon with everybody that this is how it would happen.
Hopefully we don't see too much of that today, but it is a possibility. Thankfully, it's a short run and they're not 45 minutes into something longer.
Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate that it did happen in a cloud section, but to be honest, it seems when most people have this hard lock, it is in the cloud section, so that's just the nature of the beast.
Well, both of these runners made it cleanly over the Great Wall, so there's a little bit of separation here. We'll check it at the Iron Ball, but it's going to be close again.
Yep, it looks like Noise Police is probably about 3/4 of a screen ahead, maybe a screen at this point. So we're still sitting at 1-0. Lick Arcade reset that last race because of this hard lock. Got Noise Police entering the pipe at 119, Lick Arcade at 120.9-ish, so it's still very close and a lot of race to really change that.
Absolutely, and as we saw in the previous run, the biggest thing you can do to have a good time is to not make mistakes and pop. That's even more important than movement. So Noise Police needs to have a clean run here. He needs to not have any of those larger mistakes if he wants to compete with Lick.
Lick now coming in a little ahead. Missing the first one. Oh, Noise Police catching it though. So now Noise Police taking a slight lead. And that's the great example of it. Not really, small things can make big differences. Basically synced up at this point though.
Well, we saw them both get the bell skip down below last time. Let's see if they can pull it off again.
Yeah, both racers took it very cautiously, so I'm wondering if either one's a little more pumped. Oh no. Noise Police unfortunately popping and then popping again as Lick Arcade approaches the most important screen of the entire game. Getting it with ease and popping. Noise Police taking more of the intended route to this skip, popping somehow there as well.
We saw Lick there almost leave the clouds without grabbing Affleck. You got to make sure you make contact with those ducks, because the last thing you want to do is get to that final screen and not see all 8.
Oh yeah, I mean that's instant loss as long as the other person finished the game and didn't give up before you at that point.
Well, the good thing is, when you're in that final room with the ducks, you can pop and go back and get any ducks that you might have missed.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
It's certainly costly, and if you forget one like Affleck, which is one of the earlier ducks, it's a big time loss. But I think that's part of why we're timing it to the duck room and not to the pipe entrance, because it's not over until we see those ducks.
Noise Police yeeting himself over that bell. I don't know if anyone else saw that. He just went right over that thing. Oh no.
Well, Lick Arcade is on his way to duck number 5, Plucky. The game's much more linear at this point.
And getting Plucky, I mean, they're making it look easy. It's not as easy as you think, folks. Like, you have to do a lot of buoyancy canceling so you just don't bounce out of that water and hit something and pop. Lick Arcade avoiding the tar pit. Doesn't want to stop off at La Brea to see them fossils. Making his way up and collecting the duck.
Oh, we saw once again Lick Arcade trying to leave before he gets the duck. It's like he's in a hurry or something.
Yeah, I mean, That's like you said, that's why we got to make sure all 8 ducks, people get ahead of themselves, they get caught in muscle memory and aren't actually paying attention to anything. I mean, anything can happen.
The other thing with this game is a lot of people do also run any percent where you're just heading to the end without getting the ducks. And if you're used to doing that, especially Howard at the end, it's very easy to get to that last gap and just jump straight across and forget that you're even going down to get that duck. I feel like if we're going to see anybody forget a duck, it's probably going to be Howard.
Look, taking a clean arch to grab that duck and take minimal bounces to pop. That's probably as optimized as you're going to get that intentional death. And now he's home free. We're looking at a 519 pipe entry, ladies and gentlemen. Yet another sub-6.
I think that was an incredible performance by Lick. 2 runs of sub-6, and not even a 559, but his last one was a 555, and I think this one will be lower. It's going to be hard for anybody to compete with that if Lick can keep it up throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, that's just absolutely great gameplay. I mean, with how close the last match is, I think it's fair that he won it again. But, you know, I mean, to win it with a 553 on the water, you know, 200ths of a second off on the dot, really clean.
Yeah, GG's to both these runners. Nice work by Lick, and I would not want to face him in the next round.
Yeah, he definitely seems to be one of the people that you got to look out for.
You know, the seeding for this tournament was based upon PBs submitted a week ago, and I'm pretty sure that if the submission had been closer, he'd have been ranked a little bit higher because he's just been improving day after day.
That's what I was saying earlier. Someone could also just be playing the meta game and submit an 8-minute PB when they're actually sub-6 in every time. So, up next, let's take a look at who we have on the bracket. It looks like we have Retrophile TV and 420 Death. Whoever wins that round will go on to face El Rucco due to a forfeit on DACA's side. Shouldn't say necessarily a forfeit, it was more of a no-show, so that person still does have an extra chance in the popped bracket, but as the rules state, no show, no flow.
I think this next matchup's going to be a good one, and another case where the seeding is not indicative of the potential of these runners. Retrophile started playing this game actually before 1.1 came out. He did some runs on NES dev version. 420 Death also recently picked up the game. He runs a lot of Metroid games and other stuff on the Game Boy Advanced. And he's been playing this game pretty much every day since it came out and just keeps getting faster and faster.
So that's one thing that's I've really enjoyed about this tournament starting up. I mean, I played any percent a while ago. I haven't personally touched the game since then, but the community that has built up around this game is just awesome. When I was playing the game, I think there was like 4 or 5 of us playing, and now we have a tournament of 18, and that doesn't really include any of the old school players. So really happy to see this game get some great attention, get a lot of people behind it, and not just a lot of people, a lot of good people. So if any of y'all think this is interesting, that's yet another reason I would say to join in on this. There's just a great group of people, and they're all willing to help you.
It really has been a wonderful community. Anytime I've gone into someone streaming this game, if I had a question when I was learning it, they were happy to stop and show me how to do something. And that goes from new players all the way up to the world record holder, Moniker 1717. They've all been really friendly, and it's just a great community to be a part of.
Yeah, I guess I should say that. I'd say Moniker is one of definitely the old schoolers. He picked it up right when we were all playing it as well. And I mean, for those of you that don't know, this man plays like a machine sometimes with this game. You see Skunky's old world record. I honestly didn't really think that could be improved, and somehow Moniker basically shaved an entire second off of it with just, again, cleaner play. So you can Also, remember though that just because someone has a world record doesn't mean that they're going to be the guaranteed win. A lot of people like to just place their final bets on that fastest time, but when it comes to racing, there's a whole lot of difference between that.
That's right. And that world record didn't come on, the first run of the day or anything like that. That took hundreds of hours of practice. We're just looking at a very small segment here. We're looking at 3 races at the most. Anything can happen. Anybody can pop in that amount of time. And it's not a given that you're going to get 3 PB quality runs in a row for sure.
Absolutely. A lot of people forget it took, 200, 2,000 resets to get that time. And that was just between their last PB, not even since they popped the game in the system. So when you can't reset and you just got to deal with what's happening, it's different. There's a mental game behind it. There's obviously the physical game behind it. So anything can go. But again, we have Retrophile TV and 420 Death up next. We're just setting it up and waiting to get going. Also, I just want to give quick shout outs to Pico de Gallo for having the cleanest verse, in my opinion, on a certain bubble rap. I liked everyone's verses, but Pico came with that fire and that energy.
Everybody did a really great job with that rap. I had some ideas about some lines for verses, but I gotta be honest, as soon as I heard the early draft of it, I knew I couldn't compete with that fire, and I just put those notes away.
It's all for fun. I would have loved to hear it. I don't know if we're going to debut. I mean, I know it's out there. I don't know if it's going to be debuted on this race. I would love to hear it during an interlude of some kind or anything like that. Interlude? What am I talking about?
That would be great. And if we don't have it today, maybe we can have it in place for the second day of the tournament.
Which, by the way, for those of you that don't know, December 19th will be when we're wrapping all of this up. Our goal is to try to get to the top 8. I believe that's top 8 across the entire match. So we're trying to get through basically the first rounds of the top and bottom brackets, aka bubble popped brackets, and as well as the second round of bubble pop brackets. We're looking to go until roughly 10, 11 p.m. Central, people. So if you're in it for the long haul, so are we. And I guess while we're also waiting, I'll just give more shout outs to the people involved in this. GG Speedruns, the channel you're at now. Everyone give props to Mr. Dino and his crew of fantastic people. They put some events together rather quickly with very good looks. Make do with what they got, and you're seeing it right in front of you now. We got Team Soap on their first adventure, really doing it nice. Picking a great game that many people don't necessarily know about or haven't played, but might have heard about through friends or through talks or through streams. And of course, again, MorphCat Games for providing the game, giving our racers early access to the newer version so they could practice and get ready for it. So if it's something you like, go ahead, !BOBL, and take a look at the game. It's a pay your own price. So, if you have the means to donate a little, feel free. I know with COVID and everything going on, it's a little weird. So if not, just take it as a break. Take it as a 20, 30-minute escape from what's going on outside.
This game definitely makes for a great distraction.
And another thing I don't know if we've really touched on with this game is the soundtrack is amazing. So as I was saying, if you need to take a break, even just pop it on and just have it chill in the background as some noise filler. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the soundtrack's really good. I believe they're going to be pushing that out on itch.io as well soon.
The sounds in this game really are great. I'm particularly fond of the cloud music, it comes on as soon as you get to the screen with Plucky, which is why Plucky's probably my favorite duck, because you get that music, it kind of builds some excitement, and you're getting close to the end.
And as well, if if you're a fan of just the production of this game, go ahead and check out Micro Mages. It's another game by Morphcat Games. I would highly recommend it. 4-player couch co-op mode on the NES or PC. It's popping up on your screen right now in the bottom left. As we are counting Retrofile TV and 420 Death in for their first race, you should see them starting anytime soon. And here we go. Oh, unfortunately, Retrofile taking a pop on one of the first columns you approach in the game.
420 came right back and popped as well, so it's not going to make too much of a difference yet.
Ah, that's good. So we're basically where we should be then. Oh, no.
You spoke too soon there.
I need to shut up.
Hopefully this is just some first race jitters from 420 Death. I know I had that in my first race today.
Oh, yeah. Especially, I mean, I don't know. I know some of these people are seasoned players, seasoned speedrunners, but I know some of them may be completely new to tournament play altogether. So that's definitely something that you have to get used to in the heat of the moment. Speaking of that, 420 Death popping on the column going to the waterfall. All right, so we got a 107 pipe exit going into the pipe skip at 111. 420 Death trying to make up some time there, but when you're dealing with currents, there isn't much you can do.
Now Retrofile is coming into the iron ball at 122, and he might look at that time and be a little bit disappointed with it, hoping that he's more like 114. So in his head right now, if he's not watching, he might think that he's a little bit behind. So it'll be curious to see if he takes some risks, thinking he's slow, or if he plays it safe, knowing that he's ahead.
Yeah, and as a racer, that's always a tough call. Do you want the mental game of not knowing where your competitor is, or do you want the mental game of knowing exactly where your competitor is?
I know for me, I did not want to watch the race at all. The only thing I had up was the Discord, and towards the end, I just kept worrying that I was going to see the other person say done in there.
That's exactly how I play. All right, so Retrofile getting down there, going to the old-fashioned grandma, but popping.
Looks like he took the riskier top route through that room. Some people would say that the top route is free, but I think we all know that it does take some work, and popping is always a risk.
Yep, and on top of that, there's a fast and a slow version of going through the top route because you have that little waterfall there, and if you hold the dive ball through the waterfall, you actually go slower. So if you're fast enough, you can let go of it, fall with the waterfall, then re-grab it and start diving, and that's a whole nother thing in itself.
Well, after that pop, Retrofile is probably feeling like he has some time he's got to make up. So he might take some chances here that he wouldn't otherwise. We see him thread the needle there. That's just a bit of a show-off move for him. Saves a little bit of time, but mostly it just adds a little flair to his run. He's coming into the all-important bell skip, though, and let's see how he does. Makes it over cleanly.
I'm a fan of swag strats, so I'll take them any day. First time it was done also. Oh, also Skunky pointing out the spike. This is new tech that was found kind of during this by Retrofile himself. He figured instead of bouncing off of each brick as you're breaking it, on the last one, spike yourself against the side so it just shoots you down, and it does save some frames.
Well, we just saw 420 Death also pick up the bell skip, so that keeps it close. Yeah, one of the best things about this tournament is that it's got a new set of eyes on this game, and we've already had several instances of new tech that we wouldn't have had without this tournament. 420 Death himself actually came up with a quicker strategy to rescue the first duck, Darkwing. It's more of a PB strategy, it's a little bit of a risk in a race, but it does save some time.
And again, like we were saying, if these people do have their race up and they know they're behind, it might push them to take those risks. And as we've pointed out, there is a controller on the line for someone willing to take those risks.
Well, it looks like neither of them got the Deadeye bell skip. Retrofile looks to be a little bit ahead at this point, but not by too much.
420 Death trying to bounce on the bottom, but it just ain't happening. Finally takes the last place. You can really get that death before it costs you some time. Retrophile making his way to Cloud City.
Now he picked up Plucky at 437, so we'll see where 420 Death gets it. And now they're both getting into the final segment of the game here.
Ooh, Retrophile getting that tar pit. So you can see, folks, that'll cost you a couple seconds. And if you got some tight races at this point, that could make or break it.
Retrophile had about a 20-21 second lead at Plucky, so we'll see who can do this cloud section cleaner.
.420 avoiding the tar pit, so that, you know, would make up some time as long as the movement is equal in other areas. And Retrophile now enters the climb. So you can see Retrophile taking a safer, more consistent way of kind of just stair-stepping it back and forth. It's a little slower than doing these rebounds if you know how to do the rebounds properly.
The rebounds are definitely a faster strat, but if you're not careful, you might end up bouncing yourself down.
Yep. As is most things in speedrunning, with some risk comes some reward, but also comes some penalty. And we see Retrophile in the pipe is 604, so that will be it unless there's some ducks missing. And just a thing to note about missing ducks, another weird bug that has possibly been seen in this is that the duck sprites will just not be there when you're collecting them. But as long as you go through the motions of collecting them, they should be there at the end.
That's right, and it might be hard to tell in the broadcast, but when you pick up a duck, it actually does make a low quack sound, and even if the duck is invisible, you'll still hear that quack when you should be picking up the duck. It looks like Retrophile forgot to stop his timer there, but I think he had about a 6:38. And both of these runners ended up with sub 7-minute runs. Now I know they're both not going to be real thrilled with those times, and they're going to be looking to improve in round 2.
Yep, but also keep in mind, everybody, this is basically the very first round, so it's more about getting there right now than it is about showing off, unless, of course, you just want that controller. All right, we have both racers ready for the next one. We got Retrophile 1, 420 Death, none on the board. And you know, we could see something different. Again, like both people could be playing to their best and hit one wrong bell, pop in the wrong spot, miss an item and pop. Anything can change it. So I see Mr. Dino of GG Speedruns is starting to count them in, so we will probably see them start roughly in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. No, that was just me guessing, trying to compensate for lag here.
Both of these runners had very early pops in the first run. Let's see if they can get a little bit cleaner and shake off those jitters.
All right, basically looks like they might have just captured the same screens, but I assure you it's not.
Looks like they're both off to a better start than they were last time. Now, the winning time was about 6:38. I wouldn't be surprised if they both get considerably under that in this second run.
Yeah, they both, as we've said throughout this, they've both gotten their first taste of just racing against somebody in that environment. So they've shaken off all that, you know, all that weirdness, all that feeling, and now their head's in the game. And I mean, it honestly looks like the same person's playing both games at the moment. Enter the pipe at the same time. Leave the pipe at the same time. Enter the next pipe at the same time. Take all the turns at the same time. Screen flashes at the same time. Diving at the same time. Pipe entry at the same time.
I think they'll both be much happier with their iron ball times this time. Both about 1:14. Let's see if there's any separation as we get into this flow section.
Yep, little hesitation from both. It gives Retrofile maybe like a quarter-second lead, but, you know, it's anyone's match still. Oh, a 1-breaker versus a 2-breaker, so now you can actually see that that did get 420 Death a little bit ahead, and they're back in sync now.
Everyone doing a really great job with that grandma jump today. It's one of the most satisfying jumps in the game.
The synchronization is uncanny here. Oh, so... Alright, so 420 Death getting a little bit more of an optimal entry into that sequence break there.
Now, 420 Death has a strategy in the Darkwing room where rather than shooting up into the air, he goes across the surface of the water to save time. It'll be interesting to see if he pulls it out here. Looks like he tried it, but he stumbled on the block. Luckily, he didn't pop, but he did give the lead back to Retrofile for now.
And what he just did is actually, Retrofile going to thread the needle and pop, and showing you that sometimes going the riskier routes for them frames is not the best idea. So 420 Death with the big lead here.
Well, Retrofile did pick up the win in the first race, and maybe he thought that he would...
but 420 hitting the bell. Now he's having to take the pipe of shame. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. If you look at the screen on your right, you will see the rest of the game that you really haven't seen.
It's a very disappointing ride. It costs you a lot of time, and you just have to sit there in the pipe and think about what you've done.
So, yeah, I mean, between Retrofile taking this hit and 420 Death taking this pop, who knows who's in the lead at this point. Looks like they're pretty close.
Is slightly ahead, but he just took a pop.
Commentator's curse. I mean, I feel this is the most exciting match so far, guys. I love it. I don't really care about times. I just like it when it's close.
Absolutely. They're not far apart, but they took different paths to get here. One of them had a very costly pop down below. The other one had to ride the long pipe of shame. But it's still anybody's match right now. It's going to come down to who doesn't make any more mistakes.
Yeah, Retrofile's about a screen and a half ahead at this point.
This Deadeye Bell Skip is going to be crucial to see who gets it.
420 Death bonking a little against the wall. That will cost time. Again, everything in this game is movement. There's no enemies. You just got to avoid the surfaces and make sure your movement and execution is as clean as possible.
Looks like they both got the Bell Skip, though, so it's going to be close. Oh, and 420 Death takes a pop, and now he's going to have to try the Bell Skip a second time. Looks like he gets it the second time, so that minimizes the damage.
Ooh, Retrofile just floating to the top out of nowhere. Now, I wanted to comment on this trick that 420 Death did earlier when he was collecting Darkwing. That's actually, if you want to truly cancel out your buoyancy, if you want to do it perfectly, it's actually frame and pixel perfect. So to do it really well takes a lot of practice.
Absolutely, and I've seen him done it on stream, just not in a race situation, and I was curious to see if he would use it today. If you're going for world record, you probably want to include that in your run. In a race, it might not be worth the risk.
And I just want to put it on record, when I found that on the Taz, I called it the bobber, because I know in 2 weeks Noise Police is probably going to call it something like Grandpa's Stepchild or something like that.
Well, 420 Death, I believe, did come up with the strategy, and I think he calls it the Dark Sider, but I might be wrong about that.
But here we are at the Climb Retrofile TV, executing it using rebounds and double jumps. Dark Speed. Yeah, he named it that 2 months after I named it. Lol. Taking the Death Warp, now we're at the top. $5.55 for Retrofile into the pipe. 420 Death. Collecting the bell so we can get the last duck and get up on out of here.
All that's left now is to verify that Retrophile got them all. I don't think he missed any.
All right, 628 on the water for Retrophile. All 8 ducks accounted for with, is that a Micro Mage's castle in the background? I don't know. Anyways, 420 death on the last screen before the verification. And we see 650, so 32 seconds
Well, GG's to both of these runners.
for 22.
Retrophile does advance to the next round, and 420 Death moves to the popped bracket, where I think we're going to see some better times out of him.
And keep in mind, folks, just because it's the pop bracket, the second chance bracket, doesn't mean that any of the skill or talent is any less. This is just, you know, who decided they could execute and perform at that given moment in time. You will see just as good of play on either side of the fence. So just a little behind the scenes action. I can see that this is, in fact, for one of our racers, at least their first time in a tournament. So yeah, you know, you got to shake off those first timer greenhornness and just, you know, get on with it. The first time is always tough for anything. So I believe this will be my actual last race that I've commentated for at least an hour and a half or so. Oh no, wait, never mind. I'm on for another 3.
Well, I appreciate you hanging in there. I know we had some shakeups with the commentary schedule today, so thanks for hanging around.
Absolutely, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I know you'll be back on later. You know, if where you're slotted, otherwise we'll just move it around. I really enjoyed having you here. I got a great voice. I can't even remember who you sound, but there's some YouTube video that I watched, and you sound exactly like this dude's narration, which is just beautiful.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that.
So we're gonna go ahead and I believe bring Perfect Finn back into the mix. Everybody else, we'll get set up with the racers. We'll get set up with commentators. Go get you some coffee. Go smoke a cigarette if that's what you do, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody, we are back. We are getting everybody set up at the moment. I believe I am joined with the man from the beginning as well, Perfect Finnegan. How you doing?
Hey, 40. Just been hanging out, watching the rest of the races. Those were really exciting. The beginning of that race between Retrofile and 420 Death was pretty insane. They were synced for so long.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, it was cool to watch. Who do we have up next? Who are we working with?
Let's see.
We're doing Moniker and Campuna?
Yeah, I believe that's who should be up next on the match. It is the final race of the top bracket first round.
Okay, yeah.
So I believe we should be live right now.
Yeah, Moniker, the current world record holder for both, I think, 20% and all ducks, if I'm correct.
At this time, I believe Moniker pretty much has this game on lockdown at the moment, with really any category you look at, on any version that you look at. Yeah. Right now, I think on SRC, still just the NES dev boards, but yeah, first place in all ducks at 448, and first place in any percent at 324. So Moniker certainly, very talented in this game. Probably the favorite to take down this tournament, but obviously it's race day. We've seen a number of crazy shakeups and mistakes, unforeseen pops, etc. So obviously anything could happen. Yep. And with that, I'm gonna take a small break. My voice is getting a little tired, so I'm gonna charge it up for a little later. I'm gonna bring Chuckles back in here. He's gonna join you. I'm gonna leave the comm at this time, and I know that all of you are in great hands with these two. They've already been doing this, so have at it, you two. Chuckles, have a good one, man.
All right, thanks, 40. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, Perfect Finn. Good to be back.
Hey, Chuckles. But yeah, I was just talking with 40, and I think that everyone knows that Moniker's very, very skilled in Bubble, and I think that people are excited to see what he can do. But like we said, it's race day. We've seen some crazy shakeups already, and anything can happen in Bubble. One slightly missed input can result in a very large time loss, especially on something like one of the belt skips.
He's also going up against someone that is relatively new to the game, and beyond their PB, we don't actually know too much about them, and they might have been doing a lot of practice offline this week that we didn't see.
Sure, that's something that 40 and I talked about earlier as well. I think with Johnny Link, like sometimes, an unknown, a dark horse, a rogue can be certainly scarier than a known quantity. So I'll be interested to see what Campuna can do with the game today, and see what kind of practice they put in, in the weeks prior, and see what kind of results they get.
It'll also be interesting to see the strategies that Moniker takes. I know he's very interested in that Sacred Oils controller for the fastest run, and I think we might see him take some risky strats early in an attempt to put up that PB and lock in, his chance at that controller. And that might backfire, and it could lead to some pops.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see how safe he decides to play it versus how much he wants to take a risk for that Sacred Oils.
Yeah, that's something I'm interested in following as well. We've seen Lick Arcade put up some pretty incredible times already today. Very competitive as far as, fastest times of the day are concerned. And I think, Moniker probably wants to challenge him there. But I'm kind of concerned about Moniker potentially getting a little too greedy. We saw Retrofile go for some more aggressive strats in our last races. And I feel like Moniker, might try more of the same. And, we joke around that some of these strats, like Grandma's Basement is free, Top Route's free, Threading the Needle's free, but especially on stuff like Top Route and Threading the Needle, those time saves are so marginal that I don't really think that they're worth, the risk. But, maybe the controller will blind him, so to speak.
Certainly, and I do think as this tournament progresses into later rounds, safe strategies are not going to be the way to go. I think it's going to get to a point where a 615 with safe strategies is going to get you eliminated pretty quick because your opponent's going to be putting in a 557.
That's true. That's something that you have to take in consideration in these race scenarios as well, is that, earlier rounds in a tournament, you can take some liberties with your strategies, right? Because you don't need to be as aggressive. There's going to be some more leniency with what kind of times they're able to advance. But yeah, certainly as the tournament goes on, runners have to start exercising discretion and saying, okay, I'm going up against Moniker. What kind of tricks do I need to pull out? How aggressive do I need to be? As the tournament goes on, definitely need to, kind of upgrade your strategies, so to speak, and be a little more aggressive because, some of those safer strats won't cut it as the day goes on.
I think, Moniker is the number one seed in this tournament. For Campuna to have a chance, they really need to have a clean run and hope for some mistakes on the other side. And that's not unreasonable. Moniker will be the first person to tell you that he pops very regularly in the first, 30 seconds of this race. So nothing's set in stone yet. That's why they're actually going to do the race. It's not, predetermined.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're pretty good to go here. Just waiting for runners to get started. Both runners are readying up, so we should be expecting a countdown here shortly. So yeah, like we said, Moniker probably the favorite here, but looking at, we're going to be keeping our eye on a couple critical moments. Both of these bell skips are potentials for huge time losses or time gains, and once again, going back to what we just discussed, keeping an eye on some of these more aggressive strategies to see if trying to perform something like threading the needle ends up being costly for Moniker.
Oh, we just saw him take an early pop there.
Yeah, we just saw both runners actually. Actually, that's been like pretty common today. I think people are a little nervous, starting out their first run, because we've seen multiple runners pop on that tiny wall there at the beginning already.
Oh yes, I popped early in my run, and I knew that was coming. I knew in my first race I was going to pop real quick. Definitely some jitters there, and a world record holder like Moniker isn't immune to that.
Right. Yeah, and that's something you just kind of have to shake off, right? Especially it's early on. You might, you probably lost a couple seconds or whatever, but ultimately, in the grand scheme of things, that's something you just kind of have to let roll off you and proceed forward if you want to stay competitive. We see Campuna popping there in the Great Wall, unfortunately. It's going to be a pretty considerable time loss.
That Great Wall, it looks like it's not that bad, but until you get the hang of it, I've always said that it's the worst mandatory jump in the game, and it's not a fun one.
Yeah, no, I agree. I started playing this game for the first time a couple weeks ago, and very quickly in my playthrough discerned that, wow, this tiny wall is way more annoying than it looks. But Moniker about to grab Iron Ball here, right around 118. Let's see what Campuna is able to pick up the Iron Ball at as he gets the good pipe entry here.
Now, if I know Moniker, he probably saw that 118 and was very disappointed in himself, but he just needs to not let little mistakes turn into big mistakes.
Sure. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if he sees that 118 and decides he needs to be, more aggressive here. Ooh, as we see Campuna accidentally takes an additional bounce there on the wall break. Small pop there. Unfortunately, lost a little bit of additional time. But Moniker moving into Grandma's basement, which is, according to him, free, which he does nail. Be interested to see if he goes top route here. He does. Ooh, just barely misses popping.
Campuna had a pretty good route through this flow section, was wise to pick up that safety bell, and then immediately popped afterwards, so it's a good thing they got that bell.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that previously. I'm a big fan of those strats. I saw Retrofile doing that. I liked it a lot. There are a couple of spots where grabbing a bell is, not quite free, but very, very minimal time loss, and I think that it's worth it, especially in these earlier rounds. You might lose a tenth of a second grabbing a bell or something, but if you pop, it's a huge save.
Well, we see Moniker get the first big bell skip. He did take it kind of slow, but as we've said before, the main thing is just getting that bell skip and getting out of there safely. It's perfectly fine to give up a few seconds there if it means you avoid the long ride of shame.
Absolutely. Yeah, the ride of shame being something like a 20 to 25 second time loss. So definitely something that both runners are looking to avoid. Definitely the most critical point in this entire run, as we see Campuna moving into that same section, and Moniker heading over to pick up the trio of ducks, Aflac, Scrooge, and Deadeye. So he quickly snatches Scrooge out of his basement.
That was a costly pop from Campuna there. They popped before getting the jump ball, which is about the worst case scenario in that room.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It's just, if you're gonna pop there, you would want to have accidentally hit the bell, right? Because then you can at least take the pipe out, and it wouldn't be as costly. But this is basically a worst case scenario, unfortunately.
Yeah, ringing that bell is unfortunate because you can't take the shortcut, but ringing that bell is still much better than popping beforehand, because now you have to do all this over again and try to skip the bell again. We see another costly pop from Campuna. They're considerably behind at this point, but we'll see if they can get a clean section here.
Right. Yeah, and this is something that's interesting to me in a scenario like this. And, the runners are obviously, they should use their own discretion and feel to do what they think is correct. But if I was Campuna, I wonder if at some point I maybe consider forfeiting. And I'm not saying that they necessarily should, but we saw Noise Police do earlier against Lick, there might come a time where eventually playing out the run may be more frustrating, right? And maybe it will have a toll that carries with you into the next run. So, if Campuna has the mental fortitude to finish out this race, I mean, more power to them. I would be very impressed. But I think that's a realistic consideration. It's kind of a strategy in itself in these race scenarios. In a 1v1 is saying, all right, when have I had enough? When do I need to kind of, cut my ties here and move on and mentally prep for the next race?
I think you could make an argument either way. I think for some people it's better to just have a clean break. For other people, they might be saying, this is a chance for me to practice the later sections, and I'll feel better knowing that the race didn't beat me, that I finished a run.
For sure.
So it does depend.
For sure.
I think if I was Campuna, I'd also have my eye on the clock, and I wouldn't forfeit at 4 minutes because Moniker can't be done yet.
Right.
But at 6 minutes, that's a different story. And these runners probably have the Discord open because they have to tell the coordinators when they're done. So they might see the done message from Moniker. As we see Campuna pick up the difficult Deadeye bell skip there, that was a nice move.
Mm-hmm.
So they might keep going. They might not be watching the clock at all, and that's a totally fair strategy too.
Sure. Moniker touches down in the water with 8 ducks and a 5:51 on the clock. Pretty solid showing.
I think that's our lowest time of the day, which puts them in position for that Sacred Oils controller. But I'm sure Moniker will tell you that it wasn't flawless. It had an early pop, and he'll expect to do better in the next one.
Right. Is it the lowest time? I want to say Alti had a 5:45 or something, but maybe I'm incorrect.
You might be right about that one.
But yeah, still an incredible time. Still a really solid performance. But like you said, not quite the fastest time of the day, and it also had a couple mistakes. So, Moniker, I think the little bit I know of him, he probably will not be satisfied with that run like you mentioned previously, and probably going to look to improve on that here in the second race.
Yeah, I think knowing that it's a best of 3 with Moniker having one in hand, he's going to approach this second heat as his best chance to go all out for a PB while still having that safety net of a third race if it needs to come to that.
Sure. Yeah, that's a good point, right? I didn't really consider that, especially if you're really interested in trying to win one of these controllers. If you have that safety net of a game to spare, essentially, I mean, yeah, go ahead, go nuts.
I see Moniker in chat saying he's super happy with that race, so I guess he's not as disappointed as I thought he'd be. It'll be curious to see what he does with the next one, but I expect another low time, and Campuna is going to need to have a much cleaner run in the second heat here to keep it alive.
Yeah, and I think, going back to what you said previously, I think, going and playing this out, I think is actually probably to the racer's benefit at this point, just because, go ahead, finish this out, get all the kinks out, get your practice, get warmed up. Maybe you didn't have as much time to prep before the actual race. So I think that's probably a good call at this point.
Sure, not only that, but Moniker's playing very well right now. Maybe you want to put him on ice for a couple minutes and make him cool
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, ice him for sure. Ritual File says, at the start of the first race, my heart was audibly pounding right at the outset. And I can certainly relate to that, especially in these race scenarios. Oh, Moniker dancing around here on the in-game screen. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know players had control, actually.
That's right. You have the ability to iron ball to reach the water quicker. You can move around, although there is a little bit of lag with all of the ducks. And if you find out that you forgot a duck, you can actually pop. It'll take you back to the last bell you rang, and then you can go back and get that duck.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool.
We haven't seen any missed ducks yet today. Hopefully we don't see any, but it's always a possibility. And at a minimum, that's going to cost you another 34-second ride through that final pipe, as we see Moniker pop just to demonstrate that. Now he's going to work his way back through the level, just for a little practice.
Yep, Campuna moving into Cloud City here, sending up the clouds, doing what players call the climb. This is one of the most interesting sections of the game, I think, because players can like really express themselves via their movement on this screen. You have a lot of different options about how you approach these jumps here. As you see, Campuna was kind of initially setting up for what I would call like a rebound setup, but then opted to go for an easier jump over to the cloud on the right side.
Yeah, it looks like Campuna was kind of topped out and didn't think they could get any higher. The key to getting that higher jump is you jump as high as you possibly can, then you tap the double jump, and then your next bounce will bring you up higher. And you can kind of, it's like dribbling a basketball. You can gain some height that way.
Sure. Campuna touching the pipe here at 950, it looks like. So we'll look at about a 1024, I believe, for Campuno on water touchdown. Hopefully we'll see 8 ducks on the screen.
I know that 34-second wait can be kind of excruciating when you're thinking, I hope I got all of the ducks.
Oh, for sure.
A lot of these runners aren't used to that, because in the old version of this game, the time would stop when you entered that pipe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Honestly, and like especially in a race scenario where you don't know if you've won or lost, right? And you're kind of like just waiting out that pipe ride, be very stressful. But GG to both runners. Moniker taking this one down. But you know, it's the best of 3 scenario. There's still plenty of bubble to be played. Be interested to see if maybe Moniker gets a little greedy for some PB attempts, wants to, you know, take down this controller, and maybe that allows Campuna to steal this one. Let's see how it goes.
I know for me, I actually had the GG Speedruns feed up on my cell phone while I was racing, and I had it sitting face down so I couldn't see it. And the second I entered that pipe, I would pick up my phone to see which of us was ahead.
Sure. Yeah, I don't. Me personally, I couldn't take the stress of like having the stream somewhere visible while I'm racing. So I'm right there with you. I don't. For me personally, it wouldn't help my mental game, but I could definitely see the strategic element of it. You know, say you peek over and you can see you're a little bit behind. It might allow you to, you know, be a little dynamic with your strat selection, saying, oh, well, I'm a little behind here, so I can take some slightly more aggressive strategies that I think my opponent might not, to try to gain some time.
All right, looks like they're off. Campuna with a little bit of trouble early there. Didn't really get too much time to take a break between races, so that could come back to hurt him.
Yeah. That's something I was thinking of. You know, nerves are an element. They also just played 10 minutes straight at this point, so you know, maybe a little still on edge from the first race. Hands are a little tired. Did not get much of a breather. You know, Moniker finishing in about half the time, so had some time to, you know, kind of chill, take a break, relax their hands.
It'll be interesting to see what Moniker's time is at the Iron Ball, and that might be his deciding factor in whether or not he's going to go all out for PB or play it a little bit safer and focus on moving on to the next round.
Yep. We see him get a good pipe entry. I think he's on a good pace here. Let's see. Should be right around that 115 mark. Yeah, 114 even.
114 is great. I've seen some 113s in practice, but 114 is close enough to take a shot at lowest time of the day for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see how aggressive Moniker gets with his strat selection. As Campuna grabs Iron Ball right around 130, 131, so probably a good 16, 17 seconds behind at this point.
Yep, but that's still less time than not getting the bell skip down at the bottom, so it's still anybody's race.
Right, exactly. So we
Campuna
see-
with the nice single bounce over the bridge, but then a costly pop. Not too costly because they rang that bell.
Moniker also popped doing the initial Grandma's Basement setup, so had to double back. Goes for the easier two pool or two jump setup. Ooh, Moniker takes the greedy top route and pops again. So this is kind of what we talked about previously, you know, whipping out some of those more
That's
aggressive
interesting
strategies.
to see Moniker take a pop on the top route, because I could have swore he said top route is free.
Yeah, that's weird. I seem to remember that as well. Huh, it's funny how that works out.
Yeah, it's almost like it's not free.
Moniker moving into pick up Darkwing here and then head down into the abyss, setting up this death warp to grab the double jump power up and then, you know, do an intentional pop to warp back up to the pre. Ooh, as he
Ooh, it
tries
looks
to
like
thread
Moniker
the needle.
tried to thread the needle right there. Like I said, I think we were going to see Moniker go for fast strats, and we're seeing what that's causing. Campuna now with a slight lead, although he does have to go pick up Darkwing yet, and Moniker has Darkwing.
True, very true. Be interested. I'm assuming Moniker will remember that. Player of his caliber is probably not going to forget, but be interested to see if maybe the race nerves get to him. Nope, he recognizes it, doesn't hesitate.
I know I've made that mistake.
Sure,
We see
yeah,
Moniker take the safer route there.
Mm-hmm. Campuna about a screen behind at this point. I like this. This is nice. You know, Moniker went for some more aggressive strategies, trying to get, you know, probably a controller. Oh, no.
That right there is a very costly pop. And like I said, Moniker knows he's got a race in hand already. He's willing to take some chances. Campuna still needs to play clean because this is very far from over. We see Campuna get the bell skip, which is great. Puts them out in front for now, but they're going to need to keep it up.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Moniker's a very talented runner, right? He's very familiar with this game. He knows the kind of tricks that he would need to execute to close this gap. So if anything, you know, I would not be complacent if I was Campuna, right? Let's keep our foot on the gas. We don't need to get greedy, but let's keep, as we see them take an unfortunate pop there just after the Great Wall. But
Campuna actually made that bell skip twice, but both times popped on that little pillar afterwards. The key is after you dive under that bell, you have to keep tapping dive so that you stay low, as Moniker approaches the bell skip again and makes it this time. Campuna gets the bell skip on the third try.
Nice. Yeah, like I was saying, need to keep the foot on the gas. Those two pops are unfortunate, but still firmly in the driver's seat at this point. Ooh.
That was another costly pop, as Campuna will have to now attempt the bell skip again.
Yeah, that might
Looks
be
like
too
they
much.
get it
honestly.
and they stay low.
I think this might be flipping back around now.
So Moniker takes a little bit of a different strategy, and he goes for Aflac and Scrooge and then goes for Deadeye. So it's a little hard to compare them side by side. The next real tell will be who gets to Plucky first.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's kind of some variance in the route here between picking up Aflac, Scrooge, and Deadeye. So the last, I guess, 4 ducks of the race are, you know, linear in that sense. So it becomes a lot easier to discern where players are currently positioned relative to each other.
That's right. We're going to see everybody get Darkwing first because anything else would be madness. And everybody's going to get ducks 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the same order as the game is pretty linear. It's 2, 3, and 4 that you can try some different things with.
Yeah, we see Campuna going over here to grab Aflac. And yeah, it looks like Moniker grabbing Plucky at about 5:30. So yeah, I think Campuna just, you know, those 2 or 3 missed bell skips by the Great Wall was just too large of a mistake, unfortunately. Kind of threw away that early lead. Moniker able to get Ferdinand out of his barn with avoiding the tar pit, and then heads up to the little spa to grab Wild Wing.
So at this time in the last heat, Moniker was finished. He's still got a little bit of a ways to go here, and maybe the mistakes that he made in this round will influence the choices he makes if he proceeds to the next round.
Yeah, you'd like to see him maybe not go for some of those free strategies.
I think if there's a time to go for that fast, run, it's when you're already up by one race and you're against an opponent that just put up a 10-minute time. So I don't fault him for trying. I don't think we're going to see maybe some of those tricks like threading the needle in a later round.
Right. I agree. Yep, all in good fun. Moniker doing his last intentional pop of the race here, very close to finishing up. Be looking at a 6:52 on the pipe entry.
Campuna's working their way up into the clouds, and they're on a much better pace than they were on their first run. I would certainly expect this one to not be 10+ minutes.
Right. And yeah, I mean, it feels bad, right, losing 0-2 at this point. But I hope Campuna goes back and like rewatches this particular race, because I mean they were firmly in the driver's seat at one point. So it has to feel good to know that you almost snatched one away from the world record holder in both categories. If a couple things had gone differently, if Campuna gets that bell skip at the Great Wall, they probably steal this one.
Sure, Moniker finishes with a 7:25 that, a lot of people are, pretty much everybody's PBs are below that. So, this one was kind of a throwaway for Moniker. He had another chance if this one went south, as we see Campuna enter the pipe, and they're going to finish up with a much better time, just over 8 minutes. GG's to both of these runners.
Yeah, absolutely. That was exciting to watch. There for a second, like we said, thought Campuna was going to steal one from the world record holder. So GG's to both runners. Moniker obviously moving on, and then Campuna going down to the popped bracket, who I think you'll be playing, actually. Yep, looks like you'll actually be facing off with Campuna in the future.
Yeah, it looks like it. So we'll see what happens there. But next up, not sure what race we have coming up next. Yeah,
I don't know if we're gonna make Moniker race back to back against Game Time Television.
No, I think everybody gets a break. I think we actually might be going to the popped bracket now for a matchup between the terrific Tracy and Johnny Link.
Ooh, I'm excited for this one. Terrific Tracy's an incredibly talented speedrunner, multi-game runner. I was disappointed because I thought initially they might be, forfeiting the entire tournament, but it turns out that I think they just had a scheduling conflict, had to forfeit the first round. But yeah, Tracy picked up this game very quickly, putting up very competitive times already. So I'm excited to see what kind of performance they put up today. And then Johnny Link, runner that we saw previously. We talked about a little bit of a dark horse, not as well known in this community, but has a lot of competitive times in other retro speed runs. So Johnny, I believe earlier lost to Avidrock. I can't remember if that was a 2-0 or a 2-1, but regardless, I'll be interested to see how these players stack up against each other. Like I said, both of them haven't spent too terribly long with Böbl, so be interested to see how their experiences, their brief experiences with the game so far stack up against each other.
That's right, and we've also reached the point of the competition now where everybody's had one race, with the exception of Tracy. But everyone went into this week kind of planning their first round matchup. They knew who they were going to be up against days ago, and now we're starting to see matchups where you didn't know that you were racing this person until today. So you weren't really able to plan or do as much research about who your opponent was. So there might be some more question marks there.
Yeah, absolutely. While I think that's a viable strategy, I also think it's important not to get too hung up on that kind of stuff, right? It's a race scenario, and yeah, you might want to know who you're playing against, what their strats look like, what their PBs look like, etc. But ultimately, just play your best Böbl. I don't want to get too stressed out and saying, oh well, Tracy's PB is 5 seconds better than mine or something of that nature, or Tracy always goes for thread the needle and gets these are just examples. I'm just making these up, but I think it's important when it comes to race day, just play your best Böbl.
I agree. You have to focus mainly on what you're doing yourself. You can't get too hung up in what the other person's doing, which is why I personally wasn't watching the race feed while I was running. But if you know who you're up against, you might have a little bit of an idea of what time you need to shoot for maybe you know if you're just going to take a little bit more risks or not.
Sure, sure.
I think there'll also be a lot of reassessing after the first heat. If the other person finishes, 2 minutes behind you or 2 minutes ahead of you, you might make some adjustments to your strategy based on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is important to note that since we're in the popped bracket, whoever loses this will unfortunately be eliminated from the tournament, and the winner will be moving on to an additional round of the popped bracket. So this is a ride or die, or I guess their tournament life is on the line for these players.
Numbers 42, but I am Amadrock, and it's time to collect my flock of ducks. You see, but I'm a bubble pump. I was called upon by the 48s, come to navigate around this maze-like temple, collecting my homies, but you know it ain't that simple. We gotta
Right now, I think we're listening to the bubble rap that was made by Noise Police and the rest of the community.
Pixel, you'll feel so lame. Be right to the top in that tube of shame. Now Monica says every trick is free. But the rest of us are popping, so how can that be?
Yeah, this is popped bracket 420 death. Just waiting for runners to get set up, so it'll be a moment.
There's certainly a lot that goes on behind the scenes to get this all coordinated and synchronized.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to Mr. Dino, especially, or Dino, for setting up, all this production stuff on the back end, doing a great job. Looks like both runners have readied up. I think we're about to start the countdown, so we should be getting started here momentarily. Chuckles, if you had to put your money somewhere, where would you put it?
Well, I think the terrific Tracy did really well in practice. We haven't seen anything from them today, but I think they're going to come out of the gate and put on a really good show here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Tracy plays. Like I said, very talented runner. And we're off. Let's see if we get any early pops, little early pop from the nerves. Both players exiting the first couple screens cleanly as they make their way to the dive ball at approximately the same time.
We see Johnny Link using the strategy of intentionally popping to get out of that dive ball. That's a common strategy people use. It's not the absolute fastest, but it is very reliable and still pretty quick.
Sure. Yeah, it looks like ultimately it may have actually lost him some time compared to the movement of Tracy. We see Tracy kind of, pressing forward, being a couple screens ahead at this point. Johnny Link takes a safety bell before the Great Wall, which I like, and a very safe jump over the Great Wall. So, a little slower here getting to Iron Ball, but I like the safe strats. You don't want to go down, you don't want to slow down too much, but I do like that, we're not taking any unnecessary risks.
A lot of folks spent a fair amount of time this week working on this game and practicing and trying to, polish up those times. The terrific Tracy went off and played some Kirby's Adventure and actually snagged second place on the leaderboard, which was pretty incredible. So they are very talented with speedrunning.
Yeah, congrats to Tracy for the second place placement in Kirby's Adventure. Kind of really asserting your confidence, right? If you have a bubble tournament coming up and you're saying, nah, that's fine. I'll just casually get a podium position in Kirby's Adventure instead. So I like the confidence from Tracy. See Tracy, misses the old grandma jump there, but it's a nice recovery, avoids popping.
So Tracy has a little bit of a lead, and it looks like they do get the fast jump to the blocks, also known as Grandma's Basement. They take the top route down below, so that's certainly the faster route. A little more dangerous, though.
Yeah, Johnny unfortunately takes a pop there on the Grandma's Basement setup, so gonna set him back a little bit, unfortunately, as Tracy moves in, picks up Darkwing, and heads down into the Abyss to get the Death Warp and the double jump setup. Okay, Tracy moving into arguably the most crucial part of this run. Gets the bell skip, grabs the double jump ball. Gonna do an intentional death here to death warp back up to one of the bells that they had tagged previously.
So far, Tracy's off to a good start and not showing any signs that playing Kirby's Adventure this week has slowed them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Also get the Great Wall bell skip, so looking really clean so far. You see Johnny setting up for the double jump bell, nails it, grabs the double jump, gonna be death warping as well.
Ooh, we see a costly pop from Tracy there, as they opted not to slow down safely in the Deadeye area, and now they're going to have to try to perform that bell skip again. This actually puts Johnny slightly ahead for the moment.
Yeah, this would be interesting to see how this shakes out after we get past this kind of like variable routing section between these three ducks. But yeah, it looks like, Johnny about a screen ahead, maybe half a screen ahead at this point. Very close.
Yes, although Johnny did ring one of the bells on the way to Deadeye, so they will have to take the slightly longer way as they head towards Scrooge, and Tracy heads up towards Aflac.
Yeah.
So they're going to go their separate ways and come back together on their way to Plucky.
Johnny grabs Scrooge, just takes the intentional pop. Unfortunately, not back to the bell they initially intended to. So, like you said, a little bit of time lost there, but be interested to see, when we get. Oh no, Tracy popped trying to break Scrooge's bricks.
The safe strategy through that room is to just hold in dive the whole time. But if you're able to and you let go of it, you can actually skip a few of those blocks. But we just saw that backfire a little bit because it can launch you up into the ceiling if you're not careful.
Yeah, that's too bad. Tracy been playing very well so far up to this point, so it's an uncharacteristic mistake. Able to have grabbed Scrooge on the second attempt and take a death warp back up to the cloud area. We see Johnny grabbing Plucky around like 540, 541, and
about
Tracy.
440.
Oh yeah, sorry, 440. And Tracy
about
about
an
448.
8-second lead for Johnny at this point.
Yeah, pretty wild, honestly, because it looked like Tracy was, very consistently ahead throughout the first half of the race. So, kind of quite the turn here in these last couple twist turns, pops and ducks.
Well, we see Tracy picked up the fast Ferdinand. Johnny had to break a few blocks along the way. So this is closer than most of the races we've seen so far into the clouds. Johnny with a little bit of a lead as they jump over the gap. And we're really at the part of the race now where popping isn't an issue. It's all about optimization of movement. There's only one more place to pop in this race, and that's the intentional pop after Howard. So we get it here into the climb in one of the closer matches so far.
Absolutely. If Tracy's gonna, pull back ahead, this is their chance to do so. Optimizing movement in this cloud climb is super important and can definitely, make or break or create a difference between these two runners.
Johnny heads up to the final bell, misses it, and has to go back. They're still in a little bit of a lead here as they race towards the finish line. Johnny picks up Howard and has a very nice clean pop there.
Yeah, Tracy a little slow on the pop. Looks like Johnny's going to be able to take this one down. Pipe entry at right around 607, 608.
Assuming that they both got all the ducks, this one is going to go to Johnny. Now, you can save a little bit of time by iron ball in the final room, but not multiple seconds worth.
Oh, that's interesting. I not really considered that. Yeah, I wonder if runners think to take that optimization, right? You get in the pipe, you kind of breathe that sigh of relief. You're like, oh, I've won or whatever. But, if a race was close enough and you didn't think to iron ball out of the final pipe and the other player did, that'd be insane if that was the difference maker.
We see Johnny ironball down onto the water and finish with a 641. Tracy ironballs down and gets a 646. That might be the closest race we've had today. Great job by both runners. I'm sure they're both hoping to do a little bit better in the second heat, and I look forward to seeing what they can do.
Yeah, that was really good stuff. 5-second difference, less than a 5-second difference between both runners. Really good race. GG to both Tracy and Johnny. I'm excited to see how game 2 goes. Yeah, I don't really expect either player to make too many changes, to their strategies that they took in the previous race. I think both players took safe approaches to most scenarios. Just they both took some unfortunate pops, and Tracy's were a little more costly in that scenario, so it ended up costing them. But Tracy seems to be a very talented runner, and hopefully they don't let that shake them going into race 2.
I think either one of those runners were just, a couple of small mistakes away from having a much lower time somewhere in the teens. And so I think they're both going to be looking to improve. And it's definitely anybody's race. They've shown that they're pretty similar in talent level.
Yeah, this is going to be extremely close. I'm excited to see how it goes. We're off here. Nobody taking an early pop in these first couple walls as they both move towards the dive ball. Grab it around the same time, right around that 11 to 12 second mark. Johnny opted for the death warp again. Tracy just, moving out of that first dive ball area. Both runners really comparable paces at this point. Johnny might be just slightly behind, maybe due to some more optimized movement from Tracy, as we see Johnny take a safety bell again before the Great Wall, and he does pop. So, good call on him. Once again, opting for that small time loss for the safety of, that bell.
That wall is a struggle point for a lot of people. So if you're not confident in your ability to get over it, go ahead and ring that bell so that you're not costing yourself a ton of time.
Yep, absolutely. We see both runners now moving down to go collect the Iron Ball power-up. Tracy maneuvering through the pipe section. We discussed this previously. Typically, you want to be grabbing Iron Ball right around 115 or so, and it looks like Tracy's right on pace to do that.
Johnny makes their way through the pipes, and it looks like they're going to be a little bit closer to maybe 132 or so. Still a pretty close race as they ring the bell there. It's going to come down to... it looks like Johnny backed off on that jump there to avoid popping. When you get to this point in the race, I say that you're done with the easy part. So the challenge really starts to ratchet up as you work your way down to get that jump ball.
And we see actually Tracy taking a pop here. Okay, but they do recognize that they could just dive and then re-enter the pipe. I was going to be interested to see, if the nerves, they didn't think to make that play and took that long route that you and I had discussed previously last week.
Yeah, and for some of these runners, they might have never seen those screens on the long route, because if you take that pipe shortcut, you never go over there.
Mm-hmm.
But at a minimum, that's about a 15-second time loss.
Right. So both players setting up for Grandma's Basement here. They both get it, but then Tracy takes a pop, actually. Oh, and another pop. So Johnny kind of pulling ahead here.
Yeah, Tracy's showing that top route is dangerous, and you have to be careful. If it was me and I had popped on top route, I'd probably opt for the bottom route, as we see Tracy doing there. But it looks like they took another costly pop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Johnny able to grab Darkwing, moving down in the abyss now. Once again, we have a death warp set up here, so Johnny's going to be looking to skip a bell, grab the double jump power up, and then intentionally pop to death warp out. This bell skip pretty critical. If we don't get it, we have to take the pipe of shame, which is about 20 to 25 seconds of time loss. We do skip the bell, we grab the double jump, so Johnny's in the clear.
Well, while that was going on, we saw the terrific Tracy ring a bell on their way down, possibly for safety because they had popped a few times. But Tracy is going to have to take that pipe back to the surface now. If they try to pop in Death Warp, they're going to have to do this whole section again.
Yeah, very stressful. But they get it.
Oh,
they're able to get the double.
They get it. They were smart enough to take the pipe, though.
Yep. Johnny going to collect Scrooge currently. I think we saw Tracy pop on the screen previously, but Johnny's able to maneuver down, grab Scrooge, and intentionally pop to Death Warp back out. I think he tagged an unintentional bell, if I'm not mistaken, though, so slightly slower pathing than I think he would have preferred.
Yeah, I think Johnny got the difficult bell on the bell skip, but you have to watch out because there is a second bell at the edge of that waterfall there, and your momentum will carry you into it if you're still holding left that whole time.
Right, because not only, are you influencing the direction via your inputs, but you also have the current carrying you.
It looks like Johnny's going to be the first one to Plucky, duck number 5, as Tracy goes for Affleck.
Yep,
Johnny gets Plucky at 449.
Yep. Johnny kind of firmly in the driver's seat at this point as they collect ducks 5 through 8. So as long as Johnny doesn't make any costly mistakes here, I think they've probably got this one in the bag. But as we've seen before, there are still a couple places left that the runners can pop, and also the cloud climb, which is a place where runners can really exhibit their or display their skill for movement. So possible for Tracy to catch up, but it would take some pretty bad gaffes from Johnny at this point, I think.
Yeah, at this point, Tracy just needs to focus on putting up a clean cloud section. Can't really be too concerned with what Johnny's doing. Just play your game. Hope the other person maybe makes a mistake. There's always a chance somebody forgets a duck, and if you don't know what the other person did, you can't really get caught up in it too much.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, we saw Johnny go for that kind of anti-tar pit setup in their last race, which I thought was interesting. They don't do the single brick and then straight down. They opt to break some additional bricks on the right-hand side and go for kind of a safety move, which I think is neat. Johnny pipe enters at around 6:18 or so.
That'll be a nice sub 7-minute run for Johnny there, as we see Tracy working up the climb there, heading towards the final bell of the race. And they make the dive for Howard.
Make sure Johnny has all 8 ducks here, but otherwise I think that's a GG for Johnny, and I think he'll be moving on to the next round of the tournament. Tracy enters at around 6:50, right around the same time Johnny splashes down. So about 34 seconds of difference between the two runners.
All right, so it looks like Johnny will move on in the popped bracket, and that is the end of the day for Tracy.
Yep, GG to both runners, though. Thanks so much to the terrific Tracy for coming out and participating in today's event. It's incredible the turnout that we got, and just really the community coming together and everybody working to help put this on. So thanks to Tracy for participating today, and good luck in your Kirby's Adventure runs.
Yeah, GG's to both, and I think we're going to have a commentary switch here in a moment, so stay tuned.
Yeah, going a little short break here while we get everyone set up.
This is Retrofile TV here to make sense of all this madness. You see, the bubble symbolizes humanity's ability to overcome adversity, to adapt, persevere against all odds, to prevail, and be unstale. The misplaced mallards, the duck that we are seeking, are divine fragments of the cosmos itself. Matter and antimatter, what does it matter? Everything and nothing that ever mattered. But what of the frogs, the sleeping amphibian guardians, now awoken? And they are not pleased. Will you be the one to sing them back to slumber?
No.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. My name's Perfect Finn, and with me is Retrophile TV. Chuckles had to step away and is prep for his future races. So, Retro, welcome to the stream.
Glad to be here. Definitely fun to be on this side of the table now for a little bit. So greetings, everyone. You'll be stuck with me for a couple of races.
Yeah, absolutely. Probably a nice break for you. You know, take away some of the stress, decompress, prepare for your future races. So, but I think now we have Noise Police and Evil Elf set up to face off from the popped bracket.
Absolutely. So these are two people right here that are fighting for their tournament lives today. Evil Elf and Noise Please. I think this is actually going to be a really good stacked race overall. It depends on how things go. Anything can happen, as we've seen with Noise running at this point. But what's your pick for this one there, Finn?
This is interesting because I think Noise probably has like higher highs and lower lows. When Noise is really cruising, he looks really good. You know, we saw him go basically neck and neck with Lick in some of their races. So when he's fast, he's really fast. But also, you know, he also demonstrated that he could kind of like pop a tire and, you know, blow out on the interstate. So I'll be interested to see if, you know, Noise can maintain some of his speed, or if the kind of slower, more consistent pace of Evil Elf takes the lead. But I think it could go either way.
And right you are, and off we go here. The start of this best of three set coming in once again. These runners have had a little bit of time to kind of get the mental game sorted out in the meantime, think about their past issues that they have, and hopefully they're going to dial things in here. I think we're in for a good race.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players really off to clean starts. You know, none of those like sloppy nerve pops on the first couple walls that we saw earlier in today's races. So far so good.
Now, there is the added stress here that in the back of your mind when we were racing earlier on today, it's like, well, I mean, if I lose, I go to loser's bracket, or pop bracket in this case, and that's okay. But now there's definitely more on the line here, so we may see them take some safer strats.
Absolutely. You know, but previously you're like, okay, I have one to give. You know, I'm not super concerned. You know, I think I can maybe clean up loser's bracket, but I mean, that's not the case anymore. Now we're here. You know, now it's do or die. So both players very similar paces at this point. Be interested to see exactly when they grab the iron ball, as they both set up for this little tiny pipe skip.
Right, you are. So we can see that actually that looks like Noise Please had a cleaner set going in there. Evil Elf had to kind of like pop up into the pipe a little bit there. Cost them a bit of time. We'll see how they go now from here on. This is going to be the meat of this. I think it's going to decide this race hands down. We'll see how the skips go across the board. But I think that we're going to see some good stuff here from Noise Please. I think he's had some time to compose himself, get himself back in order here, and see what happens.
Yeah, they're like neck and neck now. Noise Police looked to be a second or two ahead, but I think Elf kind of caught up with a little more optimized movement, so they're very, very close at this point. But, you know, as Truckle says, the easy part of the game is over. So let's see what happens.
Unfortunately, Noise popped on the double pillar there, coming back through there, so Evil Love had a chance to kind of pull ahead. We'll see how he does here with Grandma's Basement. However, goes for the safer strat. I'm okay with that. I've said before that one of the big things that's going to win this tournament, hands down, is not super fast strats, but consistency across the board here. So, and that's going to be definitely the case here in this set.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, honestly, I'd prefer to not see racers go for stuff like, and no offense to you, but yeah, I mean, let's not thread the needle. Let's not take top route, you know, at least maybe not yet. You know, if you're playing, you know, someone like Moniker or whatever, sure, let's pull out all the stops. But right now, I want to see both these guys be consistent, you know, make sure they get all their tricks, you know, avoid unnecessary pops, hit these Death Warp bell skip setups, and just, you know, execute cleanly. Evil Elf moving into what is the most critical part of this run as he sets up this bell skip.
Taking a very safe setup in the process. Looks like Noise is going to mirror that, but taking an unfortunate pop. That's a huge time loss on his side.
Oh no, yeah, that one's really unfortunate. You know, you'd almost rather see him hit the bell at that point, right? Because then he can just take the pipe of shame and he's out of there. But now, you know, as we see Noise Police having to do Grandma's Basement again, dive back down, you know, through the aqueducts down to the abyss. So yeah, this is rough. That's a pretty considerable loss. You know, it's about as tragic as it gets. So hopefully Noise, you know, maintains composure and just tries to ride this one out.
And I'm also wondering, this time he had mentioned previously that he had he was screen watching before and kind of seeing how things were. I'm not sure if he was listening to the commentary or hearing things here, but hopefully he's kind of running his own race and thinking, well, that was a bad thing, but it's possible that, you know, something else could have happened bad to Evil Elf. And it looks like Noise is going to ring that bell here too, so that's going to be another bit of a time loss here. Evil Elf, however, cruising along, getting the Deadeye bell skip, and then going down there as well.
Yeah, Elf looks great so far. You know, not that he looked bad before, but, you know, looking very consistent so far, hitting all the major tricks as we see him do that little death warp there after grabbing Deadeye. So Elf looking great.
Absolutely. This one definitely looks handily in Evil Elf's court on this side. It's just going to come down to basically a clean climb, whereas Noise has a lot of work to do at this point. We'll see how things happen on this side, but I think this should be comfortable for Evil Elf to wrap things up. He's on a great pace overall. Some minor little things to clean up, but this should be a pretty decent time for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. This might be their best time of the day so far. We'll see how it shakes out. As he grabs Ferdinand, plucks him out of the barn, moves up to the spa to go grab Wild Wing. But yeah, I like what we've seen from Elf today. I especially think that, you know, they're on the right track, and this is the kind of performances we need to... Ooh, takes a little pop there, which is unfortunate, but I think that the lead is too great at this point.
That's very much the case. You got to think, though, again, I really liked analyzing the psychology and the mental game that happens behind the screen here at this point. And Evil Elf, if he takes this, whoever takes the first one here, Evil Elf is likely going to, that they're going to feel really good going into that second race. And I don't know if that's going to be a false sense of security, or if they're going to be motivated, or if Noise is going to be kind of chomping at bits, like say, hey, I'm going to push it really hard this time, maybe put up the best time of their day. It's you know, sometimes adversity breeds greatness. That's kind of what we're looking at today. We'll see.
Sure. It kind of depends on the runners, right? You kind of need to know them a little more personally to have introspective in that regard. But yeah, I agree. You know, if you get down a game, maybe that's disheartening for you. Maybe it gives the other person tempo, so to speak. But maybe you're the kind of runner that you get down a game and now you're determined, right? Now you're mad. Now you've got the fire, the fuel. So it'll be interesting to see. It's always interesting to see how the psychology of, you know, the outcome of races affects players' performances.
And speaking of Evil Elf here, coming up on the end, we're going to see what the pipe time is going to look like. For what we're seeing, looks like it's going to be a 5:45 or 5:46 going into the pipe. That'll be a low to mid 6. Good job for Evil Elf. Let's see if we got all 8, which I believe he did.
Yeah, I think so. So solid performance from Elf. Could have been a little, you know, probably a sub 6. I think he had a couple unlucky pops there towards the end around Ferdinand Wild Wing. So if he cleans those up, I think he'll be in good shape to potentially take down the second race. But, you know, once again, obviously race 2, anybody's game. But GG to Elf for taking this one down. Going to splash down here with a low to mid 6.
Absolutely. We can see on Noise's side, he got tar pitted there in Ferdinand, and then also had a difficult time getting that step ladder up to Wild Wing Spa. But unfortunately, that you can definitely see the frustration in how they're playing at this point here too. So hopefully that they take a bit of a breather between this match, reassess, gather themselves, and we'll hopefully have a good one. And yeah, it looks like he's wrapped up the points.
Yeah, it looks like Noise is watching the stream and decides, I've seen enough. And that's okay. You know, we talked about this previously. Some people might prefer to play it out, and some people might know that for them, the best thing to do is to just push reset. That's totally fine. So GG to Elf for taking down the first one. But let's see what happens here in game 2.
So what's your take on this one going into race 2?
This is kind of what I thought would honestly happen prior. You know, I said I think Noise has high highs, but he's got to avoid, you know, some of these pops that have been happening. So if Elf stays consistent and safe and can deliver, he's my favorite to win. But if Noise can maintain his high speeds and avoid a couple of these unlucky pops, I mean, he certainly has the skill and the speed to take it down. So just need to clean it up just a teeny bit.
Evil Elf taking a very unique pop on that one. Tried to cut that really close to grab the bell on the way down, but actually hit the top pillar on the wall there. And taking another one to go back up top here. Noise Play is going to get himself a nice lead to start off with, and we'll see if we can capitalize on this shift in momentum.
Yeah, that's a huge buffer, you know. And we know that Noise is watching the stream, right? So he's got to feel good already. You know, hopefully he doesn't get too cocky or too arrogant. But, you know, seeing your opponent take a couple of unnecessary pops this early and give you that nice buffer has to feel good.
Actually, he definitely was feeling pretty good about that, because he actually took the insurance bell right by the Great Wall and didn't even need it. He actually went for the safe the fast strat, whereas Evil Elf takes a pop on the Great Wall as well, lengthening the lead that Noise Blitz has right now.
Yeah, Noise Police probably on a very typical, 115-ish iron ball pace at this point. So Noise looking really good so far. Elf is going to have to kind of pull out all the stops if they want to be able to catch them. Yep, right around 115 for the iron ball grab.
It's pretty impressive considering they actually grabbed the insurance bell in the process here too. So that it costs just a minimal amount of time, but definitely can help you out if you take a pop there. So good job for them. We'll see when Evil Elf reaches the bell here. We'll see what the lead roughly shakes out to be.
Looks about 132, 133, so there's a good 17, 18 seconds of time difference at this point. But yeah, like I said previously, when Noise is cruising, he's cruising. He has actually very good bubble movement skills, so if he can avoid these pops, I think he might be able to take this one down.
Absolutely. He's no slouch when it comes to his experience with this game overall. I mean, he ran the NES dev version quite a bit. He knows a lot about the game. I mean, Evil Elf definitely is on the short end here of experience. Bonking his head there in the process, going for the grandma. But Noise Police, he's trucking along. He's going nice and smooth the whole way through. Let's see how things shake up here in the Abyss.
Yep. Avoids top route, avoids, any unnecessary risks. Grabs Darkwing. Setting up this death warp that we've talked about previously. We tag a bell earlier before we enter Grandma's basement. Doesn't thread the needle, so playing nice and safe here. Gonna go down, set up this bell skip for the double jump ball and the death warp.
Agreed. Consistent is smooth and smooth is fast. Let's see if he grabs the bell skip. Unfortunately, he does not. Now, this is an interesting toss-up for Evil Elf at this point. He's got to take that long scenic route at this point, but we'll see what happens here with Evil Elf. Will he get the skip? That's going to be the big crux here in this moment.
Yeah, if Elf gets the skip, it'll be really exciting because it'll put them very close. So it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. And he does. Awesome.
Here we go, folks. We have ourselves a race once again. We'll see the difference here where Noise has to climb back up. Evil Elf now takes the lead in this process. So after all that clean and smooth movement, it all came down just to a simple skip. And this is where we stand at this point. But you can see Noise not that far behind by any means.
Yeah, Noise actually reaches over and types in chat while he's cruising up the pipe of shame and says, Elf, make it close.
What a legend. Speaking of, Elf on his way to Scrooge gets himself a clean start here as well. And Noise not too far on his heels at this point. Ooh, Elf taking a really bad entry into that vault and is going to be chipping away at the masonry.
That was so strange. He took out about a fourth of the bricks there. I don't know. Obviously I think he got a little flustered, but I've never seen that before. But amazing he didn't pop, honestly.
Yep. So with that, I mean, basically he had a bad entry coming into it, and basically you just have to hold the button and hold on, and kind of you're at the mercy at that point. And you can see the amount of time that actually took for him to kind of work his way through the mortar. And we can see now Noise Police on his way down to Wild Wing. This is a crazy one, folks. I knew this would be a good one.
Yeah, Noise actually took the lead because of that, which is pretty crazy. But both players got the good bell skip at the Great Wall, so this is very, very close here. Once again, we're kind of moving into the final, more linear portion of this run. We'll see Noise Police pluck Plucky right around 430, and Elf grab Plucky at about 433. So looks about a 3-second difference, but that's certainly plenty of time for Evil Elf to still catch up.
Yeah, agreed. We're about to see Noise Police get high right here, and it's honestly not a bad pace, even though he missed that bell skip. But it's going to come down to the climb. Who's got the skill here? The tar pit. Let's see what Evil Elf can do with this. And it looks like he got the fast Ferdinand here, taking the lead once again, swapping. They're going up into Wild Wing.
Kind of ideal for Noise to accidentally hit that bell, right? Wow, as both players kind of struggle to get up into Wild Wing Spa and grab him. But yeah, it looks like both players kind of getting a little case of the yips here, a little bit of the nerves. This is crazy, such a back and forth. I'll be interested to see how this finishes out as Evil Elf moves into the final Cloud City portion and starts his ascent.
Now, the rule of Böbl right here is that basically there is always time to be gained or lost in the cloud climb. I mean, if someone misjudges it and falls down, and basically that's going to be a huge time loss here that's going to sway this entire thing. So let's see what happens here as we have the final screens coming up.
Yeah, surprisingly today, runners have been really good about avoiding like multi-screen falls in the cloud area, which is impressive to me. I thought it would occur more frequently, but yeah, we see both runners navigating through the initial cloud climb very cleanly. As Elf slightly ahead here as he grabs Howard and death warps back to that last spell.
And assuming that he grabbed everything at this point here, he's going to grab himself a 6:04 pipe with 34 seconds on the ride there. That's going to be a 6:38 at splashdown that we're looking at this point. But Noise very, very close behind. That was a fantastic race here, but looks like that Evil Elf is going to be taking this set and moving on.
Yeah, GG to both runners. That was a really awesome race, really close, a lot of back and forths, lead changes there. Probably one of my favorite races so far today. But yeah, GG to Elf taking this one down 2-0. GG to Noise Police. Thanks so much for coming out and participating. But yeah, GG to both runners.
I think the biggest thanks I have to give to Noise Police, though, is actually the time that he dedicated putting together the beats and the rap that we heard here earlier today. The amount of work and passion he actually put into that it's pretty fantastic. So hopefully you guys will get a chance to hear the final product yourselves, and definitely quite good.
Yeah, absolutely. Noise Police, I would say one of the community members who is responsible for, kind of putting this game on the map and drawing attention to it in the first place. So thanks so much to Noise Police for kind of, being one of the main catalysts to spark interest in this game and make today's event happen.
Completely agreed. Congratulations to Evil Elf for moving on with a 2-0 victory over Noise Police here. Noise packing up his bags and going home, but not forgotten. Glad to have you here. Definitely some good races here. That was actually one of my favorite matches to see as well, so I'm right there with you, Finn.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good one. Let's see what the bracket looks like. So Noise is eliminated. Elf moves on to face the loser of 18. 18 is Alti and Lick Arcade. No. Kerning. Kerning on the numbers is hard. Loser of 18 is Moniker and Game Time Television. So yeah, Elf will be playing the loser of Moniker and Game Time Television, which honestly, if I was Elf, I wouldn't really want to play against either of them. So that'll be a tough matchup.
That should be a good one overall. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens if it's Moniker. I mean, that's gonna be pretty rough. I think he's gonna clean house in the pop bracket. But Game Time Television versus Evil Up, I think that would be another classic one we're gonna see today if that does happen.
Sounds good. I think we're gonna go ahead and listen to the Noise Police rap.
Thank you very much, guys. Enjoy.
and welcome to the 2020 Grandma's Old Fashioned Bubble Tournament. Brought to you by Soap Team and GG Speedruns. Runners, let's go!
And clunk. I start. The goal is not to outsmart, but rather how much faster can I collect the ducks while not giving up about bells? While my opponent fails, everybody in chat press F for fouls. Eggland out they bowels. Better not glance at the screen, him, her, or they, unless you want to see me, the NOISEPOLICE in the lead. Glen Iron Ball sub 115. My inputs are true. Basement box I break through. Even Grandma knows about Mr. Kazoo.
Double, boil in trouble. Salty here to boil your bubble. I'm spitting fire and wrecking your times, stealing your ducks, investing your rhymes. You'll be at Scrooge when I'm nabbing bucket. So say goodbye to your rubber dub ducking. I'm up in the clouds hanging with Wild Wing. You're stuck in the basement getting popped by Darkwing. Dodging the bells, keeping it real. Cause don't you know that I ain't gonna fail?
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on.
Pick up the dog from the salsa shack and get ready, for a heart attack. Since a brand new came from the NES dance to get you going quack, quack, shout in your head. So listen to the story, what I tell you is true. You gonna be working your bubble till your face is blue, avoiding the pop, till you drop. Better be sub 6 coming out of that pipe. 8 ducks, just a quack and gonna build your height. Go on and leather up, cause these warriors are sacred. Get the fuck up at the shack if you don't like what I'm saying. Be go out.
My number's 42, but I am Amadrock, and it's time to collect my flock of ducks. You see, but I'm a bubble punk. I was called upon by the 48s come to navigate around this maze-like temple, collecting my homies, but you know it ain't that simple. We gotta dive right in to Grandma's basement, but watch the fuck out for that last bell placement. If you walk by 1 pixel, you'll feel so lame. Be riding to the top in that tube of shame. Now Monica says every trick is free. But the rest of us are popping, so how can that be?
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on. I'm a bubble, moving on the double, floating into space with my doggies to the bubble, hitting pipes like
Mario.
everybody knows me from the clouds to the barrio.
From the mind of the crafty Morcat, NES is the finest format. Kick back, relax, and let yourself slide down a lazy river.
Quack, quack, 40 watt attack. Put my hands on the controller, I ain't never looking back. On green time, now at the climb. One more double jump, whoops, never mind. In the jazz clouds, I'm getting skippy with my 2 boys, Frogger and Slippy. For the newbies, a lesson in history. What you know as the ain't what it really be, you hear me?
We on that bubble.
Well, wasn't that just delightful? This is Retrofile TV here to make sense of all this madness. You see, the bubble symbolizes humanity's ability to overcome adversity, to adapt, persevere against all odds, to prevail, and be unstale. The misplaced mallards, the ducks that we are seeking, are divine fragments of the cosmos itself. Matter and antimatter, what does it matter? Everything and nothing that ever mattered. But what of the frogs, the sleeping amphibian guardians, now awoken? And they are not pleased. Will you be the one to sing them back to slumber? Can you find your place amongst the stars?
Come on.
Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Grandma's Old Fashioned Bubble Tournament.
All right, guys, I think we're back. We're going to be setting up to watch Chuckles and Campfuna battle it out in the popped bracket. So another tournament life at stake here. Joined by Retrophile TV from our previous race. Retrophile, how do you feel about what we've seen so far? How do you feel about the race that we're about to watch?
So this is going to be a treat to watch, is what I think about here. So I think Chuckles here has more consistency. We saw that Campfuna had some issues getting below sub-7 in their runs earlier today, whereas Chuckles is pretty much a safe bet for around a 6:30 or less, depending on how things go. He adapts pretty well. So I think this is going to be a 2-0 in Chuckles' favor, in my opinion here. But I think that Campfuna is actually going to do a pretty good job dialing things back in. I expect possibly a PB for them in this race.
Yeah, Campfuna's kind of, progressively improved over the course of the event so far. But like you said, Chuckle's kind of that bastion of consistency within the bubble community. Very consistent. Was kind of surprised, not that Game Time Television is a slouch by any means, but was, kind of surprised to see Chuckles get knocked to the popped bracket early. So I think Chuckles is hungry and probably wants to take this one down. But yeah, I think Chuckles probably the favorite here. But like I said, Campfuna's been demonstrating that they're improving progressively over the course of the tournament, so could easily go either way.
Absolutely. Again, it comes down to experience here with Chuckles actually having a lot more of it to work with and lean on, whereas Campfuna just kind of dug into this here in the meantime. But here we go, folks. We're off and running, and we're going to see how things go with this one. I expect Chuckles to take an early lead on this set, but again, I do expect a PB pace on Campfuna's side.
Yeah, I think that as we see Campfuna death warping, Chuckles looks to be slightly ahead here just based on movement alone. But, these early screens don't matter as much. We'll see players grab this first early duck. And then, once we get to set up that grandma's basement, death warp portion of the run, that's when things start to get a little more difficult. But expect these runners to head towards Iron Ball, and try to grab it right around 115. But we see Campfuna take an unfortunate pop there that's going to set them back a little bit.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Cam there. Again, like I said, Chuckles just kind of running his race here, doing his thing. We will see the routes likely diverge. I know that Chuckles likes to grab Deadeye second, and the reason being is that the philosophy behind that is that if you miss the Deadeye bell skip, which we saw he struggled with the first time out, you have the option of then just going down to grab Scrooge, then going across to go grab Aflac, and then just going to the end. So it's actually a safety strat if the Deadeye bell skip happens, as opposed to just getting the traditional bell, doing Aflac, Scrooge, Deadeye. That works actually in your favor if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, and I'm a fan of that. We've seen demonstrated today from several runners that Great Wall bell skip is anything but free. We see Campfuna grab Iron Ball right around 129 or so about 15 seconds behind Chuckles at this point.
And an uncharacteristic pop there by Chuckles, actually trying to go for the long jump, basically where you just slightly tap the button and get yourself a nice chunk of height to do the one bounce on the way there, and that actually gives a Cam a chance to catch up here in the meantime. And it looks like that they are taking a pretty good chunk of time out of Chuckles' lead here. Yeah,
and then of course, right as we say that, they take another little pop there as they set up for the grandma jump. So Chuckles still, kind of firmly in the lead at this point, but he's also moving into the most critical part of the run, setting up this death warp skip where we navigate down into the abyss, we grab Darkwing, and then we head down to get the double jump ability. And then, that screen has a very critical part with that bell skip. Retro, you want to kind of talk about that bell skip a little more and like the cost associated with missing it?
Sure. Yeah, basically, if you miss the bell skip and if you ding it on the way, you get to ride the Tube of Shame, which is going to cost you about, I think, 25 to 30 seconds or so, but it's nowhere near as bad if you pop down there. So if you're going to do it, I mean, make sure you're going to hit the bell and actually get over the wall in the process. You will see here that Chuckles are going to take a very safe way of doing things. Just basically one single light tap, bounce off that ball, and actually gives you a good chunk of room. And that was textbook.
Yeah, it was really nice. Campfuna here a little bit behind as we see him grab Darkwing and head down to do that same skip setup that Chuckles just went through. Here we go. Chuckles setting up for this Great Wall bell skip, and he gets
nicely done.
Yeah, I love to see that. I've been watching Chuckles stream somewhat recently, and he was kind of struggling with that a bit in practice. So good to see him nail it in the event.
If I'm being absolutely honest here, I actually think that skip is far more difficult and far less free than the one down by double jump, because the setup for that's very quick and easy. That one you basically have to you have a one tile gap to go down through vertically as opposed to horizontally, and there's no real major safe strat you can do there. Just it's all timing and talent.
Right. Yeah, Chuckle's probably feeling pretty good about that one so far. So I think Chuckle's probably firmly in the driver's seat at this point. But, once again, this is kind of the variable portion of the race where the runners' paths are going to diverge a little bit in their duck collection. But, we'll get a better idea probably around this, I don't know, 4.5 minute mark when they go to pick up Plucky and get an idea of where they both stand.
Chuckle's taking the safe strat here, just holding down A, and I'm right there for that. That's a nice, clean way of grabbing Scrooge. No worry about popping there, especially when you have the bell good to go. And we're going to see Chuckles here take his trip to the clouds after grabbing Plucky. And he has a very good lead, as you've said, here at this point. So if he plays solid, this will be a win for him and definitely a big boost in confidence going into this next race.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know, Chuckles was on comms previously. He's discussed that he doesn't watch the stream. So I think that, he's not going to know that he's ahead, but I think based on his performance so far, he probably feels comfortable. No need to take any unnecessary risks here. I think he's probably going to play pretty safe and be able to close this one out.
Agreed. And also, you got Fast Ferdinand there, did not get tar pitted. We saw on Cam's side that they actually dropped all the way down to the pond and then popped over, as opposed to doing the double jump midair while doing the vault entry there. And also, it looks like they're having some difficulty on this side. Ooh. Oh,
yeah.
I gotta stop talking about it. On Chuckle's side, he's climbing up here. We should see this a nice clean run overall. Like you said, he doesn't watch the feed, but he's got to be feeling pretty good about this run overall. Very clean, consistent, very smooth the whole way through. Hasn't really had too many difficulties to work with, so he's got to be feeling good.
Yeah, absolutely. Chuckle's cloud climb looks nice and safe, but also consistent. And Camp we see struggling with some extraneous pops here as they navigate over and grab Affleck. So probably a little flustered at this point, but it's okay. Just have to shake it off, finish strong. Then there's still at least one. Ideally, if you're in that position, you have to say, well, there's 2 more races to play, right? Just focus on winning the next one.
Agreed. It looks like that was a 5:41 pipe by Chuckles there, so adding 34 seconds on top of that. That takes us to what, a 6:15?
Yeah, right around there.
Pace for him.
Yeah, good job to Chuckles. I think that's probably a little faster than his typical average, so he's got to be pretty pleased with that one. Probably a nice confidence boost moving into the next race.
Well, we can safely say that was his fastest today, because we know that he missed the Deadeye Bell skip 3 times in a row there. So him getting this now, he's got to feel like he's conquered those demons.
Yeah, absolutely. We see him touchdown with all 8 ducks in the water right at 6:15. So GG to Chuckles for taking down the first race. Let's watch as we see Cam here approach Cloud City for this ascent and cheer them on while they finish up.
Yeah, speaking of Cam here, it looks like I said, this might be actually a PB for them today, at least, with the pace that they've had here. They've had some difficult pops overall, but I fully expect they will be more consistent and dialed in the second race. So it's going to be a closer one overall that can go any way at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Cam probably the most improved player just over the course of the tournament, right? I think their first time that they posted was like a 10x. So, already demonstrating that, they can compete with these other runners just, over the course of a few hours. So.
Agreed. I think that Cam's time was like a low to mid 7 for their seeding time. So seeing them kind of on this pace now, that's definitely not too bad by any means. And again, I fully expect that the tournament jitters will hopefully have worn off, but and they'll be driven to get that PB here.
Yeah, hitting right around 720, 721. But yeah, I mean, if we cut out a couple of those pops where it looked like they got flustered for a moment, that was a PB for them, I think. I think that was a PB pace definitely at one point in that run. So GG to Camp for finishing out solid.
Yeah, absolutely. GG's to both runners for that one. Chuckles had put on a solid performance, consistent, safe. There was nothing, there was no frills on that run, but everything was executed cleanly, textbook to the letter. And that shows that if you follow that path, you can get yourself a very competitive time. Like a low 6 would have won multiple matches today.
Yeah, absolutely. So Camp finishing up, touching down the water, high 754 with 8 ducks. Quack, quack. So Chuckles taking it down 1-0 so far, but we're going to get these runners set up for a second race. How do you feel like if you're Chuckles or if you're Cam, any adjustments that you'd want to make? You just playing your same, you're running it back and just hoping to play a little cleaner? What do you think their psyches are like right now?
So Chuckles right now knows that he has a very safe buffer. There's a very large gap between the PBs that they have at this point and the performances that both of them put on today. So Chuckles, I would make no adjustments. Clearly what I'm doing is already working. I would stick with what I did. Again, everything was textbook. Everything was the way you're supposed to do it. Those are all very good, consistent strats that he did. On Cam's side, I know that there's got to be a lot of frustration, but they definitely need to kind of step up what they're doing and look for that consistency and strive for it. I fully expect that if Cam is able to dial things in, we're going to see a sub 7 for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would be cool to see, regardless of win or lose. You know, you'd love to see runners PB, you know, in the middle of an event. That'd be awesome. So.
Absolutely. However, unfortunately, I'm going to have to give this one to Chuckles here again. I think that this is a bridge too far for Cam to cross at this point, but they can still put on a heck of a race here, and away we go.
Yep, both runners going to be making their way towards the dive ball. You know, hopefully avoiding any nerve pops at this point. You know, it's pretty common in these first races. We see runners take some unnecessary pops right at the beginning, but typically so far today, during the second race, runners have been really clean in navigating these first few screens.
Agreed. And they may look like trivial or simple jumps, but even just the slightest bit of hesitation can lead to a pop, and then things can kind of be like a house of cards where they start crumbling, where you get frustrated and like, oh, this is a consistent jump that I've gotten, 90% of the time. Why is this happening to me now when it counts the most? Because practice is practice. You can reset all day and it's fine, but now when you have 80, 90 people watching you and you're fighting for your tournament life, that's a whole other set of stakes.
Right, and we see Camp Funa unfortunately taking a pop already on the Great Wall. So, yeah, I mean, I think Tracy mentioned in chat previously that once you miss a jump, it almost like plants this mental seed. Like if you pop and especially somewhere you wouldn't typically pop, it becomes very easy then to pop again in that same spot. Almost like there's a magnet there now, right? Because now you're like building up this mental block. You're afraid of it.
Negative reinforcement is a hell of a thing, for the record. So, I mean, you can go for some really risky strats that are consistent to you, but the moment that you get them, you're gonna be gun shy about it. There's a term in the fighting game community, and I liken this tournament to a very similar structure to the fighting game community, where you can be mentally guard broken. Basically, that you're on point for most of the time, but all it takes is a couple of cascading mistakes, and suddenly you're forgetting essentials, fundamentals. And you're missing things that you've hit over and over and over again, and now you're just wondering why, and you're losing time, and it just snowballs.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of different ways to put it. Some people might call that tilt, other people might call it a case of the yips, but Bubble's no different. Certainly an element of gameplay, or it's an element that is relative to the gameplay here in Bubble as well.
Agreed. And now we have Chuckles here working down into the abyss. Cam actually not too far behind, all things considered here, so this can go either way. This could come down to the skip to sway the lead. We'll see what happens here overall, but again, Chuckles got to be feeling good, and Cam is definitely going to be feeling hungry at this point to keep the tournament life alive.
Yeah, I want to say Cam's about 15 seconds behind, give or take. Last time I really tried to do a screen-to-screen comparison, but Chuckles moving into the most critical screen of this run, so we'll see what happens here.
Oh, and goes with the even cleaner and faster way of doing it. No iron ball needed to bounce there. That's quite nice.
Yeah, that was interesting, especially from Chuckles, right? He seems, like we just said, kind of safer, more consistent. So a slightly swaggier strat there, but I like it. I like, he's feeling himself. He gets the Great Wall bell skip. So yeah, Chuckles is zooming right now.
Oof, and Cam taking the worst case scenario on that one, and that's probably the best way to refer to it right now, is that Cam popped while trying to go for the skip, so that's going to be a run all the way back down through the abyss. So Chuckles now can take it pretty safely, but I will say that also I think Chuckles actually did the same motions that he had in his muscle memory, but the positioning was so good that when he actually went to reach for that iron ball to go down, he actually just dove into the water. He had cleared it.
Yeah, Chuckles playing really well at the moment. Looks really clean. Oh, Cam taking another pop on the plunge down to the abyss for the double jump ball. So Cam going to be, really far behind at this point. It would take something catastrophic, I think, from Chuckles for Cam to catch up, unfortunately. But we'll see what happens as Chuckles moves down here. Oh, and he does pop trying to go straight.
Say stuff like that.
Yeah, commentator's curse is a thing, as I jinx Chuckles and he pops trying to go gather Scrooge. So we'll see if that helps Cam catch up at all.
Now again, you got to be thinking that if he's not watching the feed by any means here, he's going to be feeling pretty bad about that. That's a pretty rough mistake. Yeah, look, yeah, he's definitely gun shy. We were just talking about this.
Yeah, exactly. You know, he already popped there once now, and like you said, he's not watching the feed, so maybe he feels behind now. You know, maybe that took the wind out of his sails, and now he's afraid. Maybe he's flustered. We'll see him go over here to gather up Plucky right around 4:30-ish.
And on Cam's side, looks like that they missed the bell skip, so they're going to be taking the long ride up as well. So Chuckles has a very comfortable lead that he's not even aware of at this point. But he's definitely going to be feeling a bit skittish after that happening. But hopefully, overall, he knows the gap is there and maybe feels some bit of comfort. But nonetheless, this will be a good vote of confidence for him to move on within the pop bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Chuckles, and he took that kind of uncharacteristic pop there, gathering Scrooge, but I mean, he still hit the two most important skips, right? He's otherwise had a really clean run. So hopefully he can like keep that in the back of his mind and use that to propel forward. We see him gather up Ferdinand and Wild Wing and start his ascension through the Cloud City.
Yep, for sure. So again, it all comes down to that even the most consistent players, even the most skilled and quick players out there will make mistakes. It will happen. I've made this this analogy before. A lot of people refer to Moniker as the human task for this game. But the key word in there is human. He is still human. He can still be taken down. We saw a snowball of mistakes happen, but he also definitely had that same level of comfort. He knew that there was a skill gap there, a time gap. That may not be the case moving further into this tournament where that level of leniency will not be there. So be curious to see how things work out. But for Chuckles here, this is definitely in hand as he makes his way onto Victory Road. And congratulations to him for a very well-run race, 2-0 victory in his stead.
Yeah, a nice 6:02 pipe entry, put him down, water touchdown right around 6:35 to 6:36 or so. But GG to Chuckles for the nice 2-0. He played a really, other than that Scrooge pop, he had a really clean race, nailing both bell skips. And GG to Camp as well. You know, like I said, probably the most improved player over the course of this event. I don't think they're going to be able to PB here, but you know, this is a good pace for them. We saw a couple unfortunate pops in the grandma's basement, you know, abyss double jump area. So those are huge time losses, as we all know. But you know, still a great performance, great showing for them on the day.
Great, and it cannot be understated. Like actually, just taking the time to come out here and to put on a show for all of us to enjoy. I mean, that cannot be understated, and that's something that I'm very thankful for. I mean, if Cam wasn't here right now, we wouldn't be having this race. We wouldn't be able to talk about it overall and enjoy it. So it's all about having fun and coming out here and enjoying ourselves. But having close competitive races too are quite enjoyable, but also seeing the improvement. Like you said, most improved player, absolutely. I completely agree with that.
Yeah, it was a fun race. And I think going back to what you were talking about previously, I think that this game is very unforgiving, right? It's a short game, it's optimized, it's all movement based, and mistakes are really punishing. Like, sure, if you have a bell close by, you get to teleport back to your bell, like as we see right here. Pretty marginal time loss there. But some of these mistakes are upwards of 20 to 30 seconds, and it's very easy to chain them together just due to the nature of the game, right? Get a little flustered, pop on a wall, you know, get back there, pop again. So this game it may look really simple, but as someone who doesn't run it but has played it, you know, both casually and has messed with the speedrun, a lot of these jumps are so much harder than they look, especially the bell skips. It can't be understated. Game is not easy. And contrary to Moniker, nothing is free.
I completely agree. I mean, if you're watching, you're saying, hey, this looks pretty easy, I want to get in on this. I mean, you definitely can and give it a shot, but you're going to get in there and you'll be like, well, why am I not moving like this? You know, why is this so hard? Why do I keep popping on the Great Wall? Why is this so tight? And really, it kind of weighs on you and you're like, wow, this actually is really difficult. So even though that Cam maybe struggled here, like, this pace would definitely beat most players out of the gate and those even starting to learn the run. All ducks is a very difficult category, whereas any percent is far more accessible.
Yeah, one of those easy to learn, difficult to master games. Yeah, there's it's easy to figure out the controls and figure out how the bubble moves, but learning the complexities around, you know, iron ball, double jump, buoyancy, etc. There's actually a lot of depth to the gameplay.
But
But yeah, we see Camp finishing up their run here, going to be touching down in the water with a very low 9. Looks like a 9:03.
Well, congrats to both runners. Thank you guys so much for the wonderful race. Chuckles, W73, moving on in the pop bracket. Cam put on the best show that they possibly could, and they are going home here. So thanks again, guys. Much appreciated. Good races to all.
Yep, Chuckles with a nice 2-0, going to be moving on. I think we're going to be looking at Avidrock and Pico de Guile next up.
Oh man, Avo versus PDG. PDG did not have a chance to go out there and show his stuff earlier here due to some scheduling conflicts that happened on Tracy's side, but that was a free pass for him to move forward now. So he's got a pretty big mountain to climb. We're going to see if Avidrock's tournament nerves come back to haunt him, if PDG steps up and has some good play today as well. I will say that watching PDG play Böbl or however you would pronounce it at this point, during his 12-hour birthday stream that he did, he shredded that time down really well. So I mean, also he's by no means is the Russian attack man taken out of the mix here, and we can't count him out. So this could go either way as well.
Yeah, I'm interested. I've not watched Pico play this game yet, so I don't really know what to expect from him. We did see Avidrock do some racing earlier today, and yeah, they did look a little shaky. You know, there was some very evident tournament nerves there. So I don't know what to expect from this one. I think there's been this is like maybe the biggest wild card of the tournament for me so far. So I'm afraid to say one way or the other, because I don't know, but I'm very interested to see.
You may be afraid, but I'm going to charge forward in the hopes of some sort of bracket here making sense. Honestly, Avidrock, I think, is actually the favorite going into this. They had a chance to run a tournament race today. They know what the nerves are like. They came out on top on this, whereas PDG is coming into this completely cold. And also, I think the skill gap is also there between the two of them. That Avidrock, I think, is going to edge PDG out just a little bit. But again, anything can happen.
Absolutely. I think I might take a break from comms here and let Chuckles step back in. We'll see if Chuckles is available.
Not to say he's going to be feeling good after that race, but Finn, if you are stepping out of the booth, my friend, absolute pleasure working alongside you, and thank you for your help today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I might be back later this evening. But yeah, thanks so much, Retrophile, and hopefully I will talk to you again later this evening.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it. Alrighty. Chuckles W73. Hopping in the booth here, I think before we get started with this next race, if you're feeling up to it, my friend, a small little interview, since we haven't had a chance to really do that today. How are you feeling after that run?
Hey, Retrophile. Good to be back here in the booth. That was it was a good match from Campuna. I hadn't seen them run much before. They did pretty well. I just finally kind of found my stride and was able to hit some bell skips that I didn't hit earlier today. So I felt pretty good about my runs.
Absolutely. You had a very consistent first run. How did you feel when you got the Deadeye bell skip?
Well, I was practicing it offline since my first matchup because, I feel like it's about a 50-50 shot that I make it, and I didn't make it in any of my earlier matches. So when I hit it, it felt good. And then, being up a race going into the second match is not something I was familiar with. So I might have played it a little safe, but things still went okay other than a bad pop down by Scrooge.
Yeah, I saw that. We were actually talking during the commentaries about being a bit gun-shy after popping on things that normally are pretty consistent for you. And we saw that you took a very safe approach where you actually went down to the puddle outside before breaking into the ball.
Yeah, for the most part, that's my strategy, is if I go for something and I mess it up pretty bad, I'm going to play it safe after that. Because I've had practice runs where you try to push it and you end up popping on the same thing like 5 times. Recovering from one bad pop is doable, but if you just start sinking a minute and a half into hitting one trick, you're killing your chances. So after popping on Scrooge, I said, I'm going to play it real safe, and I'm definitely not going to pop there again.
That was definitely the right call overall. But I will say that your first run of that race, I would show to anybody and say that is a textbook run. It's clean, it's consistent, it was very well executed. It was very low risk, but you got yourself a very good and very competitive time that would have done well in many matches today.
Thank you, Retrophile. I did feel good about that. But enough about my match. We've got a pretty great matchup coming up here between Avidrock 42 and Pico de Guile. I'm excited to see this.
What's your takeaway on this one? Who do you think's gonna pick this one up? My pick was Avidrock.
I think Avidrock has the experience to pull it off, but I'm really hoping that Pico shows what he's learned recently. You know, Avidrock was running the NES dev version of this game, and he's actually put together some task runs recently. So he really knows the game very well. He knows exactly what needs to be done. It just remains to be seen, will he be able to pull off all those tricks and have a clean run? While Pico is an accomplished runner, but pretty new to this game. And I think he just needs to go out there and run his race and not worry about Avidrock and hope that he gets several times that are right around his, PB potential.
I completely agree with that analysis, hands down. Avidrock being the astute student here and knowing the game inside and out. PDG, Pico, Wildcard the Guile, as his nickname was in college. He's going to have to run out here as best as possible, but we are away, and good luck to both the runners. So we have PDG coming down, looking clean out of the gate here. No pops for him. We have to wonder if he was practicing all day today while listening to the races. He's been in chat, but he's also been quiet sometimes as well. Maybe he's been training to 80s montage music. Avidrock taking the pop and going way back there. PDG going to grab himself a nice hearty lead here to start.
Avidrock showing that really nothing in this game is free. You've got to be on your A game the whole way through.
Very good. Coming up to the Great Wall. PDG, however, taking the pop there. That's going to be a 9-second loss right out of the gate. And he's going to be coming back, and that cuts the lead down a little bit, but gets himself the second try. But Avidrock right on the heels here. So we got ourselves a race, folks, to Iron Ball.
Yeah, Pico's got a slight lead, and he should keep it all the way to Iron Ball. There's not really a lot of opportunities to gain or lose time other than a fast pipe entry. And then, of course, getting lost in the pipes, which I don't think we've seen yet today.
Nope, no all pipes percent has happened today as of yet. But again, I think that, as I've said, anything can happen, and all it takes is just a missed input. And speaking of that fast pipe, Avidrock with a very fast transition. You got to think that some of that task work may have helped him out there. It comes down to velocity and trajectory, and they are only a mere moments apart.
Yeah, I think Pico might have about a 1.5 second lead. And we've seen that, any pop in this game is going to cost you multiple seconds. So the lead is not safe at this point for sure.
Okay, yeah, they're definitely sizing up there. It looks like that Avidrock had a cleaner area over there, but overtaking in the pond between the two pillars. This is a heck of a race, folks. Check this out. Oh, bonking up top, but Pico de Guile getting the grandma.
That's one of the most satisfying tricks in the game, and it's really not as hard as people would make it seem. But it looks like Pico missed his stop for the bell as he backtracks there.
That's the first time we're seeing that one today, that's for sure. And that puts Avidrock back in the lead. But now
then Pico follows it up with the Grandma's Basement.
The top route, the Grandma's Basement, the OG. Look at this. This is crazy. PDG taking a pop now.
That room is dangerous, and now Pico follows it up with a second Grandma's Basement, so clearly he's been practicing that trick. He pops again, let's see if he can do it a third time. Usually you want only one of those in a run, but there he does it again. He's clearly figured something out.
People will be studying the tape for that one, seeing that the consistent strats that he has, that definitely saves some time. And
now Avidrock approaches the bell skip, and he pulls it off.
Nails it. But so nice he had to do it thrice. And we see PDG grabbing Darkwing, but Avidrock now with a healthy, hearty, wonderful lead. Let's see if we can hold on to it. Looks like Avidrock is actually taking your route there, Chuckles, going to Deadeye second. I had talked about that being a bit of a safe strat. If you miss that bell skip, it actually works out better in your favor. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that, and I really think that if you can pull off the bell skips, there's not a significant time difference between getting Deadeye second or going and getting Affleck and Scrooge, because everything revolves around that bell. You take 2 trips away from that bell and 2 trips back. The reason for going Deadeye before the other ducks is that if you screw it up, you've got that backup strat. So that's why I go that way. Looks like Pico had a little bit more trouble down in the abyss. He's now approaching the bell skip, and if he wants to really stay competitive, he's going to have to hit this.
Which he does. Well done. Avidrock on his way to Scrooge, taking things kind of safely on the way, however, but he definitely can afford himself to do so at this point. I know that PDG had some difficulties here that I'm sure will be weighing on him a little bit, but hopefully it does not carry over into race 2, because this was competitive for a good chunk of time overall, but now Avidrock definitely kind of settling in, but we can definitely see the tournament nerves still weighing on him with some uncharacteristic mistakes that we've seen. PDG on his way, going to get Scrooge in the nicest way possible, it looks like. Very good. And Avidrock now going to grab Ferdinand and also do the climb as well with, again, a pretty hearty lead.
Well, we see Pico de Guile pick up the Deadeye Bell Skip, which will help him out. But he's got a lot of time to make up here. He's really got to hope for a missing duck on the other side. Mentally, he might be moved on to race 2 at this point.
It is possible, yeah. He could just be going through the motions now to get some awareness and some practice and kind of warm things up for that muscle memory for race 2. You got to think he's going to be looking ahead. He's got to be feeling a good level of frustration at this point. But again, Avidrock had a chance to actually race today and kind of get the initial jitters out, whereas this is PDG's first showing. And I have to imagine that Avidrock has definitely put in a little bit more work in the lab, working on the tasks and kind of digging into it. I know I've had a chance to do some exhibition races with him, whereas PDG maybe just has not had enough time with the game at this point, so we'll see.
Pico's still having a pretty good run other than his issues down in the Abyss. He just had the fast Ferdinand and avoided the tar pit. He's working his way up to Wild Wing now. I think if he could take it back, he'd like to redo the Grandma's Basement section and popping below that. But overall, he did pretty good. I think we'll see a better time out of him in the second run.
I agree, absolutely. It looks like Avidrock had a 5:42 pipe coming in. That should put them at about 6:16 on Splashdown. PDG, though, showing actually that he's no slouch here. The climbs are looking really solid coming up there. Very nice.
People make some mistakes in these runs, and it really does come down to how you react to those mistakes. It's very easy to let a run get away from you. A lot of us tend to, be speedrunners that go for PBs, and we're often very reset heavy. And you can't do that in a race. And so it's all a question of how do you react after you make a mistake? Can you keep things from going off the rails? And Pico did a pretty good job of recovering there. He didn't let it turn into a longer run, but it wasn't enough to take down Avidrock. And we'll see what he can do next.
Looks to be about a 6:41, 6:42 pipe for PDG. You definitely got to think he probably came into this a bit colder than Avidrock was at this point, and maybe some tournament nerves were there. But let's not understate here. 3 Grandma's Basements in a row from PDG on that side. That's scary good.
Yeah, I'm going to need to pay him for lessons on that, I think.
You and I both. And it looks like we're recording a 7:16, 7:18, 7:19, something around that mark for PDG. But nonetheless, here we've confirmed all ducks have been saved, rescued, and look how happy they are. And that goes into to Avidrock's favor. So Chuckles, at this point, with what we just saw here, what's your prediction for race 2 here in the set? Avidrock's got to be feeling pretty good, but what do you think?
You know what? I'm gonna say I think Pico pulls this one off. I'm not gonna make any predictions about race 3, but I think Avidrock maybe makes a mistake and doesn't get both the bell skips, and I think Pico puts in a much better performance. So I think this one might go the distance.
Agreed. I would love to see a race 3 for this set. This has already been super entertaining. We had seen some very excellent performance from both runners here out of the gate. If it wasn't for some unfortunate repeated popping on PDG side, actually would have been pretty close to the end, I imagine.
And I know both of these runners are members of the Salsa Shack, as are both you and I. So they know each other very well. And I think there's a lot of racing for pride on the line here. And I don't think Pico wants to get shut out. So I think he's going to try really hard.
Absolutely agreed. Now, things to keep in mind here, folks. This is the winner's bracket. So PDG is not going home if he does lose this at this point. He got himself a bye, which is why he hasn't had a chance to actually do one here today. But we are off and running once again. And this one's going to be pretty close here until we get to the Great Wall. Looks like Avidrock had an unfortunate pop there, though, from what looks like PDG pulling ahead.
Yeah, it looks like Pico is going to have a slight lead as they head towards Iron Ball. Still anybody's race.
Absolutely agreed here. PDG, though, showing, again, this is kind of how the other one went before, is that PDG has a very strong early game here. And the mid game is kind of the meat of this entire thing. The final climb, yes, there can always be time to be won or lost. But getting to Plucky and onward at that point, that's kind of the thing. Also, by the way, Avidrock again with a very fast pipe. Again, I'm wondering if that task homework has really paid off here to make that more consistent. That's looking like a 115, 116 iron ball for Pico, and only about maybe 2 seconds behind for Avidrock.
I'm not seeing a timer going for Avidrock right now.
No, they didn't. They forgot to start their timer. There was an issue with it, but we can kind of just use Picos to kind of gauge things as best as possible here. If we have these feeds synced up. Oh, PDG taking an unfortunate pop. Avidrock taking the lead here, but also bonking on the grandma jump.
I know as a runner, I frequently don't look at my timer in this game until I'm hitting that iron ball. And by that point, it's kind of too late to do anything about it.
Agreed. So it looks like that Avidrock took things kind of safe on that side. PDG trying to line himself up to go for Grandma's Basement, but does not get it this time. And now we come into the critical moments here within the Abyss. Avidrock grabbing Darkwing quite easily. PDG coming down precariously along that waterfall. That bell that's there can ruin this entire setup here. You gotta be very careful about it. And for the Darkwing grab, you want to line yourself up there along that left wall to avoid the bell. Speaking of avoiding bells, here's Avidrock with his chance. And he gets it. A nice, clean, simple setup on that one, but having difficulty finding the wall to pop.
He nails the easy part, and he made the jump look easy, and then he made the bounce break look hard.
Unfortunately for PDG here, it looks like that he's going to be taking the long scenic route ride. And over on Avidrock's screen, he got the Deadeye Bell Skip. So that's going to also kind of put the onus here on PDG's side. Avidrock showing a dominant performance once again.
Avidrock with that nice early pop on Deadeye on the second attempt there. I think if you nail both of those skips, it kind of changes your mentality. You're saying, I feel really good about this run. I just need to not screw up. If you miss those bell skips, you might feel like you have to really push the limits of what you can do. But you don't want to get complacent for sure, or you end up, popping like I did. Avidrock heads down into Scrooge's vault. See if he... No, he doesn't play it safe there. He takes the higher bounces. The safe strat is to just hold in dives so that you pop up more bricks, but it does cost a bit of time, as we now see Pico heading down to Scrooge as well.
Pico taking a nice, safe way of doing it, but he actually got a pretty good... He hit the third block in. Like, he actually jumped inward. That does save a little bit of time, but still being safe and consistent. And Avidrock here going up into the clouds at this point. Going to grab himself a Ferdinand. And his lead is definitely quite good at this point, where PDG still has to make that ride down to grab Deadeye.
Yeah, Avidrock has a clean pickup on Wild Wing there, and this is really one of the last major popping points, is that gap in these two blocks. Once you get across there, there's nowhere to pop until you get to Howard, so it's all about just a good flow here.
Indeed. We're going to use PDG's timer here to kind of gauge where Avidrock is at roughly, since they should have started within about a couple seconds of each other at this point. But as we can see, this is definitely not going to be a nail-biter by any means unless Avidrock has a catastrophic fall. Unless Avidrock has a catastrophic... I guess that's not happening.
Yeah, Pico just took a pop on his way into Plucky. That's a tricky little screen that people sometimes overlook. And now Pico's making his way up into the clouds as Avidrock heads towards the finish line. But like you mentioned, Pico is not out of this tournament, as this is only his first loss, assuming that Avidrock has all the ducks. And it'll be interesting to see what he does later on. He showed that he's very capable of hitting that grandma's basement. He needs to work on that bell skip, I think, and the abyss section.
Agreed. It looks like from PDG's timer here, Avidrock was at a 5:24 pipe entry, so that's gonna be a sub 6 from what it looks like here with a 5:58 for the splashdown.
Yeah, I do think they started pretty close, so he's going to be right at sub 6 there. That time's not fast enough to win a Sacred Oil, so we don't have to worry about frame counting it or anything. But a very, very nice run from Avidrock there, GG. And we see Pico in the climb, which he's shown he's very capable of doing here. And he should end up with a pretty decent time as well.
Gotta say, I am very impressed by PDG's climb. Very clean the whole way up, does a really good job of it. Doesn't take more jumps or bounces than he actually has to. It's very good. So I think, you know what, he'll probably have a pretty good time down there in the pop bracket. We'll see. But Avidrock takes this one 2-0. Well played from both racers. A good job overall. And that's a great time, by the way. Again, 5:58 or low 6. I mean, that's totally competitive.
Yeah. Yeah, and GG to Pico, you know, he is an accomplished runner in other games. He has some records in Russian attack. And if you've ever played that game, you know that you jump by hitting up. So maybe Pico's just having a hard time getting used to a game that actually has a jump button. But I'm just kidding. Hopefully he'll do well in the pots bracket.
Yeah, there are no knives or jump buttons in this one here, so we'll see. Or there's no up jump, there's no knives in this game, so. And there we go. PDG splashing down with a time of 7:12. And he'll be moving down to the pop bracket here. In the meantime, gets a chance to cool off, reassess, and Avidrock moving on once again. Well done. Congratulations to both runners. Thank you guys so much for the wonderful race. And Chuckles, looks like I might be stepping out on this one here for some commentary. But thank you very much for your time. Glad to be able to commentate alongside you.
Pleasure working with you, Retrophile. I think you have a race coming up, so good luck with that.
Indeed, I do. I'm going to go ahead and hit the showers and work on that now. So, see you guys. Thank you very much.
Been quite an exciting day, and I noticed while that last race was going that in chat, it's Alti who's coming up next just set a new world record at 5:42 while warming up.
Well, warm-ups are, you know, good and all, but I'd like to see what happens on screen is what I'm a little more concerned with.
Yep, just to make it interesting during warm-ups as well, Lick got a 5:45, so I mean, we're in for a match.
Well, hopefully these runners both know that the Sacred Oils controller goes to the fastest run caught on video and not the one in warm-ups.
Yeah, no, it's definitely during the tournament. Hope they can bring that same game here. Speaking of Sacred Oils, they are the sponsor of tonight's event by donating a number of controllers for the viewers, the racers. So that's what these racers look forward to winning. GG Speedruns, thank you for running this event, Mr. Dino and your crew, as well as Team Soap for organizing everything, and Morphcat for the game. So as we set up for It's Alti and Lick, how you feeling about what you've seen tonight, Chuckles?
I've been very impressed with a lot of people today. I still wouldn't want to be betting money on who I think is going to win. I think it could be any number of people. And it's been really exciting so far. And I think there have been areas that we expected people to make mistakes that they're nailing. And I think we're seeing some pops in other spots that we weren't expecting that's really affecting the outcome of these races. People have been surprisingly good at that bell skip down by the jump ball. We've only seen a couple of rides of shame.
Yeah, I've been quite surprised every which direction. Some people that I thought would be doing some things flawlessly have seemed to be having some problems, and then some other people that I thought may be having some problems seem to be on their best game ever today, and that's what makes it exciting. And I agree, it could be anybody's game. I wouldn't be putting any money on the finals right now myself.
Absolutely, and you know, these next couple of matches are still in the winner's bracket, so none of these folks have taken a loss yet. We've got It's Alti and Lick Arcade coming up next, and the winner advances, and the loser is going to have to go down to the popped bracket and face me in a little while. And I got to be honest, I'm not really excited about facing up against either of these guys because they are both really good contenders.
Yeah, both of them have been playing strong. Apparently, they've been warming up strong. But even as you said, man, it's anybody's game. Anything can happen. Nerves can get people, just pull out something. You got it in you.
Yeah, I'm not sweating it right now. I'm just looking forward to enjoying this match and seeing what happens here.
Absolutely. Very eager to see this, and pretty much I would say that you're entering the zone play. I guess kind of with this bracket moving into the next one, where it's going to be minor mistakes are going to start separating people more and more rather than the major ones. I think we're going to see play that is more stable. A little more cleaner execution, and it's going to really be movement and knowledge of that movement that starts separating people.
For sure. And looking ahead, the match after this one features Retrofile TV and El Rucco, and we've not actually seen El Rucco race yet today, so there's a bit of an unknown there too. But we'll get to that in a bit.
Yep. I see that. See that we're getting the racers lined up now. Anyways, what's your predictions out there? I haven't really talked to y'all yet. I just wanted to also, I forgot, how rude of me, I forgot to mention another sponsor of tonight's event, Stormcrow Designs, 56,000 ways to amaze. And he will be giving out a free layout to the winner of today's tournament.
Wow, that's awesome. I didn't even realize that was up for grabs. So the winner's going to walk away with a very nice layout and a Sacred Oils controller.
Absolutely. You're wrong about that, Skunky. Everybody here tonight is the winner. All the viewers are. That's how, like, 56,000 ways that Stormy amazes is that everyone here tonight gets a layout from Stormy.
Well, that is very generous.
Stormy, we don't accept that kind of language in here. Anyways, we're getting on this. I see that we have counted in the racers, so enough of that.
I hope for everybody's sake that this one goes the distance in the full 3 rounds, because these are some of the best racers you're going to see today facing off early in this tournament.
All right. We got Lick is a couple seconds ahead on the timer, so we'll get a little bit of sync time going in. Oh, and he suffers a pop, but not a major one.
He was fortunate that he rang that bell on the way in, so it didn't cost him too much.
So as we get synchronized, we can see that Alti is just a little bit ahead, about a screen and a half.
Ooh, Alti takes a costly pop on the way to the Great Wall, and Lick Arcade approaches it now, and he gets over cleanly, which puts him back in the lead.
And I just realized I was watching the wrong streams. So here we are. All right, so Lick Arcade's entering the pipe. Alti's entering the pipe. Lick Arcade catching the pipe skip again. That cuts off about a third of that maze/puzzle right there, just by going through the barrierless pipes and know that it's not going out of bounds.
Looks like Lick Arcade has about a 3-second lead at the Iron Ball. But no lead is safe with these two guys going.
And for those of you that may be new here, the Iron Ball gives you the ability to dive down as deep as you want, as well as giving you a chance to bounce off of a solid item or break cracked items. So it really opens up the doors for where you can go in the game.
Both of our runners nail the grandma jump as they make their way up. Still pretty close. Lick has a slight lead. He's able to avoid that upper pool of water with the grandma's basement, and so does Alti.
Oh, but then Lick takes a pop. Unfortunately, going back to the bell. Luckily, that is the last bell they hit because that is the setup of the death warp. So from here on out, they don't want to touch anymore. Alti with the 219 Darkwing.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good lead, but it's all, coming up on that very important bell skip.
About a 229 for Lick. Alti coming up and gets the bell skip. Now going for the death warp. Just as Lick Arcade is approaching.
Lick takes a slightly safer strat, but he's able to pull off the bell skip. I think Alti has about a 9-second lead at this point. So it'll be really interesting to see who goes for or gets the Deadeye bell skip. I think they'll both go for it for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of them top tier, probably going all out. They know what they're both up against and what they're both capable of. So I can see them pulling out all the stops on this one. So it's Alti getting the bell skip, no problem, as Lick Arcade grabs the duck and moves on.
Both of these guys, made a couple of little mistakes early, but they've been running a real clean race since then.
It's Alti getting that death. Lick Arcade now moving to it, hoping to get the same. Does not. So that's another 1.5 seconds or so for Alti.
So Alti grabbed Plucky at about 3:59 as Lick makes the jump over the gap. Looks like he's going to be about 11 seconds behind at Plucky.
So now as it's Alti goes into the tar pit, avoids it, moving into the section of the game now where it's going to be a lot of movement, and really it's up to you now to just execute as well as you can.
Well, Alti's got a bit of a lead here as he enters the climb. He just needs to focus on keeping it clean and not making mistakes, and he should be able to hold on to that lead. There's no real major opportunities for popping here. He just needs to not forget Howard.
Yeah, I don't believe we have seen a full drop yet of any major screens yet on the climb, which is great for the racers. I'm surprising though. Lick Arcade getting to the top of the climb now. And it's Alti pretty much home free.
That's going to be a sub 6-minute time for Alti there.
Yep.
And Lick's not too far behind.
There's a 5:18 bell entry. Or I mean pipe entry.
Lick Arcade's going to finish with about a 6:07. Very solid run. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to take the win in this heat, but we're doing best out of 3, and I don't really feel like changing my predictions based on this. I think they're going to go the distance.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, I don't think either one is really going to change their play style, go any riskier or any safer than what they're doing. So I think it's just all, again, with this game, all up to just how they execute. So both racers, all ducks confirmed. So, both are good, and we move on to the next race. All right, looks like some of our racers are getting ready now. And Lick Arcade has just lost power.
Well, that's certainly not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the things we planned for, that was not one of them. We're gonna wait and see what happens here, though, and give it a chance to either come back on or maybe possibly delay the game. Lick is indicating that it should be back up shortly, so here we go. We're getting the
He's
feedback.
firing up the mister there. I was going to say, I'm only a few miles from Lick Arcade. If he wants to come down here and stream from my house, he can keep racing.
All right, we have confirmation that we are all good to go and Lick is ready, so Alti is also ready, so we should see them counting in shortly.
Well, hopefully there's no more power outages during this race. That's one contingency that we hadn't really planned on.
Yep, the only thing we plan on were either the black screens of death or the missing ducks, which we've seen. We've seen one of the black screens today. I didn't even think we were going to see that, to be honest.
I know in my practices I hit it, I think, one time in total. So, yeah, I'm not expecting to see many of them today.
All right, and we're off. Pretty much both racers in sync until Lick just clips the edge of this column now twice.
Well, it's good that he rang that safety bell again. It seems like maybe that's a struggle point for him.
Yeah, I'd stay in a race scenario since it's not really out of your way. It would really be ideal, specifically since it's the difference between 2 or 3 seconds.
Alti plays it safe, but gets over the Great Wall without popping as Lick approaches it, and he doesn't even have to slow down, so that's a more optimal movement there from Lick. Alti is going to probably maintain this lead into the pipe maze.
Yep, about a screen and a half or so, we're seeing a lead. And
Once you get over that Great Wall, it's pretty much a clear shot to Iron Ball, which is why we're seeing a lot of consistent times about 1:15. A lot of people are able to get that if they don't make any mistakes.
yeah, if you can play that first part smoothly, yeah, 1:15 is definitely what you're going to be seeing as you see Alti hitting right there. Yeah, about a 1:21 on Lick's side, so about 6 seconds difference right now. You see Alti coming in. How many bricks? Oh, 1 brick. All right.
That 1 brick is really ideal, and it's a rewarding bounce when you make it. We see Alti skip the safety bell and go right for the grandma jump. Lick takes the safety bell and rises up, and he also gets the same jump, so they're pretty close.
Yeah, they're maintaining I guess, roughly the 6-second gap that's probably still there. No one's really losing the time. No one's really gaining the time. See Alti take the upper route there. As does Lick. And, we're in the middle of the Death Warp area. I like to remind people of that because it's kind of a tense moment. You've hit a bell. You can't hit any more bells. You're skipping bells, so if you pop along your way, you're going a lot further back than you normally would casually. And then you have to come across this jump right here. Which Alti just makes look easy, grabs it, and initiates the Death Warp.
I'm really impressed with how well overall the runners have been doing on that bell skip there. We thought that was going to be very challenging, and people have shown with a lot of practice there's more than one way to hit that jump.
Yeah, I thought it was crazy that people would be doing that, especially this early in the race. But I mean, it shows everyone's been putting that work in to where something that is hard and looks hard probably has become a lot easier for them.
And that's also a trick. You know, we have a number of folks in this race that used to run the NES dev version of this game. You don't have to make that jump in the NES dev version because there's another way around. So that was a new territory for everybody.
Yeah, it's definitely some new tech I hadn't seen, and it's good that everyone was sort of on an even playing ground. You know, it's a lot of people like to say that maybe some of the people who've been playing longer have an advantage, which may be true with some of the physics and mechanics, but when it comes down to the route, you know, everyone had to do some new things.
Well, I think It's Alti is showing that, you know, someone new to this game can pick it up, and if you're a good speedrunner, you can learn this one in a hurry. And Lick Arcade as well has not been playing this game for very long.
All right, and the section that Alti is in currently, you know, speaking of the any percent route, you would actually used to be able to skip all of this because you could just zip through the ceiling straight to this section right here.
You could, although it was not without risk. There was a chance that you could get stuck in the clouds, or if you didn't pull it off correctly, it just might not be as fast as you wanted it to be. But
absolutely,
that's taken out of the equation at this point with 1.1.
Yep. It's Alti now entering the Cloud City area where they're going to enter the climb at this point, where it's all movement. Lick Arcade just shortly behind. It's Alti using rebounds and double jumps to make it smooth, quick, and easy. Now Lick Arcade basically doing the exact same thing. Taking more of the stair-step approach on the right-hand side. That was, barring any accidents, it's home free for Alti at this point. 5:13 pipe entry.
Yeah, so Alti's on his way to another sub 6 minute time. And Lick is going to be right around 6 minutes here. Yeah, he's probably going to be about a 5:59 when he lands. So another pair of excellent runs here. You know, it's a shame either of them has to lose. 5:59 is going to be good enough against a lot of people today, but not It's Alti.
Yep, and I see Moniker in the chat saying, "Stop being so good, Alti." 5:46. And right behind is Lick Arcade at a 5:59.77.
Well, GG's to both of these runners. And fortunately for Lick Arcade, he is not out of this tournament yet. He will move on to the popped bracket, where I'm sure he will put up quite a fight.
Yep, he will be facing off against Evil Elf. So we will see that race not too long from now, actually.
Actually, I believe he's going to be facing off against me. Evil Elf is facing the loser of match 18, which is Moniker versus Game Time Television.
Yep, I misread the 16 as an 18. So as we set up, what I guess with Retrofile coming up and El Rucco, I guess we don't really know what to expect because we haven't seen much out of El Rucco today.
Not today. I have, been watching both of these folks, and both of them took part in some practice races leading up to this event, which I think will help them out overall. Retrofile has been streaming a lot of Böbl lately, racing against people such as It's Alti. And El Rucco has been playing on stream against Game Time Television in some very competitive matches. So neither of them are completely new to this. El Rucco is also a very high-level tournament pinball player, so she's not new to competition.
I love pinball. So we're getting the next racers set up. still have a number of races ahead. Again, today our goal is to get to the top 8, so we're moving through them rather quickly, actually, a lot faster than we anticipated, which is good. Again, we're doing a best of 3 match. We have a top and bottom bracket, which we like to refer to as the bubble bracket and the bottom bracket, or not the bottom bracket, excuse me, the top bracket. They will be going on to battle for a Sacred Oils controller. Again, the winner of the tournament will receive one when we are coming back on December 19th for the rest of the bracket. The viewer will win one, and fastest time of the tournament will win one. So a lot up for grabs. Again,
That's right, and the fastest time could be either today or next time. So we're going to see some people going for it today, too.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with roughly a month of time here between now and then, there's a number of things that could change as far as, you know, people could find some new tech, better routing in some ways or another. So people, and then on top of that, people will just be practicing probably that entire time. So it'll be a lot to look forward to that next round as well. So while we are still setting up, go ahead and give a shout out and a thanks to GG Speedruns for throwing this event down for us. Soap team organizing and putting it together with them. First collaborative effort, as well as Morphcat Games, responsible for the bubble game themselves, and Micro Mages, which you can see on the screen now. If you type !BOBL, you will see a link to pick up the game. It is a name your own price, so feel free to drop some money if you can. If not, grab the game and have a fun time.
Looks like our runners are ready. We're just getting screens all set up here, so it should just be another moment until we get started.
So, if you were to add to this game in any way, what would you like to do? Like, as far as expanding it, a new power, more areas, what would you want to do to it?
I think there's a couple of things. For one, certainly more areas would be great. Another thing is, you know, this game has 2 frogs in it, and we don't really get to interact with those frogs. It would be neat if they had some sort of ability. There's also at least one spot in here, one of the rooms, the one where people take the top route or the bottom route. There's a pedestal there that looks like it could hold another ball with an ability. So I feel like maybe they had some ideas that they didn't incorporate.
Yeah, I always thought since the frogs were so far away from each other, in a way, maybe you'd have to activate it or something. It'd be cool if you could kind of use them maybe to like warp to each other or something.
Absolutely. And we only ever see one of the 2 frogs in this race, because the other one is on an area of the map that you would only ever go there by accident. But I really do love this game. I've been playing both this and the NES dev version now, for several months. I think it's the perfect first speed game for anybody that's looking to get into that sort of thing. It's just a lot of fun. It's, pretty quick, and you don't have to worry about RNG. So a great starting point for anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. You can pick it up. You can probably beat it casually, 30, 40 minutes, no problem. At that point, you've pretty much learned the game. It's not really too hard to remember everything you've done since it's pretty short. And I would agree, it's easy to pick up, learn a quick speed run, learn kind of the mechanics of the game as well as mechanics of speed running, and then, go at it.
Yeah, I actually had the pleasure of watching Retrophile TV do his first blind playthrough. He had not seen any of this game before he first tried it out, and his first run took him about 55 minutes. Second run took 12 minutes. Third run was about 8 minutes, I think. That's how quickly he was able to improve. But speaking of blind playthroughs, a couple nights ago, Retrophile TV actually attempted to play this game blindfolded, and the challenge was to reach Iron Ball, and he successfully did that.
Yeah, I was watching and just amazed that he could get 3 screens in, let alone that far.
It was really incredible. He made it all the way to the grandma's basement jump, and that's where he called it a night. Those screens down below in the abyss would be extra challenging because you can't really float in place while you figure out where you are. Looks like we're getting started here. Once we get synced up, we should be pretty similar. Both runners make a clean jump down to the dive ball, and they're about dead even.
Yep, so we're seeing Retrophile now take a small leap over and probably about half a screen ahead. Right then, El Rucco, she takes a hit.
Keep in mind, this is her first run of the day, so she might have some first run jitters that she's trying to work out. I know I had them.
Yeah, absolutely. That's always the case for myself as well. And they also haven't lost yet. So even if they do take the loss, either of these racers have lost. So they still have their second chance. So as Retrophile is now entering the first maze pipe, El Rucco's now entering the first pipe of the game. Retrophile going with the pipe skip now successfully to skip a third of this maze. El Rucco shortly behind, and she catches it too. At the Iron Ball, 115 on Retrophile's side. And 123 for El Rucco.
So Rucco's only behind by about the distance of that one pop she had. Otherwise, they've been pretty consistent.
Yeah, and that's always important, don't let that get in your head. Just continue on with the route, and, if you can keep playing clean, that gap won't widen at all. So now Retrophile hitting the bell to set up the first death warp of the game. Able to hit it without using the top pond either.
Now, he did break a few extra blocks there. I don't know if that was for flair or if he was just offline a little bit. We see Rucco break an extra block too.
Yep, also catching it on the first. That's actually quite difficult to do in my opinion. Normally it's easier and safer to just hit the column, take the extra bounce, but if you can nail it, it's always nice. Alright, Retrophile now leaving the room that looks like a duck.
I saw that Retrophile opted not to thread the needle there, where he popped in an earlier heat. He sets up for the bell skip, and he makes it cleanly.
I find threading the needle at this point in the game right now, unless you're up against someone you need to use it against, might be a little bit too much flair. I mean, I'm not going to argue against swag by any means, but might want to save that one for the finals.
Well, both of our runners got the first bell skip. As we see, they're taking the Affleck Scrooge route before going after Deadeye.
Skipping the bells all the way. That way, when they pop right here after collecting Scrooge, they go back to a more optimal place to move on with everything. And that would be Death Warp number 2.
We see El Rucco make a clean grab of Scrooge, and she's on her way to Deadeye as well. See if she can pick up the bell skip here to keep it close. And she does pick it up. So we still have a race.
Absolutely. There's one of the frogs we were talking about. And Retrophile gets the death on the duck grab. El Rucco missing it, but catching it at the last possible moment, so that's only about a 1.5 second penalty. And I wouldn't even necessarily call it a penalty. I'd say it was more of a 1.5 second benefit for Retrophile.
Looks I get Plucky, Retrofile has about an 8-second lead, so it's still close, and it is going to come down to optimal movement here, hopefully not getting tar pitted. Retrofile makes a clean grab of Ferdinand. He moves on to Wild Wing. We'll see if Rucko can answer in kind here. Neither runner getting tar pitted there, so it's still close.
It's always so nice and satisfying just to see the runner go in and then just bounce straight out, no problem. Alright, so Retrofile now in the clouds, making his way to the climb. Again, this is a part where you're pretty much safe from everything, and it's just all about your movement. Seeing Retrofile get a little stuck there, but moving on, as El Rucko now enters the climb. Alright, Retrofile successfully climbing out. El Rucko taking the stair-step approach. It's safer. Now, Retrofile is pretty much home free. 5:22.
So he's on his way to a sub-6 time. Looks like El Rucko is going to be just over 6 minutes, but these were a terrific pair of runs. And for El Rucko's first run of the day, I'd say that that's really great. Hopefully she got the first run jitters out of the way, and if she avoids, a pop or two, this next heat is anybody's.
Yeah, I mean, the time that she's going to end up with in the end, around 6 minutes is nothing to be ashamed about at all. That would have won a number of other races in this match. So we see 5:56 on Retrofile's time. And roughly a 6:05, 6:06. Yeah, 6:05 on El Rucko's side. GG's to both racers. That was a great race. Everything looked pretty smooth and everything. Sometimes some of the smoothest races can be the most deceiving. I mean, you look at these times, everything was just pretty much where it needed to be.
Yeah, very few mistakes in those runs from either runner.
So both racers now on their marks. We're getting ready to get set and go. And I see the countdown of 10 has been initiated. So we will see these kick off here shortly. And they're off. So here we go. First jump of the game is kind of like the first Goomba in Super Mario Brothers. A little deceiving, a little more dangerous than it looks.
I know most people that are running this game for PB, you're gonna have resets there, more often than you'd like for sure.
Luckily, both racers making it look easy, and they are off roughly half a screen, if that, not even that anymore. Both of them making it over the Great Wall with ease, going underneath the broken column, and they are off. And as we get into these pipe sections, it's important to look at how fast these people come into the pipes, get into them. For some reason, the speed at which you can get sucked into a pipe can vary between, I'd say, almost a second. So we've already seen a couple races today that were already close to get synchronized just by a fast pipe entry.
That's right. And Avidrock42, who's in this race, has been doing some work on a bubble task lately. And he said something to the effect of that pipe entry speed is related to your vertical velocity at that time. And if you come straight down from above on the pipe, you're more likely to have a quick entry than if you're even a pixel to the left or the right.
Wow. I remember when I was doing my TAS early days, you could even at one point go so fast you couldn't even get sucked into it even. you would just fly right by the entry. So
Oh, yeah.
Retrofile and El Rucco both not getting it the first hit this time going into that upper pond, but no worries there. It's more of a bonus if you can get that than a penalty.
They're pretty even as they approach Darkwing here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's neck and neck here. A quarter of a screen, a half of a screen. This is where you can start seeing as the quarters get tight, and it's just all about quick little movements here where just slightly optimized movement can start making a bigger difference.
I think we're about to see some simultaneous bell skip jumps, which we haven't seen a lot of today.
Yeah, I mean, they're both right there. Wow, look at that.
They couldn't have done that more evenly if they tried.
Yeah, that looked exact. Oh, both grabbing the duck at the same time. Both hitting the water and into the pipe at the same time. We got
Now, this
ourselves
next
a race.
bell skip is one of the few free ones in the game. When you're in that pipe, all you have to do is hold jump, and you'll make the jump when you come out the other side. It's one of the very few things in this game you don't have to worry about. As they enter Scrooge's vault here, Retrophile has a slightly... And he pops!
Oh,
he tries to round that corner a little bit too quickly, and that is a costly error.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
El Rucco is able to pull off the Deadeye bell skip, so she's going to keep moving on here. We see Retrophile take a slightly safer approach as he gets Scrooge for the second. You know, he makes it on the second attempt there. He's got a little bit of ground to make up here, and we're getting back to the linear portion of the game.
Yep, this is where we should really start to see who's in the lead. After that horrible pop, I'm pretty sure it's going to be El Rucco by at least 5 seconds or so.
She grabbed Plucky there at about 3:57. As we see Retrophile pick up Deadeye, gets the death there, and he's heading over. And El Rucco's lead does look considerable at this point. She just needs to keep it clean and force a third race.
When I said 5 seconds, I meant like 20 or 30.
Yeah, the pop in the Scrooge room is one of the worst ones you can take outside of the Abyss, because you have to go all the way back up to that bell near Aflac. We see El Rucco get into the cloud section, get past the last few pillars she might pop on. Retrophile has a clean Ferdinand with the high bounce. And El Rucco's heading up into the clouds and just needs to focus on a good climb.
Yep. Right behind is Retrophile, and you know, at this point, Retrophile would have to be praying for some kind of catastrophic climb moment where multiple screens are lost, because that's, unless something else could happen, that's really all that's going to go on to his advantage at this moment.
Right, and assuming that these runners aren't watching the race, you don't know how the other person's doing. Maybe they had to ride the Pipe of Shame. Maybe they popped on Scrooge too. So you just have to keep running and hope that your time's going to be good enough, and be thankful that, you know, if you're Retrophile, you have another heat.
And with that, at 5:23, maybe an extremely low 24, El Rucco takes this race. We have a match 3.
Yeah, El Rucco's going to end up with a sub 6 minute time here, so that's a terrific run from El Rucco on just her second run of the day.
Absolutely, and I'm loving seeing this one. When I was starting off this morning, the sub 6s were starting to seem a little, possibly maybe not as plentiful as I was hoping. Maybe it was just the morning and people waking up. Now it seems like we're seeing them at least every other race, which is awesome. So 5:57, great time. Retrophile TV will be in there probably with something around a 6:17, 6:19. Nope, 6:20.
Still a very solid time, and one that could have won many other heats today. But these runners are very evenly matched, and I think we're going to have quite a race in match 3 here.
Absolutely. I mean, like I was saying earlier, moving forward here in both the top, you know, the bubble and the pop bracket, we're going to see just this type of playing just steadily forward. It's going to be small little errors, or, you know, little errors that or little mistakes that cause big errors that are going to separate this. We're going to be getting finer and finer movement, cleaner play. So I hope they're all pretty as tight as this as one has been. All right, so we're setting up for the next one.
I think they're counting them down now, so we should be starting in a few seconds.
Well, I don't believe I've ever seen El Rucco play this game out of a lot of the contenders I have seen, and very clean play. Looking forward to this match. I've seen plenty of Retrofile, so I know what he's capable of, so I know he can definitely just pull off better play than what he just did.
Yeah, if you are looking to watch El Rucco play, she is one half of the crew over at Game Time Television, along with Rod, who is also in this race. So that's the channel that they're streaming on, and they do pinball and arcade games. And they've been racing each other, so that's where she got a lot of her practice.
Oh no, and as they're ascending, they take a pop. Missed a couple bells along the way, so it's going to be a little longer of a journey than it needed to be.
Yeah, she tried to cut that corner a little bit too close, which is costly.
So this will give Retrofile a slight early lead, but again, this is kind of the beginning of the race where people can kind of choose their own adventure once they get through the pipe maze. And it's still anybody's game. There's two giant death warps with major swings in them, so. Got Retrofile hitting the pipe skip a third of that maze.
Yeah, we just saw in the last run there, Retrofile popped in the Scrooge's vault room, and that cost him about 25 seconds just for that one pop. So your lead is not safe.
Nah, not at all. You're not safe until you're in space. So El Rucco getting the dive ball, or the iron ball coming in now. All the way down.
Retrofile with a very good performance through the flow section of the game as he approaches the more difficult parts.
All right, Retrofile hitting that bell to set up the first death warp, going with the sequence break here, hitting the top pond.
El Rucco with another pop, but she got a safety bell, so it didn't cost her too much this time.
Retrofile playing it a little more cautious than he usually does, but I don't blame him. I don't know if he's watching or not, but he hasn't made any major mistakes, so I would just be playing fast but safe. All right, El Rucco making her way down into the abyss, I believe. We're almost there. Oh no, collecting the duck first. See, if I was racing, I'd be one of those people that forget a duck.
Yeah, especially as someone who also runs any percent, I have to remind myself every time I get down there saying, ducks, we're going for ducks. And I usually, say all the ducks out loud when I'm streaming, mostly so I don't forget.
Yeah, it would be a major change of thought for me as well. I would have to constantly remind myself. All right, El
Rucco picks up the death warp as well there. So, still anybody's race. She's got a chance at it. The Deadeye Bell Skip still remains for both of these people. Retrofile with a much cleaner Scrooge this time than the last race.
Yes, he decided to take a straight path down rather than just blast away the entire side of the mountain.
Ah, but it looks like he rang a bell on the way to Scrooge, and now he's got to take the long way back up.
All right, folks.
That's gonna cost him a bit.
So, yep, here's what you can see. It's not necessarily just a death that can hurt you with a death warp. It's hitting one of these bells along the way. So this is what happens. It breaks your route, and you have to start kind of rerouting on the fly if you're not prepared with safety routes.
Both of our runners pick up the Deadeye Bell Skip, and El Rucco's probably within about 5 or 6 seconds now.
All right, Retrofile popping, going back up now. El Rucco right behind. Grabbing Plucky with ease on Retrofile's side as El Rucco comes up and does the exact same. Retrofile now entering Cloud City.
So it's all going to come down to cleaner movement here. Not a lot of places to pop. First challenge is to get a fast Ferdinand and not get stuck in the tar pit. Retrofile makes it cleanly. El Rucco approaches the pit, down and right back up without too much trouble.
Wild Wing has been grabbed and across the gap he goes. As well on El Rucco's side, same thing. It's just 2 screens of difference maybe. So Retro
It's going to be close coming into the climb here.
Absolutely, Retrofile just entering the climb. El Rucco a screen behind. And as you can see, they're utilizing double jumps here to gain height. The iron ball to gain velocity downward causes that height. And then they use some rebounding methods so they don't have to stair step, which can save time. Oh, never mind. I got excited thinking that Retrofile for some reason fell down the climb.
No, I think he meant to make that fall. We see El Rucco struggle a little bit to get Howard, the final duck. Retrofile is going to be the first one in the pipe here. El Rucco not very far behind. But assuming that they got all the ducks, it looks like Retrofile TV will advance to the next round.
There's a
But
539.
El Rucco is still in this tournament.
539, 547 pipe entries respectively. Synchronized movement right there on that screen for a moment. All right, so there we are, 613, 621. I mean, those are still great times, very close race. That's not even like a failed death warp of difference. So, I mean, this just shows you very close race. We can look forward some more.
Yeah, GG's to both these runners as we have one more match in the winners in the bobble bracket so far, and that's going to be between Moniker and Rod of Game Time Television.
Look forward to that one. Moniker definitely can play this game with ease. Again, I like to stress this because a lot of people like to think that world record holders automatic win. As you've seen in this race, anything can happen. So this could be anyone's game. Just a few extra taps in the wrong direction and your whole run is shot. So nothing is off the table anywhere. So, with that, we have one more match in the bubble bracket as it was brought up, and then we move on to the pop bracket. Then we'll move on to the pop bracket, which we have 4 more races, and I believe that's when we'll have our top 8. And if everything goes according to plan, the top 8 and beyond should be played on December 19th. I assume all of that will be wrapped up that day. And that's when, if you are a viewer, you can win a Sacred Oils controller. We'll most likely find out who the winners of both the bubble and pop bracket are, and then move on to the grand finale, which I think is the same day.
That's right. And there is also a Sacred Oils controller up for grabs to one of the runners chosen at random that finishes in the top 8. So anybody who survives today is going to be in the running for that controller, even if they don't win next time.
That's awesome. So we got random entry for the top 8. We got top tournament time. The fastest, or I guess the top tournament placement. We got top tournament time. And then just one of the lucky viewers can win one at random. You just gotta be here and enter when it's time. And as we continue to set up, I'll just take this moment again to say thank you to MorphCat Games, the creators of Bubble and Micro Mages. They were very helpful while we were setting all this up, taking input in from us, as well as providing us early access to 1.1 to distribute amongst all the racers to practice ahead of time and ahead of release. Thank you to GG Speedruns and Soap Team for working on this collaborative effort. It's been really fun. I'm happy to be part of it, proud to be part of it, and just thank everybody else that's been part of it. And of course, thank you to all you people out there actually watching it, because if you weren't out here watching it, then we would only be some crazy old dudes just playing video games with our friends, thinking that we were doing something. Without you, it's nothing.
Yeah, I'm really amazed at the turnout, both from the runners and the audience. You know, I streamed Bobble a number of times to, 3 or 4 people, and now to think that there's 88 people in chat watching this. We had 17 people enter the tournament. It's just fantastic.
Yeah, the growth has been tremendous, and I said this earlier, for anyone that wants the game, you can see Bacon Omelet out there, just threw up the link. The community is great. Everyone out there is to help you. Some of the friendliest people I have come across as far as the group. You'll be happy you found them through this game. Still going through some setup here and behind the scenes. But we are winding down. Like I said, this will be the last match of the top bracket, aka the bubble bracket. The bottom bracket, aka the pop bracket, still has 4 more rounds, and we're looking at Pico de Gallo and 420 Death. Whoever loses this upcoming match will see Evil Elf. It'll be El Rucko and Johnny Link, as well as Lick Arcade and yourself, Chuckles.
That's right. It's been a lot of fun today. The commentary side of things is definitely a lot less stressful than the racing side of things, for sure.
Yeah, I highly enjoy it. Commentating on something I'm not racing is definitely fun to just be both a participant as well as a viewer at the same time. With Smash TV, it's always something I look forward to as equal. Racing the match is always fun, but honestly, I think I have more fun commentating all the matches than I do racing myself, just because the chance to just interact with everybody and still be part of everything.
Well, this is my first tournament experience, both being in the tournament and doing announcing for it, and it's been a lot of fun. It's been great working with you guys, and looking forward to December 19th for the finals, whether I'm in it or I'm on the sidelines.
I look forward to it. It's been a pleasure working with you as well. And I believe with that, we have our racers ready, and we're getting ready to start a countdown once we know that they are good to go. Currently just making sure we go over the standard rules, even though everyone knows them. It's always good just to make sure everyone's aware and ready. And I see that the racers are readying up. Like like to say good luck to both Moniker and Rod. And we see the countdown coming in. All right, the go has been given, so in a couple seconds here, we should see some action. And they're off. I don't know if something's up with the timers, probably not, because he is slightly ahead. We got Moniker's feet a little tiny ahead, but got a 15-second right around the bell. Oh, now the delay's even more, I believe. Oh, here we go.
I think they're getting it synced up there. Close enough.
All right.
To it, at least.
Yeah, so here we are. So Moniker is about half a screen ahead, getting a rather quick pipe entry. Right now, I don't know. Did I miss something? Where did this slight lead come from, or is this just through highly optimized movements?
Well, Rod did take a little bit of a safer route over the Great Wall, but I think a lot of it is Moniker's optimized movements is gonna help get him a lot of advantages here.
And that just shows you with this game, even though there's no RNG, there's no enemies, and really it's just you and the hard surfaces. Just playing cleanly, knowing how to use the buoyancy, knowing how to use like tapping the buoyancy to go in straight lines rather than, taking angles or large arcs. It all comes into play. We see a 114 iron ball, possibly a 113.
I think it was a high 113, and Rod's not far behind, but Moniker did about as good as you can do into that iron ball.
Yeah, that's highly optimized. Getting 2 bounces on there. Rod hitting 2 as well. Moniker bouncing off the column as well as Rod.
Rod not really making any mistakes so far, just taking a slightly longer route through things, played it a little bit safe over the Great Wall, and Moniker is not letting up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Rod's doing what mostly everyone else is doing. It's just Moniker is extremely comfortable with this game, even though it's a newer version. He knows the physics. And it's just a great example of knowing how to play with the physics correctly in this game, and the movement really pays off and starts stacking up over the long run.
Yeah, this whole game is just a series of little scenes, and if you're a 1/10 of a second faster through every one, by the end of it, you're going to be out in front considerably. Looks like Moniker had a good bell skip there. Rod comes up to it as well, and he takes a slightly different strategy, but he still makes it over safely, just a little bit slower.
Oh, bouncing off the wall there, but eventually catching the death for the death warp. So yep, just through the movements, through optimal routing, knowing where to be as screens transition, Moniker's just pulling off a little lead, playing just a little, I'd say, riskier for the layperson. Again, Rod's playing how everyone plays, and he's not doing anything wrong. It's just a little safer.
Well, Moniker made it clear he was very interested in that Sacred Oils controller for the fastest time. So he's still thinking about that too.
I love it, man. Like I said, if that's all you want, you go for it.
Rod with a costly pop there as he goes for the Deadeye Bell Skip. Let's see if he tries it again or if he plays it safe and just jumps over the wall. Looks like he's setting up for the skip, and he popped again. It's a really narrow gap. You have to try to drive down between the pillar and the bell. And if you're a little short, you're going to bounce off that pillar and go up into the ceiling. And now he rings the bell, so he will not get the bell skip.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because if you hit that bell when you finally get through, it's like everything you were just trying was all for nothing because you finally got over and then ended up ringing the bell anyways, which is unfortunate.
That's right. And Rod already went for Affleck and Scrooge, I believe, which means he can't just drop down here and go for Scrooge. He's got to just take the long way back to the surface. That's why some people, myself included, go for Deadeye first, Because as a backup, if you screw it up, you can just go right down to Scrooge.
It does. The one thing I like about it, as unfortunate as it is it really gets to demonstrate like the racer's actual knowledge of the game, because there's a lot of people, like myself included, with some games I play, I don't know anything outside of the route that I'm playing. So if you can figure out where you are, get to where you need to be, and then get back on track, it really demonstrates your knowledge of kind of the map in itself.
That's right, and we see Moniker getting into the climb here. He's making his way up with some very good movement in the clouds there. Rod is making his way to Plucky, and he's probably thinking about the next heat at this point, as Moniker goes for the final bell. But yeah, you know, Moniker knows this game in a way that some of these runners don't, in that if something goes wrong, he's got backup strats. And when you're just getting into running this game, you don't always know the quickest backup strat. He didn't need any backup strats in this run. This is going to be just over 6 minutes when he hits the water. And I think he'll be very ready for the next round and trying to go for sub 6.
Yep. And it's another thing, too, you got to be wondering, is Rod thinking that he needs to play safe and consistently because he knows he's going up against one of the best players in this game? Or do you just say, you know what, I'm up against a juggernaut, let me throw everything I have on it, and if it doesn't work, I can't say I didn't give it my all?
I think Rod's going for it. I think he knows what he's up against here. You know, he knows what it would take to beat Moniker, and playing it safe is a ticket to the popped bracket.
Yeah, I agree.
Unfortunately, you know, you go for it, and it doesn't always work, and then you end up paying for it. But I think Rod would be happier going for it than playing it safe and finishing with a 6:15 here and still losing by 15 seconds. So GG's to both the runners, and I think Rod knows what he has to do in the next round. He just needs to execute.
Yep. And again, you know, at least with the first half of his route, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was playing exactly how most of these racers would be playing. So I'm eager to see what goes on this next round, if he can get through it without taking any accidental pops or hitting some bells that don't need to be touched.
Yeah, what really did him in was that dead-eye bell skip. Not only did he not get the bell skip, but he popped twice in the attempt to get it. You know, you can overcome not getting that bell skip, but when you end up spending that much time on one scene, you almost feel like you're better off taking the safe strat.
Yeah, and again with that skip, I mean, just jumping over that ledge is hard enough. Now you have to jump over it and get in between it and the bell once you get over. I mean, it's a nightmare.
Right, but it is a little different because the second time you're there, you have iron ball and jump ball, and you'll see some of the folks use that jump ball to kind of set up the skip. So it is a little bit different, but I know I struggle with it too. It's a very challenging jump.
Yeah, that is a good point. It at least gives you the option to possibly either bounce off the column or jump your way out of danger. So I see that both are ready and the good lucks have been distributed. I see we are at the countdown of the 5 seconds, so we should see these racers start racing probably in another 5 or 10 seconds. And we are off. So again, some things you could pay attention to as far as maybe some optimized movements is how close maybe Moniker cuts his jumps over. Maybe he doesn't go as high. That way he doesn't need to come back down as much. And again, that's only, you know, fractions of a second here or there, but you do that 15, 20, 30 times, it starts adding up quite a bit.
That's right. You're really trying to conserve your momentum through these screens. Anytime you dive down deeper than you needed to, that's some time wasted. So the fast route is going to be the one that just barely clears all of these jumps and looks like they're going to pop at any moment.
As well as, yeah, in going with that, also trying to possibly go into a straight line. You know, if you know there's an obstacle ahead of you, there's no point moving up if you're going to have to move back down again.
Looks like Moniker has a slight lead as they enter the pipe maze. assuming no one takes the wrong route, which I don't think we've seen that yet today. Moniker is going to be in the lead at Iron Ball.
I think it's by like maybe 1 second at most. Maybe a second and a half. We see Moniker transitioning at 122, 125, so a 3-second lead. But again, 3 seconds in this game really isn't much. I mean, that's an accidental pop, even with the safety bell. That right there makes up that time.
Yep, and they're getting into the portion of the race where you really don't want to pop, and a pop could cost you a lot. We see Moniker get the quick jump there, go into Grandma's basement. Rod has to go up to the upper pool of water, but he still makes it through cleanly. But Moniker did pull ahead just a little bit on that transition. We see Rod using an interesting technique here where he actually bumps off the side before those waterfalls. He did it on the upper waterfall. It's a strat that he and El Rucco came up with. It's actually a bit of a time save.
So now they enter the part of the race where you basically just don't touch your D-pad once you get lined up, and then now you got to do this horrible bell skip. Which, I mean, people have been making look really easy today. I mean, I don't run this route, so maybe I don't know, but is there just like a surefire setup for this?
There are some pretty consistent ones if you iron ball off of that wall in the middle. But as someone who still has another race yet today, I don't want to say that it's free because I could very well screw it up.
Yeah, it's just very impressive how within a couple weeks or so, something goes from having to be discovered to people just executing flawlessly at command.
Oh yeah, it looked very difficult at first, and Noise Police early on was showing an over the bell skip that he was nailing pretty consistently. And then I think a lot of folks tried that and then switched to the under bell strategy. But, you know, some of us do it slower than others. I tend to take my time there just because it's such an important bell skip.
All right, so we have Moniker heading over. Is he going to get the death? No, he's not.
Rod nails the Deadeye bell skip on the first try, so he's already, you know, doing better than what he did in the previous race.
So Moniker will be grabbing Plucky at right at 350. And he is off to Cloud City. And it will be an 05 for Rod. Moniker avoiding the tar pit and off to catch Wild Wing. Now, if you're wondering what all these ducks are for, it's because these are carnivorous bubbles, and they like to make hot wings out of ducks instead of chickens. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of theories about what the ducks might be there for and whether the bubble is saving them or possibly, coming to collect their souls or something like that. The developers kept it kind of open-ended. There's not a lot set in stone about that.
All right, so Rod taking the climb. Moniker taking the intentional death. Death warp at this point, it is pretty much free. And we will see a pipe entry of 14, right at the switch at 14. So that'll be a GG's for Moniker taking this one 2-0, but you can't say that Rod didn't put in the effort. Again, Rod was doing everything you're supposed to do. That's just Moniker.
Rod's going to end up with about a 6:03 here, which is just a fantastic time. It's just not enough when you're up against Moniker. So GG's to both of these runners. And it's good to note that Rod is still alive. This is only his first loss, and he will now move to the popped bracket, where he has one more match today.
Yep, and that should be up against Evil Elf, which will be probably a couple hours from now. And And there we see 547, 603 as the final times, all 8 ducks accounted for on each side. I'm still just waiting for that random race where no one noticed that they missed a duck or something.
I figured if that happened, it was going to be in one of the early rounds with some, first race jitters or something like that. But it could certainly happen as we go on if people are pushing really hard.
Yeah, I'd be highly surprised if it happened from here on out. And with that, that will actually bring to close our bubble bracket for today's events. We still have 4 more races in the pop bracket. Again, that'll be Pico and 420. It'll be El Rucco and Johnny Link, Lick Arcade and Chuckles, as well as Rod and Evil Elf. So we still got some races on the way. Again, that's 4 sets. It could possibly be 3 sets or 3 races of pop. So we could be here for a little bit.
With that, I think I'm going to turn things over to Perfect Finn, who'll be joining you for the next race. I need to get ready for my matchup against Lick Arcade here in a little bit.
All right, sir. Again, it was a pleasure, and good luck to you with your race later.
Thank you.
All right, so while we wait around for Mr. Finn to join us, and while Chuckles is warming up, again, I'm going to do this every time we have a break. We're going to give a shout out to GG Speedruns for hosting this event. Mr. Dino and his crew put in more work than y'all could even imagine. If you have eyes on the back end of this stuff, you know what's involved if you've ever even tried it yourself. The SOAP team, in collaboration with GG Speedruns, for organizing a great first event with a great first team, I would say. And then again, MorphCat, because without them, this wouldn't even be possible as far as a race. They made this game. They've also made micro mages, as you see in the bottom left-hand corner. In my opinion, there's some loose linking elements between the games as far as lore is concerned. But I believe we have Finn in the booth with us now. Finn, are you there?
Hey, 40. Yeah, I'm here. What's up, dude? That was a really good, Rod really hung in there. Kind of, gave Monica a run for his money. It was fun to watch.
Yeah, I think if that was anyone else, they would, that could have gone many different ways. It's just Monica is the one who has the experience. Anything's possible, but if he's on his A game, he's a threat. He's definitely a main contender.
Yeah, for sure. So I think there are 4 more races left to run today. Looks like next up is going to be Pico and 420 Death, I think.
That should be correct. Yes, that will be our next race. Interested in seeing that.
Yeah, I think that could easily go either way. Honestly, the rest of the matches that we're playing today, these last 4 from the popped bracket, I think most of these could go either way. Probably some slight favorites here or there, but I'm interested to see how these last 4 play out.
Yeah, I've throughout today's event, I've been quite surprised with the way some things have went. So I don't even think I could even try to predict what an outcome would be with any of these races and be correct with it.
Yeah, that's what makes it such an interesting race game, is that it's short and sweet, but also it's annoying that there's a little bit of variance in the middle of the run with some of the routing, but it's really neat how quickly the leads can swap back and forth between, just accidental popping and route optimization and such. It's cool how quickly the tides can turn.
Yeah, it reminds me of I forget what it is. I'm going to get my nerd card revoked here, but it reminds me of whatever track that is in Mario Kart 64, where the race is the track just kind of intersects with itself and you don't know who's in the lead. So when these racers take various routes or are forced to take various routes, it's interesting because you don't know who's in the lead and it builds up some suspense. And I kind of like to see, once everyone gets to, I guess, the tar pit, that's where it's like, okay, now we know where this race actually sits.
Right. Yeah. It's like, racing on what's the Yoshi Valley on Mario Kart 64, where there's no radar, it's just all question marks on the map. You don't know where anybody's at, so. And I feel like that's how the run is up until you get to about Duck 5, when you grab, I guess, yeah, when you grab Plucky, like right around that time, you know, the run becomes much more linear. You get a better idea of where the runners stand and such, and there's a lot of excitement associated with the final like cloud climb.
Absolutely, and I mean, I know this is a little mean to say, but I'm a little disappointed we still haven't seen someone just completely bite it at the climb and on the very top screen, just take it all the way down.
Yeah, for sure, man. I've been like really surprised and impressed by all of the runners today because, you know, I don't run this game, but I did mess with the run some. I've done a casual play and I messed with the speed run. And the stuff that they're doing, like these bell skips and the cloud climb, it's a lot more difficult than it looks. And all the runners, for the most part, have displayed really amazing consistency in like the basement or the abyss bell skip, and you know, just like you said, the cloud climb. Like we haven't seen anybody beef it on the cloud climb yet today, which is pretty wild to me. Very impressive.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be definitely more of a nail biter situation with some races. I remember when I was playing the game, that climb, it wasn't necessarily hard, but it was definitely a place where things could go messy. But I guess in the time since then, it's just kind of been perfected as far as what you need to do and when.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, these last 4 races, Pico, 420 Death, Game Time TV, and Evil Elf, El Rucco, Johnny Link, and Lick Arcade Chuckles. As far as this race is concerned, I think for what we saw from both players today, I really do honestly believe that this could go... I think this is a coin flip, basically.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Both of these guys are probably on the even playing field. I know they've all kind of just been racing each other, so I can see it going either way. And like I was saying earlier, even if I called it one way, I'd probably be wrong.
Yeah, it's been neat to see how the Salsa Shack and just the rest of the, you know, the Bubble community and the retro speedrun community on Twitch have all kind of come together and like gathered around this game. It's been really cool to see everybody, you know, people who don't normally interact or even know each other that just found their way to each other through this game and been, you know, doing casual races together and such. It's been really cool. Bubbles, it's been great for the retro speedrun community recently.
Yeah, and I think it also kind of shows how fun, how charming, how good a game could be, specifically for like a 30-something-year-old system. I mean, it's a very simple game. You dive and you jump, but it's really captured just pretty much everyone's attention who lays eyes on it. So great work by the developers. Again, if you haven't checked out the game, grab it. If you haven't checked out Micro Mages, I'm sure you're going to see the same charm there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of that is because it's so accessible, right? Like you drop in, you know, we talked about this a little bit previously, but you drop in and like you get to mess around with the controls and it's really simple. And we know that it's, you know, easy to learn, difficult to master, but that's kind of the beauty of it. And I think that's something that makes a lot of, you know, games or just like hobbyist activities in general so appealing, is like it's so accessible because you can just pick it up and do it, but then you very quickly learn like there's so much more going on beneath the surface, and you're like, you start to pick up on all the little intricacies and such, and you're like, wow, this is really neat and really rewarding. And I think that is like really quickly apparent to people who play the game.
Yep, and it's again, I've said it before, I'll bring it up again. It's a very odd system to get used to, as far as like, I've never really played a game where you hold down a button and then let it go to jump rather than just press it to jump. But it's a nice mechanic that's pretty unique, and you catch on to it very quickly. And once you get the hang of it, it's fun. I think that's what's important. I know they've said it about Super Mario Brothers. Like the very first thing they wanted to do was make sure that the game was just fun to play without any objective, and I think this game also achieves that. Just moving around, having fun with the mechanics, jumping over stuff. It's just a fun game.
Yeah, for sure. And that's something I talk about with my friends and viewers. It's like one of the most important parts in picking a speedrun is good movement, right? Because you're going to be, well, not even a speedrun, but just a video game in general. Because the thing you're going to be doing the most when playing the game is moving your character, right? So if a developer can nail making movement feel fun and good and constantly rewarding to the player, that's like such a huge win, you know, for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. And And what's kind of crazy is if you look into the history of this game, as far as at least going to the 1.0 version, the NES Dev release, they made it in a month. So, and from what I understand, like just the simple water animations, like the ripples, actually was kind of a feat to accomplish on an NES. So it's kind of crazy that within a month of time, they could put out such a game that's, in my opinion, you could put it up against any classic NES game that is an actual fun, good NES game, and it would probably hold its weight with it.
Yeah, that's wild. I didn't know the timeline was that compressed. That's really impressive. But yeah, I agree. The water graphics are, I think, what's probably most impressive to me. Like the little ripple effects when you enter and exit the water, or like I really like when the bubbles on the surface and you're kind of like skimming across the surface and you got that little ripple behind you. It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, and yeah, I just like that they took a little time with that, because any developer could have just been like, oh, whatever, you're just in the water, and it'll just make splash noises. You won't really see anything, but and from what I understand, at least reading through that forum post, just that little ripple was actually like a bit of work. It wasn't just some simple little thing.
Sure. It looks like we're getting started here. I think Pico, hopefully this isn't a false start. I think Pico's ready. Might just have to wait and sync these up. Yep, there you go. So yeah, we're gonna have to get a little bit of a pause here in these streams, but all right, we see both players have picked up the dive ball, making their way towards iron ball here. We'll wait until Pico gets a little caught up, see kind of what their time comparison looks like. I think we're good to go, and it looks like they're basically neck and neck at this point.
Yep, we're roughly neck and neck. I would say that maybe half a screen over on 420 side in the lead.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's really nothing right now.
Yeah, that's something that can just be made up over the course of the run through, superior movement. But both players going to be making their way down to iron ball, looking for around like a 115, give or take. If you could sneak in and grab iron ball a little quicker than that, I think most owners would be very happy to grab iron ball sooner than 115, and they'd probably all still be happy with a 115.
Absolutely. I mean, 115 is you're on pace. Anything else that up under that's cherry on top kind of movement. Oh, and 420 taking an unfortunate pop, but it's very quick in the game, so it's not really much of a delay. It's just basically shifted the lead half a screen over to Pico now.
Yep, both players kind of moving into the basement here, going to be setting up, I guess what some people call the grandma. Who knows, though, at this point,
I think everything's a grandma at this point.
I agree. It's that time of the night. We see 420 Death does nail the grandma, and they're going to be moving into, the more difficult section of the run at this point, setting up this death warp for the double jump ball get that we've talked about previously. So this is definitely the most critical and scary part of the run.
Yep, and we see here, now Pico's setting that up. Is he going to get it? Oh, and unfortunately pops. Luckily that safety bell is right there, but that's going to be a nice little hit of time added.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to put 420 Death pretty firmly in the lead at this point as he picks up the first duck there, Darkwing.
Yep, but again, we're only 2 minutes into this. Pico did nail going down on the first hop, so he didn't have to take that small hop. Ooh, and 420 now taking that pop.
Yeah, it's really hard to avoid commentators' curse with this game. It's just like, everyone's so pop prone. But yeah, 420 Death taking another unfortunate pop there, trying to enter Grandma's basement again. So that's unfortunate, but we'll see if they can regain composure.
Yep, I mean, there's still a whole nother death warp ahead of this that we saw in the last race can eat up just as big of a chunk of time. So it's still not, it's not a decided race.
Yeah, for sure.
See, our timers are quite a bit off at this point now, so...
Yeah, I think Pico's stream might be lagging a little bit, which is unfortunate, but I did notice that he was able to get the bell skip and the double jump ball, and he death warped out of there cleanly, so should be pretty firmly in the driver's seat at this point as he moves up into the first section of the clouds and grabs Affleck. 420 Death, setting up for the bell skip, also gets it.
Yeah, as long as you get it, it'd just be a further kick if you go through all that trouble, pop a couple times, and then mess it up at the very end.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier today, but honestly, yeah, if you pop a couple times and then finally get down there and then pop again, I don't know, might just it's difficult to say if you don't have the stream pulled up because you don't know where you stand, but man, some of those are hard to play through.
Yeah, it would definitely be one of those question if I should even continue the race moments.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, how much is this frustration going to cost me?
Yeah. All right, so Pico's now winding back in. 420 is headed towards Scrooge. Pico not getting that pixel perfect pop, but getting it where most people do.
Yep, on that kind of like that last place before you're starting to lose considerable amounts of time. Pico grabbing Plucky right around 4:15 according to his timer. A really nice pace for Pico.
Yep, 4:15 is nothing to be upset about at all.
For sure.
420 still making his way through the temple or the aqueducts or the ruins, however you want to look at that.
The place with the green grass.
Yeah.
Pico grabs Ferdinand out of the barn, works up to, I don't know, what we would call Wild Wings Lounge, perhaps? I was calling it the spa earlier. I think I like the lounge better.
420, though, got the pixel perfect death, so saved a little bit of time there. Now getting Plucky at 5:07, so an absolute considerable lead for Pico.
Yeah, about like 50 seconds, so Pico pretty far ahead here, but, we've talked about it earlier. We talked about this cloud climb. Maybe this is the time. Maybe we finally cursed our runners enough.
Is it commentary's curse if you actually want it to happen? I'm not saying that to any specific person, by the way.
Sure.
All right, Pico taking it safe and steady.
Yeah, he looks good.
I don't know if he has the stream pulled up, but he's playing like he knows he's in the lead.
Yep, he goes down here to pick up the last duck, Howard. Looks like he didn't spawn, or maybe he picked it up really quick and I didn't see it, but he did grab it.
Yeah, I think we had our first missing duck right there.
Yeah, I think maybe there was some kind of weird loading issue on the transition, but he did move through that area and get to the pipe at right around 5:49, 5:50.
Yeah, and we should see the duck here when he hits the bottom. It's just a weird thing where for some reason the sprite doesn't load, but the hitbox and the sound effects and everything else are there. But it is a tense moment.
Yeah, if we get down there and there's only 7 ducks, a little awkward.
All right, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, all 8.
Nice. 8 ducks, 6:22 on the timer. GG to Pico for taking this one down. 420 Death enters the pipe right around 6:41. So we're looking for a low 7 for 420 Death. But GG to both runners.
Absolutely. It's good to see a little back and forth. Like I was saying earlier, it's not necessarily the absolute fastest times that make the best race. I think it's just when both competitors are equally skilled, trading the leads back and forth, and that's what makes it exciting.
For sure. Also, the number of grandmas in the run.
At least 15.
Yeah, I'm thinking 15 to 20 grandmas a minimum.
I mean, there's 8 grandmas on the screen right now per person.
But GG to both runners. I think they're going to get reset and we'll get going again here shortly. But yeah, I still think, this could go either way. Pico won that in pretty convincing fashion, but all the time loss for 420 Death kind of came from that same area, setting up that Death Warp skip. So if they can clean that up, I think they could easily take down the second race.
Yep. I mean, that's all it pretty much was. So hopefully we can see just clean execution from both. That way we can see kind of what each are kind of made of.
Retrophile saying, this is the one I want to see to go to race 3. And I would agree. I think this is going to be really close.
And one thing I kind of like about this game is that, I know with speedrunners, there's a mixed bag of people that hate RNG or love it and can take it or leave it. But I like in this race, there's none of that. This is, you get to see just pure execution, pure skill. There's no way like you can blame it on not getting specific drops or, you know, a pattern of fireballs being in the wrong order. This is all just what the person's made of.
Right. Yeah, I could honestly go like either way on RNG. I think I like a little bit, but I don't want too much, you know. And I think that this game is difficult enough with the precision-based movement that it kind of it's not true RNG, but it introduces variance and makes the runs exciting to watch. Just because, you know, you have to be so precise. It's difficult to be perfect.
All right, so here this race has started. We are synchronized. Both players have already grabbed the first dive ball, which gives you one extra tile of depth to get under some hurdles. Again, about a half a screen between the two in this first beginning, but as we saw before, that means nothing, just one little movement error, and that exchanges that.
Yeah, dive ball really neat. Both ball abilities in this game cool. I wonder, you know, if the developers have intentions to further flesh it out and introduce any new abilities, but, you know, it's possible that additional abilities might break the existing gameplay. But you do wonder, like I think we talked about earlier, there's a platform that looks like it would have housed a third ball ability. I wonder what they had in mind for that.
Yep. Our thoughts possibly were that iron ball and then the deeper diver ball would be different.
Sure.
All right, so
Ooh.
420 taking an unfortunate pop there, but not a big hit.
Yeah, I think he's only going to be maybe like a second behind at this point. About a screen length.
Yeah, it's one screen, about a second. And luckily it was on a falling screen, so it's kind of a faster screen than usual.
Yep. And I think 420 Death's movement on that last screen was actually a little cleaner, so I think he might have been able to close most of the gap there. Yeah, you see they're almost synced up at this point.
Yeah, they both even took the bonk.
The grandma's bonk.
Yeah, grandma's bonk.
Both players getting the bell to set up this death warp that we talked about previously. 420 Death taking a little unfortunate pop there, so he's going to have to double back and set this up again.
Yep, taking the Pico, avoiding the old-fashioned grandma as 420 Death takes the pop, trying to get on this sequence break here. Again, normally you would venture up through the map and come down through a waterfall above.
Yeah,
Pico taking the unfortunate hit.
Oh man, that's a really big time loss. You know, Pico was pretty firmly ahead there because 420 Death had popped a couple times trying to get Grandma's basement cracked open, but I mean now could honestly go either way. 420 Death with a little bit of a lead here as he grabs Darkwing.
Yeah, that was a really big setback. I think that's the first time in this tournament we have seen that one. We have talked about it, but I think it's the first time we've seen it.
Yeah, it might have happened like once before, but it's been very rare. That players have had amazing consistency in getting down through the abyss and without popping prematurely. So, let's see if 420 Death can do the spell skip. Nice.
And as professional layout maker Stormcrow 56K of 56,000 Ways to Amaze has pointed out, 3 pops for 420, yet he's still in the lead.
Yeah, pretty wild. This is kind of like similar to 420's last race, you know, had pops in a similar area, but able to clean it up a little bit this time, and Pico's made some more costly mistakes, so still ahead here. He just tagged that bell, though, which is concerning.
Yeah.
He tagged the bell right before Scrooge.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, he just has to warp back to that bell, so it's definitely going to be a time loss there. It's difficult to quantify, but it's not great.
Yeah, this is going to make it odd. See who's in the lead and where. I guess that's Pico for sure now.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's going to be that bell is probably a pretty sizable loss. We see Pico popping, trying to get over the Great Wall bell skip.
Oh,
look at that. We're synced. Perfect.
We have ourselves a race, folks.
And 420 taking another death, trying to get over the Great Wall, so falls slightly behind Pico again. Oh. For a brief moment in time, we were synced, but yeah. 420 having a little bit of trouble with this Great Wall bell skip screen, as we see Pico popping there intentionally to death warp back.
Getting over the Great Wall now and making it look effortless. So that's a 440 for Pico on Plucky, maybe a 441.
Yeah. Be a good metric to see, what the time difference is like. But Pico kind of slowly moving his way into the beginning of the cloud section. He's going to be grabbing Ferdinand and Wild Wing here in the next couple screens, while 420 Death grabbing Plucky right around 503, so about 22 seconds or so.
See some interesting moments in chat. I don't think he forgot it. I think he got him and popped, so then it sent him on a wild journey.
Yeah, there seems to be some concern that he didn't get one of the ducks. I don't think that's correct, but I mean, we are watching two screens simultaneously, and there's a lot of action, a lot of lead changes, so it's possible. But I'm pretty confident Pico grabbed all the ducks.
Yep, I'm pretty sure he grabbed it. I mean, for Pico, I hope he did. For entertainment value, I hope he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take a game 3 for sure. I wouldn't complain.
Taking that huge bounce, just killing a little bit of time, but not a big deal.
Yeah, a little bit of a sloppy Howard grab there at the end, but Pico's able to wrap it up. Gonna be entering the pipe right around 6:06.
And then we can all count down to see if he did in fact kit all 8 ducks.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he did, because people were talking about Darkwing, and that's the one that he completely popped on. So
yeah, we'll see. I'm pretty confident, but we'll know here in just a few seconds.
Meanwhile, 420 Death making their way over, and now in the home free zone where you actually cannot pop on any of those walls. They're basically made of rubber.
Yeah, Pico splashes down 640, 8 ducks on the screen. Quack, quack. 620 Death, I think, a little right around 30 seconds behind at this point, so probably finishing up with the low to mid 7.
And that means that Pico de Gallo moves on to the next round of the popped bracket, and unfortunately, that will be our last race with 420 Death.
Yep, GG to both runners. Thanks so much for participating. Pico moving on, 420 Death being eliminated from the popped bracket. I think our next race is... Are we doing Lick Arcade and Chuckles next?
Yes, I believe it will be... Let's see, 1920 should be Lick Arcade and Chuckles. With that, I am actually going to step away and let Retrofile take my place, and I will be back to join him for the final race.
Sounds good. Thanks, 40.
All right.
Appreciate you hanging out.
Thank you, Finn, and Retrofile, you're on. Thank you, sir.
I think we're going to take just a moment here while we prep our next racers and also prep our next commentators. But thanks so much, everybody, for hanging out. We'll be with you shortly. Okay, we're back. I think we have our next set of racers prepping to get ready. I think we're almost good to go. But my name's Perfect Finn, and I'm joined in the booth by Retrophile TV. What's up, Retro?
Hey Finn, glad to be back once again. It feels like deja vu, like we've done this before.
We might have had this conversation. But yeah, I think next up we have Lick Arcade and Chuckles. This should be a really good one. Chuckles very consistent, and Lick has been super quick earlier today. But before we, dig into that one, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about your tournament so far. Your race with El Rucco earlier was really close. So tell me a little bit about that.
So I knew going into it that she is very, very consistent, and it's very scary. So I actually opted for all safe and consistent strats for that, just to kind of give myself the best chance to actually pull out the win on that one. She played extremely well. I mean, obviously that went to a race 3. I can't wait to watch the VOD on that one back, but she is definitely not out by any means. Definitely watch for her to do well in the pop bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. She played really consistently as well. I think your choice to, go with those safe, consistent strats was, obviously really wise. It paid dividends. But yeah, El Rucco was super impressive. I'm excited to see how far she goes in the event. Were you nervous when you knew you had to play her? Because I know you're familiar with her paces and such. So were you worried going into it?
Absolutely, I can say that much because I think she's a wonderfully consistent player overall. I had the chance to run against her, Rod, Alti, and Avidrock in some exhibition races, and also Lick too. And Rucco is usually low 6 pretty much consistently, and that's a really competitive time as we've seen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so kind of moving on from that, switching gears here, talking about Lick and Chuckles. So, Chuckles, another safe, consistent runner. He's been playing Bubble for several months now, kind of one of the big champions of the game. Lick, new to the Bubble scene, but he's put up some really quick paces already today. So, how do you feel about this race? Where do you see this one going?
So this one is like my dream matchup. Like, no joke. I am so happy for this to actually be a thing that it worked out this way. I know Chuckles and Lick in real life, like they're not too far from me physically. So seeing two friends basically go at it here is going to be a wonderful thing. And one of them is going home. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah, both very talented runners, but yeah, this is the popped bracket, so both of their tourney lives on the line at this point, and honestly, both of these players good enough to be in the top 8 of this event. So whoever ends up going home here, it's gonna be sad to see, because both certainly capable of being in the top 8. Both very talented players.
I think as it's seen right now that Lick Arcade has the higher skill ceiling, that he has the potential for lower times overall, but Chuckles is very consistent. And again, I've said that consistency is going to win this tournament. So I'm thinking this is going to be going to a race 3. I can't wait to see this happen.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Lick has been very fast, putting up some of the fastest times of the day. So I think he had the second fastest time of the day compared to Alti. But I think we're about to get started here. Wait for the sync up to occur as both players set up to get their dive ball.
And away they go at this point here, and no early pops out of the gate here, so pretty consistent. Once things sync up, we're gonna be pretty much matched going into here. And then Chuckles pops and ruins that for me.
Well, I don't think Chuckles prefers to take that intentional pop, but he did get the bell, so it's not a real loss there.
Yeah, exactly. That's not too bad in the grand scheme of things. It wasn't like it was a main bell skip or something like that. But coming to the Great Wall, let's see what happens here.
Yep, Lick nails this jump. I assume Chuckles will nail it as well. They both, have practiced these, the Great Wall and the double jump wall being two of the most critical areas of the run. So I expect the runners who are participating and still live in the event at this point to be really well versed in those jumps.
Another little interesting factor I'm going to throw out here is that both Lick and Chuckles are running this on a Mister. So there's no difference in hardware here exactly.
Right, yeah, no potential to make any Johns or excuses about, I'm not running on the optimal version of the game. It's totally even playing field as we see both players get that little pipe skip, I guess you would call it, and head down to pick up the iron ball. Lick grabbing it real quick, like low 113 there. It was super fast.
Yeah, he's putting up some great paces overall. Again, like I said, Lick has the potential for high times, but I think Chuckles has more consistency. So we'll see how aggressive Lick's going to run this, but I think that we may see some pops that are going to change the tide here and put Chuckles on top.
For sure. Yeah, Lick definitely a couple screens ahead at this point as he moves to do this little grandma jump, which he nails. And both players kind of moving past the quote-unquote free section of the run, heading towards Darkwing and the double jump ball, where they set up this really tricky death warp scenario that can be very scary.
And both of them going with the safe strat there, no grandma's basement. Lick going top route, though. Look at that.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, he's confident, feeling himself. I think that's a good gauge, you know? I mean, he's running hot. He's ready to go.
I do know that he thinks that top route is more consistent with the setup that he does by taking the middle of that waterfall that leads in. And basically, it lines up nicely. If you're confident with your taps, it'll work out good. But yeah, so that's going to give him a more length on the lead here. But we're going to come down to the first big skip here of the run.
Yeah, setting up for this bell skip here. This is probably the most critical part. We've seen amazing consistency from all the runners today, nailing this as Lick does. We'll see what Chuckles is capable of as well.
I think Chuckles takes a little bit faster setup, which he does. That was actually very good. I think he surprised himself there for a second. He's like, wait a minute, I got over the wall.
Yeah, he got very close to the ceiling there. I was almost worried for a second. I don't think he expected to do it that cleanly.
Yeah, it worked out nicely, but yeah, all things considered, that was a little bit quicker, so that does give him some time here, but we'll see how things work out. We're going to have the route divergence here, it looks like, though.
Yeah, and I think Chuckles popped there. Ooh, and he does miss the Great Wall Bell skip, so probably falling a little bit behind at this point.
Well, this is why he takes Deadeye second, and he even talked about this, that if you miss that, which he says he's about 50-50 on, he can do it this way, and then you just go down and grab Scrooge right afterward, then hop over, and then go over and grab Affleck on the way to Plucky.
Right. Lick also missing that bell skip there, so kind of a wash. You know, maybe we can see Chuckles kind of safety routing pay dividends here in this scenario.
It's very possible.
Ooh,
Lick getting the pixel perfect.
Yeah, that was nice. Picks up a nice little time save there.
So that saves about 3 seconds or so, like maybe 2.5 to 3, because if you go down the river and have to do that pop at the end, you're saving a screen transition, and you're also saving that time where you can't really do anything to speed yourself up.
Right, and I think we're definitely getting to the point in the tournament where runners, like, you need to be hitting, all those little time saves, because it's going to add up over the course of the run. As we're seeing, we're getting deep into the tournament now. Runners are putting up really comparable times. We see Lick grabbing Plucky at about 4:07, really nice pace.
Well, as we know here, that they're not only are they fighting for their tournament lives at this point, they're fighting for a spot in the top 8. So this is the difference between having a shot at a Sacred Oils controller or going home.
Yep, Chuckles grabbing Plucky around 4:27, so Lick with a pretty sizable, roughly 20-second lead here as he moves up to the old lounge and grabs Wild Wing. Lick's on a really, really nice pace. Hopefully he's able to finish this one out strong. I'd like to see what his final time is without any, glaring mistakes.
He's gotten past the last major break point here, other than the climb up to see. But it looks like that Lick will be taking this. The faster strats paid off. Yeah, it was a very good pace.
Yep, he's moving into Cloud City, starting his climb. Once again, Lick's kind of demonstrated that he has really quick movement. You see him take a slightly safer, opting to hop to that cloud on the right side, but I don't know if Lick's watching the stream or not, but I think that, he knows that this run is spicy, and I think he just wants to finish it out at this point as he moves down to grab Howard here and do this final intentional death pop.
Which he's got here, so he's gonna be taking this one to Victory Road and taking the first race in this set. Now I will say that Lick Arcade does have more speedrunning experience than Chuckles, but Chuckles has more experience with Bubble Bobble in this regard. So it's kind of weird to see that happen here, but I will say that Lick is very good and a very precise player, like frame perfect tricks and being able to nail stuff in other games is something he excels at. Not only also that, he's also a big fan of fighting games too. Very good at third strike, and that's all about precision as well, and I think that's translated very nicely into how he's playing this game.
For sure. Yeah, Lick, runners who have played a lot of different games kind of have a broad speedrun resume. You develop a lot of skills that transfer well to other games. So we've seen Lick pick this up really, really quickly as he splashes down with 8th ducks at 6:02 on the clock.
Agreed. Yeah, and we see that Chuckles making his way through as well. He'll be down there shortly. But 6:02, definitely a fantastic time. Really, really good. I would love to see this go to a game 3, but very, very well done by Lick.
Yep, Chuckles splashing down right around 627, so about 25 seconds of difference. I think, you know, Chuckles just had a couple unfortunate pops, and really Lick was just on one. Movement looked really clean. I'm surprised that the time felt faster to me. I was surprised it wasn't a sub 6, honestly, so it looked really good to me. Chuckles is really going to have to play very well if he wants to stay alive in the rest of this event. Both runners resetting here. I don't really expect any major adjustments. I think, you know, both of these guys are very consistent and quick. I think that they just kind of have to play their A game and hope that it's good enough. Hope to avoid any very costly mistakes.
Agreed. So it's got to be interesting here going into it. Lick's going to feel good about the first race. Chuckles at this point, I think, is just going to run what he knows. I don't expect much difference from Chuckles. He's not going to start busting out top route and threading the needle and doing stuff like that. We're going to see a consistent play here. But if he can avoid those unfortunate pops, the time that he can get is very comparable to what Lick just did here. I mean, this has the chance to be very close.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, Chuckles doesn't seem to me like the guy who, like you said, who's going to suddenly start taking a lot of risks because he feels like, you know, pressured or put in a corner. So I think he's just got to stick to his game. And I think, you know, that's a skill set in itself when we talk about these race events. You need to be willing to recognize when to make adjustments and when to just, like, you know, play your script, play what you know. So let's see if Chuckles can, you know, just clean it up just a teeny tiny bit and maybe steal this one from Lick.
Agreed. Yep. So basically, at this point, if Lick gets some unfortunate pops, speaking of, unfortunately, Chuckles did there on the way to dive ball, and Chuckles plays consistently, that would definitely give him the victory handily. Oof, you hate to see it.
Yeah, two pops there on the same column right before grabbing the dive ball. You see him take. Oh no! Oh no!
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is what can happen here in the beginning.
Yeah, I guess he's shook. I mean, I don't think there's much else to it. I think, you know, the first time was like, oof. And then the second time, probably in his head at that point, takes a couple more extra pops. So yeah, really huge buffer for Lick. Really unfortunate start to the second race. And Chuckles is living on a prayer at this point.
He's not out of it, though, entirely. All it takes is just a few failed bell skips or pops. I mean, that's how this game is. It can be the great equalizer and what it comes down to. I think what happened here is not just frustration on his part, but mostly that when you get thrown off your script, like you have muscle memory, you have certain cues that you look for. And when those fail, and you have to kind of readapt from like, oh, I'm going to start back from this bell now, that throws the rhythm off entirely, and you have to kind of adapt there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something the terrific Tracy had mentioned previously in chat was that, you know, I talked about this as well, but once you pop somewhere, it becomes it's like suddenly a lot easier to pop there again, which is strange. You're kind of just drawn to it. You know, like you said, you get off script, you're uncomfortable, your muscle memory is not fit for the situation. It becomes difficult to adjust dynamically, and you're almost drawn to popping there again. You kind of get that mental block built up.
It's a good way of actually really putting like the dynamic way of actually being able to be adaptable to what's going on, and just basically relying on your knowledge of the game mechanics rather than basically the route that you run or the script that you've learned over, you know, umpteen amounts of practice runs. But yeah, it's something like that can happen. Ultimately, that it's not a giant time loss that he took there. It's not insurmountable, but Lick's gonna have to do him some favors here.
Right. And that's one of the things that's really neat about watching these race events, right? Like, PB attempts are great. It's great to see a game be pressed to its limits, but it's also really neat to see, you know, being able to adjust dynamically on the fly and watch these runners react and how they fix problems. That's a skill set in itself, and that's something that you don't really get watching PB attempts. But this is a really big moment for Lick. He needs to get the spell skip to stay ahead, and he does nail it.
He goes with the safe and sturdy way of doing things, just going up to the wall, just doing a couple, like 1 or 2 taps, and taking the iron ball bounce. And it looks like Lick is also doing Deadeye second here, from what it looks like. He didn't go for Affleck or Scrooge that time around, so I'm curious to see what's going to happen there.
Yeah, that's curious to me as well. I don't really understand that adjustment. You know, I don't know. I guess I'm not in Lick's mind, right? I don't understand what he feels motivated that, but I would be interested to hear about it afterwards. He does miss the pixel perfect. Oh boy, okay. He did miss the pixel perfect death warp, and then also missed the backup. That got dicey for a second.
So I think what might be happening is that maybe just for his own confidence in the run, he wanted to get to see, you know, hey, how is this run going to go? Am I going to get the bell skip now or not? And that way, like, he has that hurdle's out of the way now at this point, so he can maybe focus on the rest of the run.
Sure. Grabs Scrooge, takes the intentional death, has the good bell set up, so he's going to move over here and grab Affleck. Oh, did he miss a duck and is just now realizing it? What's happening here?
I don't know, because this is not like his route as far as I'm aware. And I think that maybe he kind of got lost there for a sec. I'm not sure what Chuckles is actually doing on this side, but he's going down to Deadeye. It should be there.
Yeah, I think Lick is good now. I think maybe for a second, going off his typical script kind of threw him out of his element, but I think he's recovered. But yeah, for a second there, it looked like he was confused about what he had collected and what he hadn't.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, we talk about it, like if you're running a script in your mind there and you have the muscle memory, the brain likes to take shortcuts. And basically you know certain things should happen in a certain order. And the fact he kind of switched things up from his usual pattern for some reason, that's, again, he has to kind of readjust and reprogram that on the fly.
Right, absolutely. But yeah, still pretty firmly in the lead here, as long as, you know, it doesn't have any additional kerfuffles that, you know, I don't even know. Yeah, I was trying to think of a scenario that could change, you know, what is looking like, I don't know, about a minute ahead at this point, but we're watching Lick move into the cloud. Maybe we'll see that famous, you know, 3-screen fall in Cloud City that we haven't really seen yet today.
Well, I mean, his power went out earlier. He had a black screen hard lock that happened. Look, I mean, seriously, anything could happen at this point.
That's true. Lick has had like the worst like hardware variants so far on the day, so I suppose anything could happen.
Yeah, the power's gonna go out right on Victory Road before he makes it to the pipe.
I think we'd probably give it to him if he was in the pipe, but and it looks like he's gonna make it there right around 527 on pipe entry. So another very comparable low 6 for Lick, very consistent in both these races.
Yeah, it's a fantastic run. Definitely earns his pass into the top 8 at that point. And I think he's going to do a really good job in the pop bracket at this point. I'm scared that there's a potential I could meet him down there at some point, I think, and that's very bothersome and worrisome.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't really know what to expect from Lick because I hadn't really watched him much prior to the event, and I knew he was, you know, new to the game. But he's been very impressive so far. Picked it up quick, and he's been fast. We see him touching down right at 601 with all 8 ducks. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so yeah, 601 from him, and this will send Chuckles home. It's got to be a weird thing to send a friend home, no less. Like to meet someone that you know and that you've been around and stuff like that in this context.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Chuckles is probably a little bummed with that performance. Just kind of a sloppy, uncharacteristic run for Chuckles. You know, we've talked about how he's kind of one of the pillars of consistency in this community, and so I don't think that's really indicative of what he's capable of, but you know, that's a race. It can happen. You know, weird stuff happens. You go off script, you pop 4 times getting dive ball. It does happen, but unfortunately it happened today, so Chuckles has to go home. But GG to both runners. Great performances.
Completely agreed. Great job to both runners. Lick with fantastic showings in both races. Really, really consistent at a high level too, no less. And Chuckles, once again, this is, like you said, this is not indicative of his ability or skill. We've seen it before, that he's shown that he can be a consistent player. Just sometimes you get off script and things don't go well, and it just kind of happens in this case. You can't reset, so you have to go with the hand that you've been dealt.
Yep. And we see Chuckles splashing down at 0.00 on the timer.
Hey, we're going to race 3. No.
Who do we have up next? That was race 20. Moving into race 21, it looks like El Rucco and Johnny Link. I would say Johnny has his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh, that's a scary matchup. And again, talk about consistency. Rucco showed in all 3 of those matches was very consistent.
Yeah, so I definitely would be intimidated if I were Johnny, but you know, Johnny's put up some decent performances today, so I don't want to exclude anybody or write anybody off. But yeah, I think El Rucco probably the favorite moving into one of the final races of the day.
Yeah, so this is again fighting for top 8, and the winner of this match goes against Lick Arcade then in the top 8 and in the pop bracket. So either one of these people at this point is going to have their work cut out for them in the next match then on the next day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, having, like you mentioned previously, Lick is not someone that I think I would want to play in today's event. You know, there's a lot of people where you look at them and you're like, okay, I think I'm favored, or oh, it's a coin flip, or oh, I'm unfavored. And I think most of the people in this event should be afraid to play Lick.
Well, I mean, the only person that was able to take him down so far was Alti, and Alti, I mean, obviously has shown that his ability, fastest time of the day so far with a 5:45, which is blazing pace.
Yeah, Alti's been great. You know, second seed going into the event. He said that he world record off stream earlier today. And honestly, you know, I don't. We can go ahead and pick favorites. Alti's my guy to win it all. I've watched him a little bit, you know, leading into this event earlier this week, and the dude is super fast and super consistent. He looks great every time I watch him. So he's my pick to take it all down. And I, you know, totally understand how Lick, you know, lost to him earlier in the event, because Alti's been incredible so far.
And he put up some amazing times in that matchup as well. So I am scared to face Alti. I am fully. I got my bags packed. I'm ready to take the trip to the pop bracket after I face him. However, I can say from experience that he and I think actually he's probably the one I played most doing. We did exhibition matches leading up to this, so we had a chance to get some race experience together, see what that was like. It was a coin flip, and basically our sets could go either way. But usually when Alti got warmed up, he was unstoppable. Like, I couldn't keep up with his own paces. I have taken some sets on him, but it's only when he makes mistakes. So if he plays clean, there's no way I can take him.
Right. So you're telling me there's a chance.
Yes, there's very much a chance that he's going to win. I would say 95% chance on that one. The 5% is if he drops some sort of level of consistency. I apparently play out of my mind.
Sure. I mean, on any given Sunday. I'm just going to keep quoting movies, apparently.
El Rocco versus Johnny Link. Now, Johnny Link has had a chance to kind of sit for a little bit, whereas Rocco just had the match with me not that long ago, so they very well may still be fairly warmed up, ready to go, and obviously they're playing very well today. So Johnny, I don't believe had times close to what Rocco's been putting up so far, so this is definitely a big mountain to climb.
Yeah, I don't know if Johnny's been practicing, you know, off stream, or just kind of, you know, chilling and relaxing and trying to just stave off the nerves and rest their hands. But yeah, Rocco's been very consistent and putting up times that, yeah, Johnny hasn't really demonstrated that they're capable of matching. So, you know, if I was Johnny, I probably would have been practicing a lot in the interim. I don't know which strategy they opted to go for, but definitely, like I said, has their work cut out for them at this point.
So I will say that it is very interesting that Johnny Link was kind of quiet throughout this entire process leading up to the tournament, where there's other people that have been prominently like kind of grinding and sharing strategies and active in the Discord. And it's kind of interesting to see some of the strats that Johnny is using. And it's kind of clear that they haven't really been I don't want to say paying attention, but they have not really been watching a lot of the streams out there. And some of the things that they do, the little kind of nuances of their movement, shows that they've kind of put things together on their side. Whereas Rocco has been very, very involved, doing races, kind of digging into it, and knows a lot of the consistent strats there that seem to be kind of faster. We saw, for example, Johnny Link takes the edge of the Ferdinand grab to kind of prevent against getting tar pitted, whereas Rocco goes straight down the middle.
Yeah, stuff like that is always interesting to watch. You know, you pick up a run by yourself, you're kind of already at a detriment because you don't have the benefit of working with a community of minds. But also, you know, sometimes a group that's working together can suffer from that kind of echo chamber group think. And, you know, maybe they all get dead set on, you know, a slightly inferior strategy, you know, because everyone's kind of like tunnel visioned and working together. So too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. So be interesting to see if, you know, Johnny's little strats that he's come up with on his own, maybe he can eke out some additional advantages through those.
Agreed. Now, I will say that I do notice that Johnny grabs Darkwing a lot slower. He doesn't actually hold down, and he did this consistently, where he didn't hold down Iron Ball going to grab Darkwing. So that's leaving some time on the table right there. And I mean, it's all about consistency. Again, like, this is what they're comfortable with. I get it. It's what they know. But I would say that Johnny is definitely the not the favorite here. Rucko would be. So if Johnny pulls this out by whatever reason, like that's definitely an upset in my book.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that just comes down to experience, right? I think Rucko's probably has considerable more hours than Johnny at this point, but once again, it is a race setting. So although Rucko has been, probably more consistent and playing at a higher level, like we saw with Chuckles, sometimes you pop 4 times getting the dive ball. So let's see what happens.
And away we go once again here. So El Rucko on the left, Johnny on the right, and not seeing any early pops from either of them at this point. So let's see how things work out.
Yep, getting the players synced up here. The first couple screens should be pretty trivial. We see Johnny opting for a death warp there out of the dive ball area. But, Chuckles has talked about this previously. Up until we get Iron Ball, the game is pretty quote-unquote what some people like to call free. So don't expect, a whole lot here on these first few screens. But El Rucko moving into this first kind of dicey Great Wall jump, and there you go.
And we can see Johnny Link, he's committed to taking that insurance bell, and he didn't need it this time around, but that's a small price to pay. If you basically pop on the Great Wall like Rucko did, that's 9 seconds. If you grab the insurance bell, you're spending 1 or 2 seconds to grab it, maybe, but then when you pop on the bell, you're still saving like 3 or 4 seconds from those screen transitions that you're going through. So also, when Johnny Link did the death warp, we could see that put him slightly behind Rucko. So it is a bit slower, but it's 100% consistent if you get that bell.
Yeah, I like it. I like you grabbing that bell there. Like, yeah, you lose, a second or two grabbing it, but saving yourself the pain of that 9 seconds that El Rucko is behind now. I guess, 7 or 8 because Johnny took the safety bell. But we'll see what their Iron Ball times look like. I think El Rucko's
around 120.
Yeah. So not as bad as I thought, really. Like 4 seconds separates them. A few screens here.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, the only major difference here that we've seen so far is Rucko popping on the Great Wall. And it also looks like she takes she does the long jump strat there, whereas Johnny Link kind of was a little more safe with it. So we'll see here. She's catching up, though.
Yep. Johnny nails the grandma. Rucko struggles a little bit, stumbles, has to take a second attempt at it. And we see both players moving up here into the diciest section of the run where they tag this final bell and they move into grandma's basement to set up the double jump death warp.
Look at the sync. Here we go.
Yeah. Yeah, Rucko just kind of like, once again, this game is all movement, and Rucko kind of demonstrating that, you can get these little micro perfections that really add up over the course of the run, as we see Rucko actually taking the lead.
Now let's see. Yes, so he doesn't hold down Iron Ball again. He just takes that simple bit. So Rucko's going to gain a little bit more of some leeway here.
Mm-hmm.
Both going to take the consistent route there, splitting the eyes and coming down to this area. So bell skip. Hold your breath, folks. It's be make or break time right here.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything. I don't want to attain it. We'll just watch it happen. Okay.
We got a race, folks.
So yeah, both players getting the bell skip, grabbing the double jump ability, doing an intentional death warp. Ooh, we see Rucko takes a little tag there.
Oh, no, this is hype. This is a good one. And they're both taking the same route, so this is something we can follow the whole way through together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're basically synced up.
All right, let's see who takes the strat in. Oh no!
Oh,
hitting the bell outside Scrooge, but Link getting over top.
That's gonna be costly because they're both looking to intentionally death warp here, but Rucko's gonna go back to that bell that she accidentally tagged, and we see Johnny warping all the way back, up to where near Aflac spawns. So pretty sizable loss for Rucko there, unfortunately.
Well, she's taking some good strats to get there as well. Now look like this. Johnny Link nails the Deadeye bell skip. This is definitely in his favor right now. This is his race to lose at this point, so he needs to basically pull this one out as best as possible. But,
Johnny kind of going off right now. This is really good for Johnny. I think this is maybe the best race we've seen from him yet. And he nails the pixel perfect death warp. Let's go, Johnny.
Johnny putting on a clinic. Seriously, I think you're right. I think he was doing some training in between.
Yeah, I think he knew he needed to play, and I think he spent his time practicing in between races. He grabs Plucky at 414. Ooh, takes a little unfortunate pop there on the ceiling, but still looking good, still looking strong. I'm impressed with Johnny's performance so far.
Every little change like that, though. Rucko's knocking at the door here. I mean, Johnny definitely has to start running for his life. This actually could come down to cleaner climbs at this point. I'm not sure how good Johnny's climbs are compared to Rucko's.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of a clinch. You know, we've seen Rucko definitely has cleaner, you know, more optimized movement. So I wouldn't want to put myself, and we see Johnny stumble a little bit there getting on the cloud. I wouldn't want to put myself in a position where, oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, Johnny takes an unfortunate pop and he's set back just like that. But yeah, I didn't want to put myself in a position where I needed to move cleaner than Rucko. And, you know, that's why. Here we are.
And she's off to the races now at this point. She just got past that last part. Very clean all the way through. And she gets the gray screen!
Oh, you really do hate to see it.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's a restart, and there's no clear winner on this one here. This has to be a reset.
Yeah, man, not like this. That was probably my favorite race of the day so far.
Yeah.
That's very, very unfortunate. Hopefully the next one is just as good.
This is a hype matchup. Johnny definitely has run this back. I'm very impressed overall, and definitely the skill is there, and just some amazingly unexpected pops and moments, like Rucko, like on the way up to Affleck, like getting popped on the wall. That was a couple seconds lost that Johnny took advantage of.
Yeah, I think ultimately Rucko was pulling ahead there, but you know it would have came down to the climb. I think. I guess for those of you in the audience who might not have been here earlier in the day, yeah, gray screen is just unfortunately essentially when the game hard locks, just on a loading transition. So, you know, we are working with an NES dev game here, version 1.1. So, unfortunately, there are a few issues of that nature, and we did encounter that a couple times today.
Yeah, this is the second time now that we've seen the gray screen of death. We saw a full black screen of death for Lick Arcade going through a transition. But the runners are set. The countdown is happening here, and the slate is wiped clean. We're starting all over, folks. Here we go.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can handle it. That one was so good, and you know, to not get the closure, it's a little bit of a bummer. Hopefully, you know, Johnny puts up the kind of performance that he just did. Hopefully, there's still gas in the tank. I hope he's not, you know, drained after that one.
Yeah, well, I mean, the nerves are definitely running high, and now at this point, like, you're kind of wondering, like, hey, you know, how did I do? Is that a win or a loss? Oh, no, Rucko, you know, hard lock, it counts for nothing. Okay, I guess we got to do this again.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. It would probably mess with me. It'd be difficult to recover from. It's like, oh, I was running so hot, and you tell me it means it was for nothing? It might be a difficult weight to carry into the next race for sure, but hopefully Johnny's able to shake it off and just, you know, run it back, do it again.
Exactly. Now, to Johnny's benefit, though, Rucko was in the lead and had gotten past basically the point of no return where things were at. So it could have gone in her favor, and it's a bit of a shame to see it happen that way. But let's see what story this match will tell.
Right. We see both players getting over the Great Wall this time. Rucko kind of uncharacteristically popped there earlier, which put Johnny in an early lead, but you know, Rucko kind of out ahead at this point with both players, you know, hitting their appropriate wall jumps, but Rucko's movement just being a little bit cleaner.
And as we can see, once again, Johnny kind of sticking to his guns here, following the clean script that he has here, trying to go with the safe strats. And I can definitely value that. Race safe strats, grabbing the insurance bell, just in case the Great Wall is a bit of a pain. But yeah, it paid off for him before in this tournament, and I understand that. And this is where we are now. Still, pretty close gap.
Yep, I'm watching the timer here. Looks like Johnny's about 5 seconds behind on the screen transition, so he's definitely got his work cut out for him. But you know, we're only now moving into the meat and potatoes of the run. So you know, as we saw in the last race, literally anything is possible at this point.
We'll see if Johnny can actually hit the grandma jump through here. Nope, a little too early on that one, but a pretty good recovery, all things considered.
Yep, not bad. Rucko's grabbing the bell here to set up this. You know, this safety, I guess, death warp as we move down through Grandma's basement to go grab Darkwing and the double jump ball.
Taking a clean bottom route on that one. Very good.
Yeah, I like it. You know, let's just be safe. Let's be consistent. I don't want to try to take a fancy pop route, top route and pop, or a needle thread, so.
All right, both of them are in the abyss here. Rucko grabs Darkwing. They high five along the way, And it's going to come down here to the bell skip once again, which, again, I will remark from what 40 said, that it has become remarkably consistent. This was definitely like the boss of the run for a long time now, and now it's become almost automatic for some people.
Yeah, it's bizarre, right? Especially because this didn't exist previously, it was my understanding, in any percent. And now it's this new trick, and all these runners adapted and picked it up so quickly. Really impressive to see.
As we see here, both of them get it. Yeah, in any percent in the NES dev version, I mean, effectively, you could just glitch out of bounds and come in through the side wall that was basically a suggestion for double jump. You never had to worry about it, but now you have to.
Right, exactly. Yeah, previously you could do some out of bounds manipulation to kind of just circumvent that entire area, but now players had to learn that new bell skip, and both of them were able to execute. Honestly, most of our runners today have been able to execute it successfully, so kudos to them.
Agreed. And also, Rucko there making it over top of the Scrooge Bell, not hitting it this time, so there's a difference right there. Let's see how she does with Deadeye.
Yeah, Rucko looking really good this time around. You know, I'm not seeing any major mistakes. You know, not seeing any unnecessary pops. Movement looks good. Hitting all of her big tricks. So Rucko looking really poised to take this one down so far, but you know, still early. Still some bubble to play.
Yeah, this is the pace I kind of expected to see, but still, I mean, look, honestly, I will throw this out there though. Johnny playing absolutely fantastically, right behind all things considered here. So this could be a PB for him.
Yeah, Johnny's really amped it up since earlier in the day. You know, these past couple races out of him have looked really, really good. So very impressed. We see Rucko grabbed Plucky right before 4 there. So Johnny probably a good, 10 seconds behind at this point. Maybe slightly more.
So Johnny gained a little tiny bit of time there where Rucko did not get any of the early pops after grabbing Deadeye, whereas Johnny got the backup one.
Right. We see Rucko moving up into the cloud section, going to grab Wild Wing out of his little lounge. Johnny's going to be grabbing Ferdinand out of the barn. He opts for this nice safe setup to avoid getting tar pitted down there in the puddle, which I like. But, we're kind of at the point where you can't be going for those safeties. Johnny's really got to, crank up the gas if he wants to get back in this one. Pretty sizable lead on Rucko's part at this point.
I was about to say, I mean, this kind of shows, like, this race right here, both players played consistently to what they know. And we can see that the consistent strats that Rucko has, I mean, she has the higher skill ceiling here in this one. That's what makes her the favorite. But this is the pacing right here between the two. They both play consistently. This is kind of where they're at this point. But still, a huge improvement from Johnny. Really, really good show overall. But this is definitely looking to be in Rucko's favor for the first match.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's kind of what we talked about before the match started, right? Like, Johnny seemed to do a lot of, like, offline learning on his own. And, while that can have pros and cons, I think here, just a little more optimized strats on Rucko's part. She worked with a bigger group of people, and it kind of shows. So she's going to be taking down this first race. GG to Rucko.
Absolutely. We'll see what the splashdown times are. But seriously, Johnny right behind. This will be a great time for him today.
Yeah, this might be a PB. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's definitely up there with some of Johnny's most competitive times for sure.
Looks like this may be a potential sub-6 for Rucko on her side. And yeah, that's looking good. 5:57 on hers.
Wow. That's incredible, honestly. That was like one of those like really, really silent killers, because when you're watching it, it's just like, kind of business as usual. But I thought that from Lick Arcade's past run, and he ended up with like a 6:05 or 6:08, something like that. But Rucko puts up a really similar looking run, but it's actually an incredible pace. A nice 5:57. Johnny finishes up at 6:11.
Consistent is smooth, and smooth is fast, and that's exactly what this is here. And also, Johnny with a 6:11. Well done. Very, very nice time overall. Good race for us to start the set with, and glad to see that the gray and black screens of death decided to stay away.
Yeah, and Johnny actually confirms in chat a 1 second PB, so you can't even really be mad, It's like, yeah, you didn't get it, but you PB'd on stream. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Congrats to him. I mean, that's the best run you've ever put up, and you put it up in front of everybody here at this stage. That's fantastic.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, I think this is actually closer than I expected it to be. This is pretty cool. I think this could still go either way. We've talked about Rucko, the favorite, a little more optimized movement, pathing, but Johnny really proving that, he can be competitive here.
All right, start of the second race here. Rucko wins this. She moves on to top 8. and again gets a shot at a Sacred Oils controller, whereas Johnny is fighting for his tournament life here and looking to bring this to a race 3 and taking the early lead.
Yeah, it looks like El Rucco took an unfortunate pop there trying to pick up the dive ball. I was going to call it the Chuckles pop, but we won't do that to Chuckles. But yeah, Johnny out to a little bit of a lead here right off the bat. But let's see if he can maintain it. You know, we saw this previously, and Rucco was able to kind of close the gap through her movement. So let's see if that happens again.
Okay, once again, Johnny sticking consistently with what he has, going with the insurance, and for good reason. That actually is to his benefit now.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously he's not thrilled with taking that pop, but I mean, I'm sure he's relieved that he chose these safe strats. He chose to take that safety bell. You know, he paid for his insurance, and while it cost him, you know, it protected him in the long run.
Agreed. I mean, you pay for insurance hoping that you don't have to use it, but in this case, it actually was to his benefit here and saved himself some time in the long run.
Yeah, you lose a second or two, but, you know, ultimately he gained, like, you know, 7, you know, because he would have lost, like, 9 on the pop. So it's a good exchange for Johnny. We see both players here moving into the pipe maze, picking up the iron ball. Kind of slow. First iron ball right around that 119 mark.
Well, they're going with consistent strats here, maybe not going as aggressive. I know that at the Great Wall, Rucco was kind of sizing things up a bit. As everyone has kind of said today, that is deceptively difficult, that you have to kind of go as low as possible there, but you run the risk of popping if you go too low, but you have to get enough height.
Yeah, that wall is really intimidating, especially for how tiny it is. The Great Wall is aptly named. Very apprehensive approaching it, you know, sizing up that jump, like you said. So very intimidating. Both players, you know, almost pretty comparable paces. Johnny's still... Ooh, I was going to say slightly behind, yeah. We see a little pop there from Rucco trying to set up that first bell for the Death Warp, and really neck and neck now.
And just like that, a single pop right there and a high five, and they were both going down. Insane. Look at this.
Yeah, I love these moments. These are my favorite parts of the races. And this is where you really get to see players' movement shine, right? When they're synced up like this, all the little micro optimizations really come out in the gameplay. Like, players can express themselves through the movement in the game, which is really neat.
Yep, some small stuff there. It looks like Johnny actually maybe held on to the ball there a little bit, and this is still tight the whole way through, but we could see some a much more optimized waterfall that Rucco had on that side and gained a little tiny bit of time, but this is coming down again to the skip.
Yeah, absolutely. This is big. I want both players to nail this. They both look so scared.
Oh my god.
They do both get it, though. So we have a very tight, very close race on our hands. But yeah, you could almost like feel the apprehension from both players sizing up that jump.
Oh, this is beautiful. Look at this. And you can see the variance in strats coming up here as well. But yeah, I got kind of worried. I held my breath, like how close they were getting to the bell itself while popping up out of the water. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yep. We'll see if see what happens here with this final bell skip. And, you know, I think Rucco previously had tagged a bell here before the Scrooge grab that she didn't intend to in race 1, but she's avoided that the past 2 times now, so that seems to be behind her at this point.
Yep, that's all good now. It's going to come to the Deadeye bell skip. Let's see who's got it.
Rucco nails it. Johnny sizing it up a little slowly, but he also nails it.
So there was a little tiny bit of hesitation there, but a tiny bit of hesitation and confirmed it to get it. Unfortunately, a pop. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah, that's gonna put Johnny back in front. That's a really costly mistake for Rucco. But you know, Johnny kind of looks a little nervous here. So maybe if Rucco, you know, stays focused, keeps her head in the game, you know, maybe she can still stay in this one. Like I said, Johnny's last couple jumps, he's looked kind of shook, kind of afraid. So I wouldn't count out Rucco just yet.
There's still a couple trouble areas here, and again, her consistency and her movement is definitely a little more optimal than Johnny. So she will run this back slowly. However, once again, this is Johnny's race to lose, but I would love to see us go to the race 3. This is amazing.
Yeah. Johnny got plucky right around 417. El Rucco grabbing it at like 432, so about a 15-second lead on Johnny's part at this point. Let's see if Rucco can make up the difference.
Again, I really like that strat that Johnny uses there. It just completely negates the tar pit risk whatsoever. Just kind of you do one more drop, but it actually is nice and clean.
Yeah, I like it. You know, we talked about this. Safe is fast, and Johnny's ahead, so you know, let's be safe.
It's gonna come down to the climb for him, and again, I think he very well might be on PB pace once again.
Yeah, this is maybe Johnny's best run of the tournament, which is pretty crazy. To PB, the goal of this guy, man, to PB twice in a row on streams, like, okay, man, you can stop showboating at any time.
When you're fighting for your tournament life, you're in front of everybody. This is the time to shine more than anything else, that's for sure.
No, absolutely. But yeah, we'll see if Rucko can close the gap here in this cloud section. You know, we've said that she has really impressive movement, so let's see, you know, what kind of difference we're looking at in these final screens.
Well, I think that's signed, sealed, and delivered, my friend, on that side. Johnny, taking race 2, taking us to race 3 in this absolutely bananas set.
Yeah, that was really, really good. And I don't think anybody, you know, expected this or would have predicted this. But yeah, Johnny kind of showing that he's a new player, even from like a few hours ago, earlier this afternoon. He looks really good and very competitive all of a sudden. So if I'm Rucko, I'm kind of sweating. I'm a little sweaty at this point.
I mean, Johnny Link just called this man the Phoenix. From the ashes, he is reborn into this better runner that we're seeing today, and he is now competitive.
Yeah, this looks great. I'm very happy and very excited that this is going to a game 3. You know, the soft lock earlier was unfortunate. It is what it is. But we get to see 3 races between, you know, 2, I guess, very comparable players at this point. Johnny just running kind of hot, you know, rising to the occasion.
So amazingly, this is effectively race 4, because we basically saw a full match that got thrown out because of the gray screen of death here, and I'm glad. I'm not going to say I'm glad that it happened, but I'm glad that this set has been prolonged here, because I've really enjoyed this one. This has been very entertaining.
Yeah, absolutely. Be interested to see who takes it down. Kind of, you know, coin flip scenario at this point. It's been demonstrated over the past couple races. You know, Rucko probably a little distraught at this point over the gray screen, because, you know, I don't know if she knew. I don't know if she has the stream pulled up, or if she's watching, or if Rod's watching. But, you know, I think she kind of had that one in the bag, but like we said, game 4, I'm excited to watch it. I'm not going to complain about more bubble.
Yeah, agreed. And that was the final times there on that one was 6:18 for Johnny Link. So not a PB, and a 6:46 on Rucko's side.
Nice.
And the countdown's away here. No rest for the wicked. We're jumping into the final game of this one. Winner stays, goes to top 8. Loser goes home.
Loser goes home. Who do you got, chat? I want to see some names. Who are your favorites?
What are you thinking right now? Honestly, let's take a look at this. What are you thinking? Do you think Johnny can pull this upset?
It's so close, man. Like right there, you see, like Rucko's been so consistent in this tournament so far, but then takes an uncharacteristic pop, grabbing dive ball. So like initially, I would have went with Rucko because I think she's a more consistent player, but Johnny's on one right now, man. So I mean, you can't deny the value of like tempo. When somebody's got the fire, they have the fire, and Johnny looks poised, like he wants it. He's hungry.
Yep, I'm gonna be curious to see, will he go with the insurance bell once again, which he does. So it's definitely the right call, and they're synced up once again.
Yeah, it kind of sacrifices the little edge that he had there from Rucko's dive ball pop. So, you know, kind of once again trades that insurance, and now unfortunately he's actually probably, you know, a few tenths of a second behind.
So this is gonna be a mad dash to the end. I mean, both of them have something to prove here. They definitely want to stick around and make it to that day 2 that we're gonna have, but it's going to come down to where consistency breaks down. Right now, Johnny's going to be riding the momentum. The ball's in his court. Rucko has something to prove to kind of fight for the tournament life, and clearly she has the skill to do it. Both of them do now. This is fantastic.
Yeah, I'd love to see if they ride it out, you know, pretty much sink the entire way. 118 iron ball for both players, and if like something like Johnny's insurance bell comes back to bite him, right? You know, just that tiny little, you know, 1 or 2 second time loss that he took for safety ends up costing him. We'll see.
Okay, Rucko, first one to hit the water on the bottom there. Again, not too far. She gets the long jump with the single, so pulls a little bit more ahead. Again, her movement down here in the basement is a little cleaner, so she will lengthen out here. But at any point, a pop or a small thing like that could change it in her favor.
Yeah, absolutely. Rucko been really impressive nailing that double column jump. We see both players stumble on the grandma. So kind of evening things back up, but both players tagging the spell here, you know, moving once again down into Grandma's basement, setting up this death warp, going to grab Darkwing and the double jump ball.
So they both take very similar paths in the Abyss from what I've seen here. A lot of the same stuff, but there's always some tiny little optimizations that you can kind of see with kind of maintaining the height of your bubble or grabbing things, certainly. Like right here, Rucko kind of grabbing Darkwing with the Iron Ball, where looks like Johnny just kind of taps it out a little bit. I mean, he's losing some frames there, but it's consistent for him.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely some little optimizations to be had there in the way the players are, making those grabs, making those transitions. Something that, I think if Johnny watches this back, he'll realize, oh, that's a free time save for me to clean up in the future.
And Rucko going with the setup that they know, and it works out for them. Johnny going to the wall and also gets it. We have a race.
Nice. Yep. Most critical, the most nail-biting portion of the run is over. It's still lots of places for players to pop, but that is the most costly. I'm sure both racers are glad to put that behind them at this point.
Agreed. I like to see the variance and strategies here between Rucko and Johnny with that Affleck grab, where basically Johnny cancels his momentum coming up and kind of just pops over, whereas Rucko does the more widely used Iron Ball off the pillar onto the cloud.
Yeah, that's another one of those little optimizations where I think, watching this back, Johnny will say, oh, I should probably prioritize preserving my momentum there, keeping the speed, saving a little, probably less than 1/10 of a second or something. But, as we've talked about today, these speedruns are all about finding your tiny time saves and adding them up over the course of the run.
So Rucko, that's a pivotal moment right there. Rucko gets the Deadeye Bell skip. Johnny dings it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so that's going to be a pretty and he dings another bell on the way, actually. So pretty sizable time loss for Johnny at this point. Be interested to see if he can make up the difference, maybe get this pixel pop. He does.
Oh, nice. Very good. Now, he wanted to grab that second bell because you want to come back further here because you have to go farther to the right anyway, rather than going all the way back to before the Great Wall or that area. So that was the right play.
Sure. That tracks.
But Rucko up in the clouds already. And that skip, I think, saved her tournament life right there because they were running neck and neck for a long period of time here.
Yeah, I think that skip is about a 15 to 20 second difference. I think we talked about that earlier today. So puts Rucko firmly in the driver's seat. She go ahead and grabs Ferdinand out of the barn, moves upstairs, grabs Wild Wing out of his little lounge. She's looking poised to take this one down. Kind of going to take some big moves by Johnny if he wants to close this gap.
So she is past the point of no return on that end here. So all that's left is Howard and Victory Road. And we know that she has excellent climb, so as it is here. And Johnny, I mean, seriously, he put up a hell of a fight this whole way through.
Yeah, I mean, it really just came down to that bell skip. That was it. I mean, that was his tournament. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It is what it is. But yeah, Johnny really on a heater these past couple races. You hate to see him go out on this, like just missing this one tiny trick, but sometimes it's all it takes, especially in this game, especially in Bubble. These runs are really built around these couple of very critical bell skips, and he can't afford to miss them.
And here it is, Rucko on the way to Victory Road with a 5:27 pipe. So add 34 to that. That's a low 6.
Yeah, about a 6:01 for Rucko. Really good time. Don't think that's a PB for her, but still a very, very impressive time. Johnny, you're going to be finishing up here, grabbing this last bell, moving into the last section of the clouds, grabbing Howard, performing a death warp, and then going to be heading towards the final pipe exit. But we'll look to see what time both players splash down and make sure they have all 8 ducks. But I think that this is going to be a GG for Rucko and an unfortunate tournament exit for Johnny.
And that is confirmed. 6:01 for Rucko on that side. And Johnny Link taking his last ride through space and out of the tournament, packing his bags, going home. Thank you for the memories. And Rucko moving on to top 8. Congratulations to both runners for putting on one heck of a set.
Yeah, absolutely. That was maybe the best set of the tournament. Like you said, Retro, you don't have to go home, Johnny, but you can't stay here. Your bubble's popped, pack your bags, you're headed home. But seriously, GG to both runners. That was, probably my favorite set. It was very fun to watch.
Yes, very good. I'm actually, you know what? It's kind of nice to see that where Rucko was kind of in the lead and the gray screen happened to them on that side. But now it's happened. It's confirmed. It's in the books. History has been written, and she moves on.
Yep. I think we have one race left tonight. Rod from Game Time Television and Evil Elf. Going to be working on setting that up here soon, as well as maybe some commentary changes. So just stay tight for a second, guys, and we'll be right back with you.
Hello, everybody. I am 40 Watt Range. I am back. I am here with Retrofile for the final race of the evening. We have Evil, Elf, and Rod. Retrofile, how you doing with that last race?
Man, edge of the seat the whole way through. I think that was that's a really going to be a hard act to follow here, and I'm very curious to see. I think Rod and Evil Elf are actually going to put on a pretty good show themselves.
Yeah, as a viewer, I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. We even got 4 races out of the deal, and all of them pretty much seemed pretty close, at least for most of the race. So I'm hoping we see a repeat here. This match, of course, will bring us to our quarterfinals that we will have on December 19th, and that'll take us from the quarterfinals all the way to the grand finale. As the bracket's looking so far, we have Moniker and Avidrock 42 on a match. We have It's Alti and yourself, Retrofile TV, up in the top bubble bracket. On the bottom, we got El Rucco and Lick Arcade. And then we have Pico de Gallo and whoever is the winner of this match.
All excellent matchups. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Rucco and Lick can do on that one. But PDG versus either of these is going to be a good matchup as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. We're definitely getting into the upper echelon of skill here as we narrow it down. As we've already seen with some of these matches, it's just coming down to little tiny accidents or even just micro movements that are just getting you ahead. So I'm hoping that that's the trend that continues forward.
Definitely exciting to watch. It seems like right now, like the bell skip that we were all kind of focusing on was the one down by double jump. That's not the story that we've seen today. It's the Deadeye bell skip that's kind of getting everyone. And that truly, in my heart of hearts, is the harder and more difficult one to get consistently.
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to definitely alter at least, you know, the practice methods of people moving forward from here, or even just people looking for PVs from now on, because you're right, it's either that everyone put their focus on what we all thought was going to be the bad bell skip and they learned it so well that they kind of forgot about this one, or this one's just really taking its toll.
It's a difficult play either way, because then you have a ceiling to worry about. You have the Great Wall right in front of you. It's just some very strange movement you have to kind of deal with here. But you can see, I mean, right now, Rod is actually practicing that same bell skip, seeing that race kind of came down to it. He wants to make sure that he can hit it consistently, and he's doing a great job with it. So this could go either way. I think this is going to be another one that goes 3 races.
Yeah, looking at him practice, I didn't even realize that little broken column right after it is even a hazard on the roof. Like, that never even crossed my mind. So it's just like 3 or 4 things you got to contend with just in that little area.
Yep, it is definitely a lot more than just a single motion that you basically need to do in the jump ball area. And basically with that, you can iron ball and it's safe. There, you don't have that safety net. You have to make sure that you find that one tile gap between the bell and the wall. And if you ding that wall in some way, you could possibly go up in the ceiling and pop and lose a whole bunch of time that way. You could hit the bell and then you're stuck with that part. I mean, it's a really tough, critical moment. I will tell you that's where my nerves actually were pretty much the heaviest, and I felt the most relieved after getting it.
Yeah, I could see that too. Because like you're saying, at least with the other one, you have a little bit more room to work with. You have a little more space. That one is closed in, and here we go. We are on our way with the final race set of tonight.
It'll be sad to see this tournament go, man. I'll be looking forward to December 19th for that top 8 day.
Absolutely, I'm looking forward to that one as well. All right, so we have both players going about maybe a quarter of a screen difference between the two.
I anticipate this will be very close. Both seem to be on equal footing when it comes to skill overall. I think Rod may edge this one out. I think Rod's going to be my favorite here overall. I think he has more consistency than Evil Elf, but I could be wrong. We'll see.
Yeah, right there, Elf going a little bit more for it with the Great Wall. Now they're basically, it puts them almost a whole screen ahead at this point.
So you got to wonder if Evil Elf is going to continue with that gutsy fast play, and if Rod's going to continue with the consistency here. And again, just a couple single pops or missed skips. I mean, that's the whole match.
Yeah, you know, they got to have it in their head where it's either they're tossing up, should they just play it safe and consistent, or, you know, go for the money, because whoever loses is going home. So, I mean, no guts, no glory.
Yeah, got to lay that all out on the table and hope for the best here. But even so, I mean, it ain't that great if you go for a risky strat and you pop in the process here rather than kind of opting for what you know.
Yeah, for sure. You definitely need to make the calculated choice of risk versus reward with your consistency and comfort in something.
That's definitely the right play. Calculated risk the whole way through here. I mean, if you know you can push yourself or you can do something somewhat consistently that may give you the edge, then definitely go for it. But speaking of, Evil Elf putting on a clinic here, lengthening his lead over Rod just with optimal movement.
Hitting the first bell that sets us up for the death warp. From this point on forward, the racers do not want to touch a bell, nor do they want to die, because since they're skipping these bells, one pop sends them really far back. But if they hit a bell, then the planned strat kind of goes away and eats up more time as well.
So clean and consistent, taking the bottom route on that side, coming into the abyss. We're going to see the Darkwing grab from both sides. Oh no!
And just like that, Rod is definitely in the lead as Evil Elf has to make his way all the way back down, demonstrating exactly why this death warp is dangerous. You can't touch any of these bells, and if you take a hit, you go all the way back.
Yeah, that pop in particular is very dangerous because, I mean, you kind of want to let off at that point to kind of try to cut it, but your safest bet is to just hold the button the entire way and let the bonk happen. Unbelievable!
No. Well, there we go, folks. You get a demonstration of why they call it a death warp. Unfortunately, if you die a little prematurely, the strat still works. You just got to go back and get what you went for.
Yeah, I'd call that a premature evisceration.
All right, so Evil Elf doing it the second other way, where you bounce off of the platform, getting it and popping, now executing that death warp as intended.
Oh, very good. Well, Rod's gonna have another chance. That you know that's gonna shake him right there, because everyone's been consistent with that all day. He's got to be thinking, well, I mean, Evil Elf probably got that too, so now he's gonna have to run this back.
Yeah, I mean, as a racer, you always have worst case scenario in your mind, and in his mind, Evil Elf hasn't messed up at all. He doesn't know that he's popped once with him and whatnot, so he probably thinks he's even further back than he actually is.
Yeah, the mental games that happen here, especially if you're not paying attention. I mean, we don't know if Rocco's running recon here and feeding him this information, or if he's just running his own race. Different people have different things that they want to do with this overall, but we'll see what happens here and what Evil Elf is doing on this side.
You see Rod skipping the bell there. It's because they're doing another death warp. You have no choice but to die once you grab Scrooge, but if you set up your bells correctly, you can go back further into the route than just outside the door.
So Evil Elf did get that Deadeye bell skip there, nice and clean the whole way up, going into the clouds now. So Evil Elf with a sizable lead at this point. It would take a miracle now for Rod to come back.
Yeah, catching Plucky at 24 seconds. Rod taking a pop there.
So it seems that his Deadeye bell skip practice did pay off, but unfortunately taking some unfortunate, unforeseen issues there on the way to Deadeye.
Evil Elf now in Cloud City, going to the tar pit, making it look easy, and pretty much from here on out, other than a wall or two, it's all on you and your execution.
Right, you are there, 40. And Evil Elf is going to be taking the first race of this set, barring anything catastrophic, and things are looking good for him overall. A very good showing, even with that pop on Darkwing. But Rod definitely did him some favors there by popping at the bell skip. Definitely one of the worst things that can possibly happen to you, and you know he's going to be feeling that one.
Yep, Evil Elf now approaching the climb, and of course, you know, there's always the chance of just misjudging your movements, and down you go. That's the one thing that Rod could be hoping for at this moment in time.
And as you said that, it almost happened. He kind of kicked himself off the side of the cloud trying to make that. It almost happened, man.
It almost happened. For the racers, I don't want it to happen, but for entertainment, I would love for it to happen.
With that, he grabs Howard on his way to Victory Road, looking for that confirmation of 8 ducks. Pipe time is 5:48 to 5:49, so this is about a mid-6.
Yep. Again, that was a clean play right there. A few mistakes, but you know that's what you want to see for the most part. I mean, we're not going for PBs here, so you just got to deal with what you're given.
Now, I fully expect Rod is going to run this back in race 2. Clearly, Evil Elf it's not, there's no perfection here, but basically, if Rod plays consistently, I think he's going to have a good shot at bring this to a race 3.
Yeah, I definitely think this was more of a situation where it was Rod was kind of fighting himself on this, and that's what led to his time loss. It wasn't like Evil Elf was pulling anything off that Rod wasn't for the most part, you know. So I think he's going to be one of these people that it lights a fire under him a little bit, and it makes him fight harder the next time around.
Especially considering that one race, one loss here, and that's the end of the day. And it's going to be curious to see how things work out. But clearly, watching these two go back and forth here, they are on even playing fields when it comes to skill. So it's anyone's race coming up here, and we'll see how their strats evolve going into this one.
Yep, I see Evil Elf probably. I'm going to predict that he's going to play the same as far as his risk and his calculation. I think he'll play a little cleaner, but I'm hoping that we see Rod get a little cleaner.
I think that Rod has the better time overall. So if we want to talk about skill ceiling, I think that Rod probably has the better time that he can work with and kind of pull on. Evil Elf maybe did not have as much time with the game as Rod did. So it could go either way. I'm hoping for a race 3 because, I mean, this is the last match of the day, folks. We're going to be packing it up for this one, and we'll have our top 8, and we'll go from there.
Yep, and with that, the racers have been counted in, so any moment now we should see them start.
Good luck to both racers. Let's hope for a good one.
Yep, let's hope for, in my opinion, I want Rod to win just because I want another race.
I think I'll go with the same at this point. I'm not ready for this to stop, but whoever's going to take it on this one here was one that played better, and we'll see. And it looks like that was an unfortunate and unintended pop there on Evil Elf's side, so that definitely is going to help Rod with an early lead out of the gate. Oh, taking some additional ones.
Yeah, so now we got a little micro pop and then 2 smaller pops on top of it. So this can show. Oh no!
Oh my
I'm
goodness!
I'm gonna be quiet until this happens.
Wait,
and then we got a reset. What is going on here, people? All right.
Okay, well, this is cuckoo bananas now.
Yeah. So Elf in the lead by 2 screens.
Oh my god! What is happening?
I don't know if maybe we should call that back. Something happened. I don't know, but everyone's continuing. No one's saying anything, so let's keep going.
The timer's still going. No one stopped the timer, so they're still going with this.
All right, so Elf's entering the first pipe where the game's just saying, hey, you're going to be dealing with pipes soon. The second pipe set going, here's how you get through those pipes. Otherwise, you're just going to keep spinning in circles. But the one thing they don't give you a tutorial on is that you can go through the pipes.
Oh, man. I'm still coming down from that. My brain's still trying to process all that happened there. Evil Elf just freaking popping left and right like popcorn. Rod like rage resetting. I don't know what happened there.
Yep, I'm having a fun time.
I'm having a great time.
All right, so Elf now on his way down to the section where it's all about your rhythm and flow. Taking in, almost 1 bounce. We got 2 though. Rod's on a vengeance though. I feel he's like coming back with some fire. He's playing quickly.
I kind of wonder if the nerves will get to Evil Elf. He's gonna be on the cusp of victory, and he has to hit those skips that kind of count for everything. If Rod can play consistently, and Evil Elf makes even one small mistake, I think that's gonna cost us the match.
And you got to think, in Evil Elf's head, he's panicking because he just popped like 48 times in a row at the very beginning, and then Rod resets. So no one really actually knows what's happening right now, as far as the racers are concerned.
This is definitely a head scratcher to say the least here. But yeah, the mental game on Evil Elf's side, if he was not paying attention to commentary or watching the screen and didn't know about the reset that happened there, like, yeah, he's gonna be wondering, like, oh man, that was awful, and has to recover accordingly.
All right, so I mean, I guess it was due to the lead and then the reset, but I mean, they're still really close. Elf getting the jump. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want him to pop.
Nope. I'm keeping my yap shut through this whole thing here. We're going to see.
Yeah, so Rod's head down. We'll see what happens. On the other side, Elf grabbing the duck, coming on in on the cool dive. Rod getting it cleanly as well.
I'm glad they both got the skip there. Rod opting for a slower strategy than what Evil Elf did for that skip, though. So just a minor little change there. We'll see what happens on either side here. The Deadeye Bell skip looms.
Yep, it was a little slower, but I mean, you know what's slower than what he did? Dying. So, I mean, take it safe, you know?
I mean, it's a good play. Go with what's consistent, especially for such a pivotal moment like that.
All right, so Rod's head down to Scrooge. Evil Elf doing that little column. If you're right up on the edge, it's only a 3-frame press that's required to get right under it. Little nerd knowledge right there for y'all.
And I'm sure you know that from your old school tasking knowledge on this one here, but Evil Elf did get the Deadeye skip and the pixel perfect pop, so this is looking good in his side, and it looks like he may close this one out 2-0 if he does this cleanly.
Yep. I mean, it is a valiant effort. He's not far behind. All right, Rod going for that. Oh, getting the second try. Now, Evil Elf entering Cloud City.
Will we see possibly a tar pit or possibly a flub on the wild wing grab? Because that could cost it.
There we go, the flub, man. Not total botching it, but got stuck in there. Now in 1.1, the weather's a little worse, a little more clouds. You can't zip through the ceiling right there. But here we are at the same place. Oh, also getting a little stuck, but not as bad with Rod.
Will this be the moment, potentially the final race of the day? Will someone fall on the climb?
I hope so. I mean, I'm gonna put it out there. I hope so. I just want to see that trade of hands. I mean, we could see Rod fall, so it wouldn't be as big of a hurt. But I just want to see someone do it.
Yeah, right there with you. But it looks like Evil Elf's got this one on lockdown, working his way up, hitting this final bell. Oh, he's having some difficulty getting to it, but nonetheless, not enough for him to cost it. Coming down to grab Howard.
That bubble had that vertical. That was like a 12-foot jump for that bubble. Grabbing that now breaking. All right, Rod having a little trouble here, and that's my memory of the climb is just getting the rebounds up a little wrong. And 547 for Evil Elf on the pipe entry.
And that'll be another mid-6 for this one to be taken here. Rod's definitely going to be hurting from this one overall. I mean, he gave it a valiant effort as best as he could. Just some pivotal moments overall here. But it looks like Rod will be going home here. Evil Elf moving on to top 8.
Yes, GG's to Evil Elf on Rod's behalf. A great effort. But this now, folks, rounds out our quarterfinals that will take place on December 19th. We have Moniker and Avidrock 42. It's Alti and Retrofile TV up in the bubble bracket, aka winners bracket. We have Pico de Gallo, Evil Elf, as well as El Rucco and Lick Arcade in the bottom bracket, in the pop bracket. So very interesting. The play has been really great so far, but starting December 19th, you're going to probably see something different. You're going to see the top players hone in their talent over the next month and get even better.
Absolutely. Very good set to round things out here for the day. Great play from everyone today, hands down. Some fantastic matches, races, moments, and just unbelievable the whole way through. Very glad to be a part of this. Thank you so much. 40, if you want to go ahead and send us off. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. It was a pleasure working with you. So, folks, thank you for being here again. This was the Grandma's Old Fashioned Bubble Tournament brought to you by GG Speedruns and the SOAP team. I just want to give you kind of a heads up of some things coming in on December 12th. GG Speedruns is hosting the Super G&G Battle Royale event. It's going to be the GG Speedruns team versus RTA Japan. That sounds awesome. Again, that's December 12th at 10 p.m. Eastern or 10 a.m. Japan time. So really, really convenient right there with your timing. 10 p.m. or 10 a.m., depending on what side of the planet you're on. The weekend after that, December 19th, again, will be round 2 or the quarterfinals all the way to the grand finale for the Bubble Tournament. Again, we'll be giving out the controllers there. One goes random to a top 8 contender, another one to the first place finisher, another one to the top time of the tournament overall, including the runs you saw today, as well as just a random viewer. So if you want to get a hold of one of them, hard to find, and from inside knowledge, a little limited at this point, Sacred Oils controller, be there. And on top of that, let's give thanks to a lot of people out there. Noise Police, big thank you to him. He pretty much opened a communication path with the devs to work on this. He really got the community together and involved in a way that you don't see kind of with one person. It usually is a group of people, which is here, but he was a big spearhead for that. He also got the music together, got 8 different people to record some tracks and edit it all together during this time. So a big thanks to him. A big thanks to MorphCat, developers of this game. Without them, obviously, we wouldn't have this game. They worked with us, as I mentioned, to get us a copy of the newer ROM ahead of time. So big thanks to them again! Exclamation point BOBL. If you want to cop this ROM, if you can, throw them a couple bucks to help them out for their work. I personally want to give a big thanks to the commentary team. We had a lot of great people here. Some people that have never played the game, some people that are super in depth with the game but have never done commentary before. And in my opinion, they knocked it out of the park and kept it really, really entertaining the whole time. Also, from me to GG Speedruns, as well as Team Soap, this was a pleasure to be a part of. Thank you for putting this together. It's been a pleasure for everybody. The audience, thank you for being here, because if y'all weren't here, again, it'd just be a bunch of crazy people talking to nobody. So y'all make it worth it. And also a big thank you to somebody who's kind of stayed in the shadows this entire time. And he will always say it's a team effort. And yes, it is. But Skunky48, kind of the brains behind this operation. He deserves a big thank you and a big credit for this. So everybody give GG's to Skunky. So again, December 12th, you got the Super G&G Battle Royale event, GG Speedruns versus RTA Japan, 10 a.m. Eastern or Japan. December 19th, Böbl Round 2 quarterfinals through the grand finale. Be there. And with that, we'll take you out with some music from the community. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for being here.
Hello, and welcome to the 2020 Old-Fashioned Bubble Tournament. Brought to you by Soap Team and GG Speedruns. Runners, let's go!
And clunk. I start. The goal is not to outsmart, but rather how much faster can I collect the ducks while not giving up about bells? While my opponent fails, everybody in chat press F. Faux fouls. Egg laying out they bowels. Better not glance at the screen. Him, her, or they. Unless you want to see me. The NOISEPOLICE. In the lead. Twin iron ball sub 115. My inputs are true. Basement box I break through. Even grandma knows about Mr. Kazoo.
Double, oil and trouble. It's salty here to boil your bubble. I'm spitting fire and wrecking your times. Stealing your ducks and besting your rhymes. You'll be at Scrooge when I'm nabbing plucking. So say goodbye to your rubber dub ducking. I'm up in the clouds hanging with Wild Wing. You're stuck in the basement getting popped by Darkwing. Dodging the bells, keeping it real. Cause don't you know that I ain't gonna fail.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quests, not couples, yeah.
We on that bubble.
This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on.
Pick up the dog from the salsa shack and get ready, mother, for a heart attack. It's a brand new game from the NES dance to get you going quack, quack. Shout in your head. To listen to the story, what I tell you is true. You gonna be working your bubble till your face is blue. Avoiding the pop, till you drop. Better be sub 6 coming out of that pipe. 8 ducks, just a quack and gonna build your hype. Go on and leather up, cause these oils are sacred. Get the fuck up at the shack if you don't like what I'm saying. If you go out.
My number's 42, but I am Amadrock, and it's time to collect my flock of ducks. You see, but I'm a bubble pump. That was called upon by the 48 skunk to navigate around this maze-like tempo. Collecting my homies, but you know it ain't that simple. We gotta dive right in to grandma's basement. But watch the fuck out for that last bell placement. If you walk by 1 pixel, you'll feel so lame. Be riding to the top in that tube of shame. Now Monica says every trick is free. But the rest of us are popping, so how can that be?
This ain't no bubble, yeah. It's time for quacks, not couples, yeah. We on that bubble. This ain't no bubble, yeah. Come on. I'm a bubble, moving on the double, floating into space with my doggies to the hubble, hitting pipes like Mario.
Everybody knows me from the clouds to the barrio. From the mind of the crafty morph cat, NES is the finest format. Kick back, relax, and let yourself slide down a lazy river.
Quack, quack, 40 watt attack. Put my hands on the controller, I ain't never looking back. Hungry time, now at the climb. One more double jump, whoops, never mind. In the jazz clouds, I'm getting skippy with my two boys, Frogger and Slippy. For the newbies, a lesson in history. What you know as the ain't what it really be, you hear me?
Well, wasn't that just delightful? This is Retrofile TV here to make sense of all this madness. You see, the bubble symbolizes humanity's ability to overcome adversity, to adapt, persevere against all odds, to prevail, and be unstale. The misplaced mallards, the ducks that we are seeking, are divine fragments of the cosmos itself. Matter and antimatter, what does it matter? Everything and nothing that ever mattered. But what of the frogs, the sleeping amphibian guardians, now awoken? And they are not pleased. Will you be the one to sing them back to slumber? Can you find your place amongst the stars?
Come on.